symposium in Lucknow in Baba Saheb Ambedkar Central University. So they are taking our feedbacks. We are also giving feedbacks. And yesterday I told them, our medical colleges also, that you have to have a altogether different manual and different system for evaluating medical colleges and accreditation of medical colleges, and they have accepted that. And the director specifically told me that they are working on it, and you'll have different manuals for medical systems within in near future. So the colleges who are attending this symposium, I will again request you, kindly go through the newly introduced binary accreditation system. It's very easy, and it's basically quantitative based. You have to capture the data at the event, at the source, and capturing the data, documentation, even you're starting your internal quality assurance cells, IQAC cells, and just sensitizing all the faculty members across the institution. That is very important. Once you start doing that, I think accreditation is going to be very easy process with the new system. And you should, once again I repeat it at the cost of repeating, you should go through this new accreditation system. Now, coming back to the main topic, when the Chancellor ma'am has given so much inputs to the higher education system in UP, the reason behind that, she is basically a teacher, and being teacher, she has seen what are the pros and cons, what happens at the grassroots level. और उनका शिक्षिका होने के साथ साथ उन्होंने पीडब्ल्यू मिनिस्टर भी रही है, उसके बाद राजस्व मंत्री, रेवेन्यू मिनिस्टर गुजरात में रही है, चीफ मिनिस्टर, मुख्यमंत्री भी गुजरात की रही है। तो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव जितनी कमियां हैं, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव समाधान कितने हैं हर समस्या के, उनको रास्ते पता है, और वो हमें प्रेरित करती है राजभवन की टीम को और आपकी विश्वविद्यालयों को भी। और उसका कारण रहा है कि यही कारण रहा है कि विश्वविद्यालयों ने बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म किया है। मैं समझता हूं कि हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट्स में और पर्टिकुलरली मेडिकल कॉलेजेस में, जैसे में धीमान साहब ने बताया है, डॉक्टर धीमान ने बताया है, कि अगर एक डॉक्टर भी आपका अच्छी क्वालिटी का नहीं है तो उसके रैमिफिकेशंस नॉट ओनली एक निकट भविष्य में, लेकिन आगे आने वाले भविष्य के लिए कितना बड़ा रैमिफिकेशन है, इसका पर्सपेक्टिव हमें और आपको समझना चाहिए। और मैं समझता हूं कि एक नई चीज अब हो रही है, वो है टेक्नोलॉजी चेंज, जो पूरे अक्रॉस द बोर्ड हो रहा है, उससे हम क्वालिटी और कैसे सुधार सकते हैं, इस पर भी एक बहुत अच्छा मंथन होना चाहिए। टेक्नोलॉजी के दोनों फायदे हैं, एक तो एफिशिएंसी बढ़ती है, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ दुरुपयोग होकर निगेटिव उसके उपयोग की भी संभावना बढ़ती है। तो उस पर भी हमें विचार करना चाहिए। एक उदाहरण देना चाहूंगा कि रिसेंटली अभी चांसलर महोदय ने समर्थ, जो पोर्टल है भारत सरकार का हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन के लिए, समर्थ पोर्टल के माध्यम से सभी एडमिशंस, सभी पेमेंट्स, इवन हमारे प्रोफेसर्स के जो कैश प्रमोशंस होते हैं, वो भी समर्थ पोर्टल के माध्यम से आरंभ किया है। और मैं समझता हूं कि यूपी के लिए भी एक बहुत बड़ा गेम चेंजर ये साबित होगा, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ पर उत्तर प्रदेश में लगभग 7,500 8,000 महाविद्यालय है, जिनका डेटा हमें मिलने में बड़ी दिक्कत होती है। मतलब आज की तारीख में मैं नहीं कह सकता हूं कि आपके पूरे हमारे 34 विश्वविद्यालय में कितने छात्र एग्जैक्टली हम बता नहीं सकते कि 65 लाख है, 65 लाख 10,000 है, 65 लाख 50,000 है, कोई एग्जैक्टली हम डेटा नहीं दे सकते हैं। हम ये भी डेटा नहीं दे सकते कि कितने हमारे टीचर्स अभी कार्यरत है, कितने फुल टाइम टीचर्स है, कितने पार्ट टाइम टीचर्स है, कितने गेस्ट फैकल्टी है, कितने हमारे पास नॉन एकेडमिक हमारे पास स्टाफ है। तो ये सब जितनी डॉक्यूमेंटेशन या डेटा कीपिंग है, ये सब ऑटोमेटिकली समर्थ पोर्टल के माध्यम से शुरू हो गया है। मैं समझता हूं कि ये भी बहुत बड़ा एक गेम चेंजर अगले 6 से 8 महीने में उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए साबित होगा। मैं समझता हूं कि मेडिकल कॉलेज में ईआरपी तो यूज करते हैं, लेकिन समर्थ पोर्टल के साथ अगर आप ईआरपी अपना इंटीग्रेट करें, तो उसका भी फायदा ना सिर्फ आपको होगा, बल्कि प्रदेश के गवर्नेंस को होगा। और प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज भी जो यहाँ पर उत्तर प्रदेश में आई है, उनको भी हमने उच्च शिक्षा के माध्यम से, विभाग के माध्यम से कंपलसरी करने जा रहे हैं कि ईआरपी के माध्यम से आप अपना डॉक्यूमेंटेशन, आप अपना डेटा रखिए। उसका फायदा डबल एज्ड है, एक तो आपका डेटा कीपिंग अच्छी हो जाती है, और दूसरा जब भी आप एक्रेडिटेशन के लिए जाएंगे, तो आपके लिए एक्रेडिटेशन में कोई डेटा की आपको कमी ढूंढना नहीं पड़ेगा। तो ईआरपी बेस्ड, टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड डॉक्यूमेंटेशन, टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड डेटा कीपिंग, जियो टैग फोटोग्राफ्स, मेरे ख्याल से ये सब चीजें छोटी छोटी है, लेकिन इंस्टीट्यूशंस को उसको अभी से डेटा कैप्चरिंग एट सोर्स, जैसे ये इवेंट हो रहा है, इस इवेंट के फोटोग्राफ्स, डेटा कीपिंग या जियो टैग फोटोग्राफ्स, इसकी रिकॉर्डिंग्स, ये अगर आप रखते हैं तो 5 साल के बाद जो आपका नैक होगा या 2 साल बाद आपका नैक होगा, उसमें आपको डेटा इमीडिएटली अवेलेबल हो जाएगा। तो मेरे ख्याल से ये एक पूरी वर्क कल्चर चेंज करने के लिए भी एक्रेडिटेशन की फायदा होता है, उसको भी हमें करना चाहिए। लास्ट बट नॉट द लिस्ट, मैं इतना ही बताना चाहूंगा कि जो नई एक्रेडिटेशन सिस्टम, बाइनरी सिस्टम आ रही है, उसमें 5 साल का डेटा नहीं बल्कि उससे 3 साल का डेटा अब लेने के प्रपोज किया है। तो आपको अब अभी से जो नए हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस है या नए प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज है, चाहे मेडिकल की हो चाहे अन्य विधा की हो, अगर आप डेटा कैप्चरिंग राइट फ्रॉम द सोर्स आज से भी शुरू करते हैं तो उसका आगे आपको बहुत सारा फायदा होगा। टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज करके आप अगर डॉक्यूमेंटेशन और डेटा कीपिंग करते हैं, उसके भी आपको एक्रेडिटेशन में बहुत फायदा होगा। कुल मिला के भारत सरकार का जो हमारा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्वप्न है कि विश्वगुरु बनना है, ना सिर्फ हमें विश्वगुरु शिक्षा में बनना है बल्कि टेक्नोलॉजी में भी हमारी जो एज है उसमें भी हम विश्वगुरु बनने के रास्ते पे जा सकते हैं। और जब विश्वगुरु हम बन सकते हैं तो आप देख ही रहे हैं कि नैक एक्रेडिटेशन के बाद या डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ एक्रेडिटेशन के बाद आपके पास जो छात्र आ रहे हैं, फॉरेन नेशनल्स के स्टूडेंट्स, आपको फॉरेन नेशनलिटी के स्टूडेंट्स आपके पास बढ़ रहे हैं, चाहे अफ्रीका के हो चाहे साउथ ईस्ट एशिया के हो, ये आपके पास बढ़ना शुरू हो जाएंगे। ये मेरे ख्याल से बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि पिछले 1.5-2 साल में अगर आप डेटा देखेंगे तो फॉरेन नेशनलिटी के स्टूडेंट्स आपके उत्तर प्रदेश के विश्वविद्यालयों में बढ़ना शुरू हो गए हैं। तो इसका फायदा अन्य विश्वविद्यालयों को भी होगा कि जो विश्वगुरु के रास्ते पे हमें चलना है तो बिना फॉरेन नेशनलिटी के स्टूडेंट्स के आप उनको पढ़ाए बिना विश्वगुरु नहीं बन सकते हैं। और नॉट ओनली दैट, हम सिर्फ G20 कंट्रीज नहीं, G7 कंट्रीज के भी स्टूडेंट्स को भी हम टारगेट करेंगे, और वो जब होगा तब वास्तव में हम विश्वगुरु बनेंगे। मैं समझता हूं कि आज का जो ये सिंपोजियम आप ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं, उससे एक सेंसिटाइजेशन भी अगर सभी मेडिकल कॉलेजेस में हो गया तो मैं समझता हूं कि बहुत सफल इस सिंपोजियम का मानूंगा। और जितनी जल्दी आप एक्रेडिशन, चाहे NIRF हो, नैक हो, QS एशिया हो, QS वर्ल्ड हो, उसमें छोटे छोटे स्टेप्स आप अभी से लेना अगर शुरू करेंगे तो आगे चल के बहुत महत्वपूर्ण कदम आपके साबित होंगे। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मुझे, मैं फिर से एक बार डॉक्टर धीमान साहब, डॉक्टर सोनिया नित्यानंद जी को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि मुझे आपने यहाँ पर आमंत्रित किया, मुझे समय दिया। और इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
It's very
हेलो 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 आ रही है आवाज़ मैम? आ गई ना?
I now request respected ma'am to guide us on the role of King George's Medical University in ensuring quality in health education. All to please settle. We are starting with our keynote lecture.
हेलो
Cut run. Thank you, the whole team for organizing this one-day national symposium and asking me to speak on the role of the KGMU in ensuring quality in health education. So KGMU is committed to a quality in health education. It has rich traditions of teaching established in 1905. And if you see, if we go down, I don't think there's a pointer here, but if you go down, if you look at this table, it has participated in the NIRF from 2018, and it was given a score NRF ranking of 5, and then in the medical institute, then 10, then 10, 9, 11, and finally in 2023, 12. The dental has done better with this NRF ranking of 5 in 21 and 5 in 22. And as a university, currently it has a ranking of about 45 to 50. So this just highlights that KGMU is very much a participant in the NIRF ranking and has got a fairly good NIRF ranking. What is this? I think it's got frozen. Hmm. यहीं पे रोक लो भाई. Sorry, just. कुछ कहाँ से क्लिक? अच्छा, okay. So let's move on to the NAC accreditation of medical institutes. And if you see here, these are the 4 universities of the country which are currently accredited. And KGMU, of course, has gone through the second cycle of accreditation with being assigned an A+ in 2023. The only university which is medical university which is A2+ is the Savita Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences in the south. This is the accreditation which was given to KGMU way back. It went into the process in 2017 with a CGPA of 3.17 and was given a grade A. And of course, in the next 5 years, the university made an effort to improve. And that's the best outcome of these accreditation processes. It makes you realize your weaknesses, you try to improve. In the second cycle, it has got A+ with a CGPA of 3.36. But now you look at this. These are the other medical colleges of the country which are accredited. And except for Armed Forces, which has gone through 4 cycles, and the Trichy SRM Medical College Hospital and Research Center through the second cycle, almost all others have gone through the first cycle recently. And a total of 26 medical colleges are accredited. So 4 universities, medical universities, and 26 medical colleges. So we looked at the website of NMC. There are 706 NMC recognized medical colleges in the country, but the NAC accredited are 26 out of these 706, which is only 3.68%. And if you look at the medical universities, 28 NMC recognized, it should not be medical colleges, but medical universities in the country. And the NAC accredited are 4, which is about 14%. So it's a very small percentage of medical colleges and universities which are accredited. The reasons could be many. Is the lack of awareness, is the lack of the commitment of these universities and the fear of entering into the process. Besides this, NIRF, NABH, NAC, KGMU has also got an NABL accreditation for the Department of Microbiology and for the Department of Pathology. So the question is, why is KGMU entering or trying to get into the accreditation or ranking processes? Because as an institution, we want to ensure high standards of education. Of course, we want to get a recognition at the national and international level. We want to be accountable. We want to continuously improve. We want to create a robust ecosystem for research and innovation. We want to ensure equity, inclusivity, engage in community services, be financially accountable, and evolve best practices in different domains. So this is a commitment of the institution because of which we are engaging in accreditation or ranking processes. What are the challenges that have been faced in the accreditation process? As I said earlier, it's an old institution functioning, established in 1905. It has a very strongly defined way of working, especially by the human resource, and therefore any reform, any change there is a reluctance, high level of reluctance, especially in the non-medical staff. There is there's a lack of proper documentation. The documentation practices are not up to the mark. You try to look at data, you don't get much of documentation. The data management is not up to the mark. But what the institution has done is it has built on its strengths, especially on its rich tradition of a high level of responsibility towards teaching and patient care. It has some flagship programs like the University Environment Department programs, etc. And taking care, building on our strengths, we have navigated and gone through the NAC accreditation process and achieved an A+ in the second cycle. So if a university which is as old as KGMU, functioning since 1905, can navigate its way for accreditation, then why not the more newer universities where there are no rigid systems of working, the human resource is more pliable? Definitely, they are at a greater advantage and they should go through the accreditation process. I'll give you some examples where the NAC accreditation has elevated the standards of the different criteria, the 7 criteria which are laid down in NAC. For example, we all know that criteria 1 is on the curriculum design and development, academic flexibility, curriculum enrichment, and a feedback system. And in our preparedness for the NAC inspection and trying to meet the standards of NAC, many things have evolved in the university. For example, we have introduced several new electives for both UGs and now for PGs too. There's been a revision, repeated revisions of the curriculum, the most recent being the addition of artificial intelligence into the PG curriculum by Dr. Garg. It has led to a lot of academic flexibility. We have introduced many value-added courses. For example, the skill development course, the AI course, new certificate courses, new fellowship courses, new interdisciplinary courses. And most important, we've been compelled in a way, and we really now treasure that, evolved a feedback system. This has been one of the most impactful outcomes of preparedness for NAC accreditation. Both feedback by students regarding the curriculum and the teachers. Similarly, if you look at the impact on criteria 2, on the standards of quality, which is on student enrollment and profile, catering to student diversity, teaching learning processes, teacher profile and quality, evaluation process and reforms, student performance and learning outcomes, and student satisfaction survey. We have tried to evolve many student-centric methods in teaching. For example, the most important example is the skill labs. And we're trying to build that now further. The teachers have been compelled into the development and use of e-learning resources. This has led to a digitalization of our examination process. The COE has been fairly well been able to digitalize our examination process. a spread of the faculty development programs. It's not just in medical education, but in different aspects, the faculty development programs. For example, research methodology. And we have evolved a system for identifying slow and advanced learners and remedial classes after regular teaching hours for the slow learners, and awards and projects, especially intramural projects for our advanced learners. So these are just small examples because it's good to bring out examples to show how NAC accreditation process really raises the standards of teaching and education in a medical university. If you look, if you go further on, if we look at criteria 3, which is on promotion of research, resource mobilization for research, innovation ecosystem, research publications and awards, consultancy, extension activities, and collaboration. This is one area which has also got a thrust because of the NAC accreditation pressure. We've been able to develop a very robust research promotion policy. It has now got to be approved by the EC. There's been a great jump in the seed money which is given to teachers for research. This year, it's a commitment of 10 crores, whereas it was a few lakhs in the preceding years. Development of an innovation ecosystem. You know, this NAC wants an innovation ecosystem. And KGMU has at least developed one very important and flagship innovation ecosystem, which is called SIB Shine. It's the School of International Biodesign, synergizing healthcare innovation and entrepreneurship, where fellows are inducted, they clinically immerse, go around different departments, look at the problems which are faced in the medical treatment of patients, go back to IIT Kanpur. This is a collaborative program with IIT Kanpur, and come up with technologies which they come back with to KGMU, test them on patients, and if proven to be of use, then they go into a upscale production in collaboration with industry. So research, again, is moving. NAC's emphasis is on innovation ecosystems, and that has, again, we have been made to think about how we can evolve innovation ecosystems. And the second now in pipeline is the establishment of an incubation cell. So for criteria 4, which is on physical facilities, clinical equipment, and lab learning resources, library as a learning resource, IT infrastructure, and maintenance of the campus infrastructure. One very important outcome has been our sensitization to the need of sports and recreational facilities for students. You know, it's mandatory by NAC to have adequate sports facilities and recreational facilities. And that puts your mind to thinking, this is so important for the global development of a student. Again, as I highlighted previously, a feedback system by students, whether it's curriculum, whether it's the teaching classes, whether it's hostels. We are trying, it has also compelled us to try to promote the national mission on education through information and communication technology. That is, we are trying to elevate the quality of our education by integrating technology into our teaching methodologies. And the use of the MOOCs platform, Swayam, which is India's national. So this is all digitalization and use of technologies in the teaching. And again, e-learning. How it has promoted the standards of criteria 5, which is on student support, student progression, student participation and activities, alumni engagement, and maintenance of campus infrastructure. So we've realized the importance of organizing cultural events, sports activities of students, again, for the global development. They do better in the medical studies if they have, a stimulus which is beyond just medical studies. It has led to the evolution of a placement cell in the university in KGMU. We've realized the importance of alumni of the university. KGMU has alumni, has many alumni. It's a university which is more than 100 years old. So it's produced alumni which has spread all over the world. But NAC made us think how they can be tapped and used for the betterment of the university through exchange programs, through, their coming and spending time with us, lecturing, young faculty going to them, acquiring expertise and transferring the expertise back to KGMU. So there are many ways in which the alumni can promote and take the institution to the next higher level of excellence. And we also recruited a Dean Student Welfare. I don't know if he's here, Dr. Kushwaha, who's played a very important role in the growth and development of our students. The recent example being the yoga functions, which were organized under his leadership, and the students were really thrilled with it. Like water yoga, yoga for pregnant women, yoga for children with asthmatic disorders. And these students were very thrilled and participated actively. So these are things for the global development of students. It has also led to elevation of standards. Some examples of elevation of standards related to criteria 6, which are institutional vision and leadership, strategy development, faculty and staff empowerment strategies, financial management, resource mobilization, and internal quality assurance system. So this leads us to the development of institutional plans, both short-term and long-term. Because it's on resource mobilization is an important factor in NABH accreditation. It has compelled us to looking at CSR funding. We've established an IQAC, an internal quality assurance cell. We've appointed a dean and vice dean for this cell. And finally, criteria 7, which is on the institutional values, social responsibilities, best practices, the distinctiveness of an institute. So many things, we have a flagship, Dr. Parvez is coming in. We have a flagship university environment department, which is involved in the maintenance, in the development of the university environment. But what we lacked was the widespread implementation of solar energy. So we've got that into place now. Installed a biogas plant. We've got into place sensor-based energy conservation, widespread use of LED bulbs, increase in the green cover of the university. Again, very important. And quality audits on environment and energy. Audits are very important. So these were some of the gains that we perceive, which have happened with NAC accreditation. Some examples, there's a lot on this, but these are some examples. And overall, if you see, any accreditation process greatly promotes the institution's data management, because it's data collection, it's data collation, it's data categorization, and then storage, which we normally don't do. But once this process starts, it's easy to continuously then maintain it. And also, it gets us into the rig of documentation. We busy doctors, clinicians are very poor in documentation. But a process like this makes you realize how important documentation is. And actually, it's of importance to us because even in the medical legal sector, a good documentation is important. It creates a lot of awareness about the quality domains, the parameters, the benchmarks. And then once you know, if you don't know, if the mind doesn't know, we can't execute anything. So once there is an awareness about these domains, the parameters, the benchmarks, then you make a hands-on effort to attain these benchmarks. One evolves strategies, one takes steps to ensure these standards, high standards in these various domains. So with this, I just want to end by saying as an institution, we are committed to maintaining our own standards in medical education, health education, as well as helping other medical colleges if they want help, and other medical universities for help that they may want. And from here, KGMU is now moving on this year to initiating an NABH accreditation, because hospital standards, the quality of hospital standards in any medical institute is also very important, apart from the teaching and academic standards. In the end, I would like to congratulate the whole team, Dr. Anita, Dr. Shalini, Dr. Apul, Dr. Rameshwari, for organizing this very important symposium today. And Dr. Srinivas, I would like to specially thank you for all your inputs in guiding us to improve our standards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to request Dr. Apul Goyal, sir, to kindly felicitate ma'am with a small token of appreciation. Moving forward, we would be starting the talk by Dr. S. Srinivas, Impact of Accreditation Reforms on Health Institutions. For this talk, our chairpersons are Professor Amita Jain. She is Dean Academics and Professor and Head Department of Microbiology with a vast research interest in microbiology, tuberculosis, virology, and AMR. She is in charge state-level virology lab and nodal officer for laboratory technical support in COVID testing for Uttar Pradesh. She is a dynamic dean and is well loved by all. Our second chairperson is Professor A.P. Tikku, sir, who has joined BDS in KGMU in 1978. Sir has done MDS in conservative dentistry and endodontics from KGMU. He was promoted to professor in 1999 and has more than 33 years of postgraduate teaching experience. He is former dean for FODS and executive council member KGMU. I would request one of the chairpersons to kindly introduce the speaker. Yes, sir.
Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome and introduce Professor S. Srinivas from Tumkur University and Sir has been from the Department of Chemistry in Tumkur University. He is the ex-Deputy Advisor, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, the NAC. He has held several key positions. He has been the Deputy Advisor of NAC, Bangalore, Deputy Registrar, Tumkur University, Director of Research, Tumkur University, Director New PG Courses, Tumkur University, Vice Principal, University College of Science, Tumkur University, and various administrative roles at Tumkur University and NAC. He has had several publications, research articles, 151. He has conducted 184 peer team visits, verified 287 IIQAs and 217 self-study reports, trained over 200 assessors, keynote speaker, resource person at more than 60 programs, and processed 1202 AQARS. Sir has organized numerous webinars and workshops on NAC accreditation processes. He has participated as a keynote speaker and resource person in various national and international conferences and filed 4 patents and completed 3 major research projects. And I would like to add to that also that Sir has been advising me also at many times in the accreditation process when I go and I'm stuck and when I get confused, I give him a call and he graciously advises me and gets me out of the spot. Thank you, Dr. Srinivas, for being here with us and welcome.
No, previous, oh, 1 second. Final is there, not this one, KGMU. No, that is fine. Okay, sir. Good morning, one and all. At the outset, I would like to thank the Vice Chancellor, Director IQAC, and the faculty member of King George Medical University for inviting me to discuss about the new accreditation framework. In the beginning, Sudhir sir has told that Governor Madam has taken a lot of initiation to look at the quality of education, and a lot of benefit has been obtained because of the improvement in the quality of education in Uttar Pradesh. Now, we'll start with small data. See, if you look at the QS World Ranking of top universities, the first one is MIT, University of Cambridge, like that it goes on. And in India, our premier institute is Indian Institute of Science, which is at Bangalore. It stands at 225th position. And if you compare the countries where our students are moving, you can see USA, almost 2 lakh students, they go for higher studies. Canada, UK, so much of students are going. And their inputs says that for attractive salary, for high quality of education, and to gain international exposure. Like that, it goes on, right? And one more important thing is, if you compare the number of Nobel laureates in different universities, say Cornell University, 61 Nobel laureates are there, LA 65, Harvard 161 are there. And below I have given some data that shows the number teacher and student ratio, 6:1, 3:1. That is the thing which are possible in Western universities. But in India, mainly because of our huge population and other infrastructural restrictions, we are doing much better, but a lot of improvement is needed. And these are the amount given in figure. This much of money is going to the different countries in the form of dollars. Okay. So just if you increase the quality of the education and standard of education, I think we can retain most of this brain drain to the Western countries. Now I will come to a little bit about NAC. NAC is an autonomous body. It is started because of National Policy of Education in 1986 and Plan of Action at 1992. And it is headquartered in Bangalore and governed by Executive Committee and General Council. The mandate of NAC is to make quality as the main integral part of functioning of higher education institution. It works with a vision, and all those things. Okay. Now, why an institution has to go for assessment and accreditation? As Tiku sir was telling, we are having almost 6,000 assessors in NAC. All these assessors are trained. They know how to visit an institution, what are the documents to be checked, okay, what are the areas to be verified. All those things they will do. And based on their personal experience, lot of internal knowledge, as sir was telling, since 45 years he is in KGMU. He knows as a student as well as a teacher, faculty and all, he's having a lot of experience. So when he visits another institution with his knowledge, he will be able to write a report where you can easily mention what is the strength of that institution, what is the weakness, opportunities and challenges can be faced by the institution. As I told, our assessor database is very huge database is there. It is having vice chancellors, scientists, eminent scholars from different fields. And the group of peer team visiting an institution, again, it is related to that domain. The doctors will be visiting your institutions. Similarly, an engineering college will be visited by the engineer professors. Like that, different domain people will visit and they will be giving lot of information about the institution. So this information will help the institution to make a plan. A planning can be done for the institution, where we stand and what we have to do. All those things can be improved. And it also increases collegiality. Sir, Sridhar sir was telling, it used to take 20 years to meet the senior professor in the department. Now, everybody wants the information, whether you are having a paper, you have published a paper. So the paper has to be given to the dean section. Then the professor will ask this junior most faculty, there will be a collegiality will increases, not only with the within the department and outside the department also, the interaction will increases. Apart from this, many funding agencies, 5 universities in Uttar Pradesh got A++, and they got a grant of around 780 crores. See, this 780 crores from RUSA is given to the institution mainly because of the grading. So funding agencies, they look at the performance of the institution, the grade is okay. Even the society also look at the grade of the institution. What is the grade of the institution? Okay, whether I have to admit my student, son or daughter to a institution. See, we will look at the different fields, right? A law university is there. National Law School of India University is situated in Bangalore, premier institution where our Balla madam's daughter studies there. She has selected that institution because she has done a lot of survey, right? So a easy information to get is if the institution is having A++ or A+, definitely we can say that the institution is very good. So like that, the people can get the information, institution will get the sense of direction. Employers also look at the grade of the institution to select the employees from your institution. Interaction between the different organization will takes place because you may be having collaboration with the different institution, MOUs will be there. Like that, it goes on. Okay. Madam was telling about 7 criteria. These are the 7 criteria on which NAC works, right? So the framework of accreditation goes like this. See, when a higher education institution want to go for assessment, and this assessment is not a mandatory process. If the institution wants to come for assessment, then they can come for the assessment. Earlier, before 2017, the institution used to submit a self-study report that used to be evaluated by the peer team members. They used to visit and give the information. After 2017, the entire procedure has been computerized. Now, all the activities takes place through the portal only. There is no interaction between the institution and the NAC office, or nobody will come in between. The entire procedure will take place through the portal. Okay. Here the institution will be registering, then you will be submitting. The IAQA application will be submitted. It is accepted. Once it is accepted, self-study report portal will open. In that portal, you will be submitting the information. So submission of information is very, very important. See, whatever the information you will submit, that will goes to the NAC office, and then it will go to a DVV partner. A third party will be evaluating your institution who does not know about the institution. Okay, you will be sitting at some other place and you will be evaluating the institution. Okay, so therefore, whenever you are giving the data should be complete and full information. Whatever the information you are having, that has to be given, seeing that the person who is sitting and evaluating your self-study report should get the total information about the institute. Otherwise, if some documents are missing, definitely this evaluation will be different. Okay, once the evaluation is done, peer qualification will take place, then the peer team visit will take place, and accreditation used to be done. That is how the process will take place. For evaluation, we are having 7, we had 7 criteria. Now also it is there, 7 criteria are there. And these 7 criteria are the main headings, we can say. These main headings are divided into subheadings and they are called as key indicators. In this key indicator, specific questions will be there. Those questions are called as metrics. In mathematics, the matrix is different. Here, the metric is the questions. Okay. So once your IAQA is accepted in the portal, you can see all this information. So your IAQA is accepted, the window will be open, and you have to submit your SSR in 45 days. That was the thing. And we used to have qualitative metrics, quantitative metrics, and student satisfaction survey. See, qualitative metrics where the numbers are involved. So how many faculty members are there? 100. Okay, that is the quantitative metric. In qualitative, what are the facilities available in your institution for research? So research ke liye, what are the things are there? You will be writing about the facilities available, laboratories, animal house, etc., etc. You will be writing, and what is the amount of amount spent on research, all these details you will be writing. That is a qualitative metrics. Student satisfaction survey is, it's an online process where students will be giving the information about the institution. Based on this, the evaluation used to takes place. So one example I have taken, this is number of value added courses. How many value added courses you are having? Okay, the number will be given. Here, the important thing is documents. We have to give the document in the data template. There are Excel sheets are there. You have to fill the Excel sheets, and in the Excel sheet, you will be giving the information about the number of value added courses, when it is conducted. So many columns are there. The specific questions will be there in the each column. You will be answering all those things, and that's how the things goes on. And percentage of students undertaking field work, project work, like that is there. Next quantitative question is structural feedbacks designed, structural feedback for design and review of syllabus, whether it is collected from the student, teacher, employee, and alumni. So if you have collected the feedback from all the stakeholders, okay, your answer will be A. If you have collected only from teacher, employee, and alumni, it is B. Like that, the question answer session goes on. Okay, so based on this, the evaluation process will takes place. Okay, now this is how the marks will be given for each metric. Okay, your response is X. Let us say that 100 faculty are there. For 100 faculty, let us assume that the benchmark is 4. If your answer is 100, then you are going to get 4 into 20. The score will be 80 mark. If your answer is 90, then you will be getting 3 into 20, 60. So like that, the scoring pattern will be there. Same pattern they may adopt. Okay. So now, these are the 4 pillars of education, I can say: academics, research, administration, and social responsibility. So based on these 4 pillars, the entire questionnaire has been designed. And in each activity, academic activity, research, everything, no? The core values what the institution has to consider is contributing to the national development, whether your syllabus is contributing to the national development, fostering to the global competency, then whether it inculcate value among the student, whether it increases the potentiality and promotes the use of technology, new technology involvement is there in the syllabus, research, administration, social responsibility, everywhere you can apply this one, quest for excellence. And these things, all these academic research, everything has to be framed in an institution to give benefits to the students as well as to the society. Now, these are some statistical values which I have taken. See, NAC has started in 1994 and now we are at 2024. Almost 30 years is over. In this 30 years of journey, we are able to evaluate 6,528 institutions, out of which 362 are universities and 6,176 are colleges. So only 15% of the institutions have been evaluated. Now, the number is still increasing. 43,000 institutions are there. So 30 years, only 15%. If you want to complete all these things, we may need another 100 years to reach that. So because of these lacunas, and after the introduction of National Education Policy 2020, where Radhakrishnan Committee has gone through all this information, how the processes are going on, etc. They have given some guidelines which states that accreditation of institution will be based primarily on basic norms, public self-disclosure, good governance and outcomes, and it will be carried out by an independent ecosystem of accrediting institutions supervised by the NAC, National Accreditation Council. So no more NAC will be there. Then it will become National Accreditation Council. Accreditation Council will look after the next procedural aspects. This Radhakrishnan Committee report says that there should be a binary accreditation. In this binary accreditation, again, there is a 4-point scale is there. Questionnaire will be there. It will be evaluated. If the institution scores in between 2.1 to 4, okay, if the score is between 2.1 to 4, they say that the institution is binary accredited and the validity is for 2 years. Earlier methodology, we used to have the validity for 5 years. Now, the validity will be for 2 years. If the score is between 1.5 to 2, then it is provisionally accredited and the validity is for 1 year. Less than 1.5, then it is not accredited. Again, they have to come for the accreditation by applying the IAQA and self-study report, etc., etc. It goes on. Then there is one more methodology they want to introduce, okay, that is maturity-based graded accreditation. This maturity-based graded accreditation will come from January 25 onwards. It's under process. These things, entire procedure is going on only. Okay. Here, level 1 to 4 institutions will be there, and level 5 is institutions of global importance and excellence. They will come in the level 5, and level 1 to 4, again, different questionnaire will be generated where the institution will come for the accreditation. See, in binary accreditation, the Radhakrishnan committee has given 10 attributes. We used to say that it is criterias, 7 criterias. Now they're converted into attributes: curriculum, faculty resource, learning and teaching. Earlier it was teaching and learning. Now we have to learn and then we have to teach. Research and innovation, extracurricular and co-curricular, community engagement, green initiatives, governance and administration, infrastructure development, financial resource and management. So these are the 10 attributes are there. See, 7 criterias, they are changed into 10 attributes. Previous question paper, I will say that manual, no? If you look at the manual, there were inputs were there. You used to have the input, maybe curricular, how many programs you are having. You used to give the input. Faculty, number of faculty, it's an input. Then comes the process, how the teaching, learning, extracurricular activities, etc. are done. It involves the process. Outcome was there. So very few question outcome was there. That is community engagement, research. What is the outcome of the research? What is the green initiatives? Like that it is there. Now, this committee report insists on all the 4 parameters in each question. Each question will have input, means each criteria or attribute will have input, process. There will be a question on process and what is the outcome in each attribute. And the last one is impact on the society and on the student, on the teacher. That question will be there. Okay. So each attribute, we can expect 4 types of questions. So this left hand, what is there? No? That is Radhakrishnan committee. What is the important points they have given? Okay. So this I'm trying to link with the earlier manual. Earlier manual only I have taken. See, in curriculum, we used to talk about the outcome-based education. What is the outcome of the education? Whether we are having course outcome, program outcome is there, all that type of questions will be there. Okay. And in each, these are the key indicators I can say. So these are the main questions. In each main question, they will be framing, sub questions will be framed. And all the sub questions, what they are going to frame, na, they will be quantitative in nature. There is no qualitative. All the questions will be quantitative. How many programs you are having? What is the type of examination you will conduct? Whether it's a quiz is there, internal test is there, main examination is there, okay, seminar is there. Like that, they will be asking the number of questions, and with the answer will be definitely, it will be a number only. That type of questions only they are going to frame. Next, stakeholder participation in preparing the syllabus. Curriculum flexibility, such as whether CBCSE is there or entry and exit, different levels of entry and exit are there in the curriculum. Industrial orientation in the syllabus, right? Skill orientation, Indian knowledge system. Okay. See, Madam was, while her speech, no, Madam was telling the documentation is very important. Here I want to add one important thing. See, basmati rice and turmeric, these are the 2 important aspects which belongs to India, but Americans have patented it. Okay. Just because we didn't have proper documentation, we have to fight in the court of law. Okay. Professor Mashelkar from IIT Kharagpur, I think, is a chemist, and he fought in the court of law, international court of law, and we got those basmati and turmeric patent to India. So these are all because the lack of documentation is there. Lot of Indian knowledge systems are there where we have to educate the student on the field of Indian knowledge system. Workshops can be conducted, certificate programs, etc. can be have. Similarly, provision for online and uh, a blended mode of education. So many platforms are there where we can educate our students, we can motivate our students to go with different mode of education. Then procedure developed for the revision of curriculum. What is the procedure you are having for the revision of curriculum? Curricular enrichment, interdisciplinary ethics in the curriculum can be included. Then faculty resource. So how many faculties are there? What is the qualification of the faculty? Okay, faculty student ratio and all those things can be asked. Learning and teaching. When you come to learning and teaching, okay, what are the methodologies adopted in the institution for teaching and reaching the students? Whether you are using learning modules for the students teaching and conducting the test, etc. How academic and industries are linked can be asked. Support for learning. What are the supports you are giving to the students who is a slow learner, fast learner? How you are bifurcating them? What are the facilities provided to the student? That type of questions can be asked. Okay, continuous evaluation system. What methodology you are having? Different forms of evaluation process. As I told, no, maybe test, quiz, different modes of evaluation can be adopted. Generally, we say that we will conduct one test and main examination. In between, you can have different varieties of pattern to see that the students' learning and understanding level. Grievance redressal mechanism. What is the mechanism you are having to attend the grievances raised by the student in different platforms? Then calendar of event will be there, whether you are managing the calendar of events, learning experience by the student. So this, I would like to link this learning experience from the student, teacher, employers, and alumni to the student satisfaction survey. So earlier, student satisfaction survey was there. Now, the same will be asked from the student as well as teacher, employer, and alumni. And to make it more concrete, some question will be included. Research and innovation. It's a very important part for a university. So in the previous methodology, it used to carry 1,000 marks. So for 4,000 evaluation, 1,000 mark was for research and innovation. Now also, I think same type of weightage will be given for this type of questions in the university manual. Then how much grant you have received, number of publications, number of book chapters written, number of books published, PhD awarded, then how many fellowships you are having, okay, what is the revenue you have generated, then connectivity with the society, training, okay, intellectual property right, number of programs as well as the events organized by the institution. Extracurricular and co-curricular is the fifth parameter given in the Radhakrishnan committee, where different types of clubs can be organized in the institution, where the activities, different activities can be linked to the clubs. Okay. Community focus club, mental well-being, value education, sports clubs, right? All these things, nutrition club, eco-friendly club, all those things can be included under this metric. Community engagement. Here, we have to reach the community. The education is one of the part where we have to serve the community. How to reach the community? It comes from the different aspects, student exchange, collaboration, number of projects taken up, okay, relevance of syllabus with the society, graduate programs, okay, to higher studies, how they are moving to the higher studies, okay, exchange programs of the students, and how it is used in the increasing the economy of the neighbor community. All those things can be checked here. Then comes the green initiatives. Okay. So green initiatives, it generally, we say that how we are managing the ecosystem of the university is very important. Water management, okay. Then water recycling, water bodies, maintaining the water bodies, right? Then progression towards net zero carbon emission, okay. Those things can be asked by using solar, wind energy, biogas, use of LED bulbs, sensors, etc. Bio-waste management, green auditing, water budgeting, okay, behind campus activities, e-waste management. Such type of initiation has to be introduced in the institution, so that will motivate and encourage the student community to take up these type of activities wherever they go, right? When they go out of the campus, they should know these are the things which are necessary for the societal benefits. Governance and administration is the eighth one. Here, how the administration process will takes place, what are the facilities you are having, okay, whether you are having institutional development plan is there, effective leadership, how it is deployed, then how the hierarchy is maintained, right? And delegation of power, how it is done in the institution. Such type of questions will be framed in this metric, okay. Faculty retention ratio, national and international collaborations, then efforts for employability. These are all very important aspects. IQAC, okay, what are the initiations taken by the IQAC? Such type of key indicators can be included in this metric. Infrastructure development. What is the infrastructure now you are having, whether it is sufficient or not? All those things are there. Learning resources, library, research facilities, IT infrastructure facilities to provide the Divyangans. Okay, these type of questions may be raised in that area. The last one is financial resource and management. How the institution is getting the revenue is generated, what are the plans they are having to generate the revenue, okay. Then expenditure, how it is done, corpus generation, and different auditings procedures adopted in the institution. All those things are there, right? So these are the main 10 attributes where they can frame the questions. Because why I did not go in detail is because this framework is not yet completed. So there may be some changes in the things, but 10 attributes will be same. And these 10 attributes will have different types of questions. All the questions will be related to your quantitative, and 4 things they are going to concentrate. One is about the input will be there, and what is the process going on, and outcome and impact on the society. So here outcome and impact are very, very important. So the questionnaire will be little bit, we can say that it is easy, everybody can enter into the system. It is light but tight. Okay, so they want to see that more number of institutions will come for the binary accreditation. The evaluation will be done, so that number of accredited institution, we want to raise the number of accredited institution. But as far as questionnaire is concerned, it is light but tight. So you have to give huge data sets to be given. So these things, I don't want to take these things. Okay. See, each criteria, there are standard operating procedures are there. So one has to go through the standard operating procedure, and you have to give the answer for each question or metric raised. Okay. See, qualitative, quantitative, different types of things are there. Okay. Now, once again, I will come to assessment outcome. See, in the beginning only, I told that after coming for the NAC assessment and accreditation process, institution is going to get peer team report given by the experts. They will have the score sheet, and then you will have a grade card. Okay. Here, in this binary accreditation also, you will have the marks for the quantitative metric, and survey process is there, and the level of the knowledge obtained by the students and teacher, employer, alumni, all those will give the survey, and that is also carries this one. Then it comes accreditation, outcome will come, and institution will get statistical analysis data and institutional grade card. See, when the assessment is over, right, in the institutional portal, if you see, you will get these type of graphs. You will get radar graphs, bar graphs, charts. So many information will be given to the institution. See, this information will help the institute to check where they are getting less marks, where they are lagging behind. So this information will help the institution to have an institutional development plan for the coming years. So once the grading is over, we will just only look at the score and grade, and we'll say that, okay, we are satisfied with the grade. But actually, you will be having large amount of data will be there, and these data will help the institution to create your institutional development plan for the next coming years. Okay, so graphical representation based on quantitative metrics. Okay, how the institution is performing in each key indicator. What is the academic flexibility? What percentage is there? 10.7% of academic flexibility is there, like that. So where we have to improve, all these things can be calculated from the data. Okay, whenever there is any doubt, help desk is there, NAC help desk is there. You can raise an issue there. Okay, you can raise support desk. You can write the question, immediately they will answer. So this is the very important place to have the information from the NAC. Okay. So with this, I think in the binary system, again, you will have a question. There you are going to give the data. So while giving the data, supporting documents are very, very important. You will be giving the number of teachers. I told 100 teachers are there. For 100 teachers, sanction letter, 100 sanction letters you have to give, or appointment letter you have to give. If you don't have the appointment letter, at least ID card will do. Some supporting document has to be given for all the 100. This one. Number of publications again. So maybe you are having 3,000 publications. Scan first page of this one, upload it. See, data templates are there where you have to give the data very, very carefully. If you give only less data, then the number will be reduced. Based on the numbers, the benchmarks are fixed. Based on the benchmark, the institution is going to get the scores. So this is the framework. Same pattern will be there for even binary and also graded accreditation system. Only thing is questionnaire will be a different one. That's all. Okay. But again, same criteria are changed into 10. There is no huge difference is there. Same 7 criteria, now it becomes 10 attributes. And in 10 attributes, qualitative questions will not be there. Quantitative questions will be there. This is the evaluation process, and no peer team visit. And this evaluation will be done by the 2 persons. They will do the evaluation. They will give the scores. Based on the score, grade will be given, and the process will be very fast. Okay. Binary process will be fast. That's how it takes out.
So,
Are
Uh,
there questions from the audience? Acha, sorry.
Sir.
so any questions from audience? You can take few, 1 or 2.
Last.
Yeah, I can see.
Sir.
Please do. Please stand up and ask your question.
Thank you.
I'm Brigadier Pradeep Sharvastav.
Hello.
I would now request Apul sir to kindly felicitate our chairpersons. Moving on, we have our next session online by Dr. Tejinder Singh, Competence-Driven Assessments for Quality Education. For this session, we have our chairperson, Dr. Jyoti Chopra. She is the controller of examinations of KGMU. With her undergraduation and post-graduation from GSVM Medical College, Kanpur, she has a total teaching experience of more than 27 years with a keen interest on medical education and has contributed extensively towards the integrated curriculum program. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I request you to kindly come forward and introduce our speaker.
Thank you, Rameshwari. It is my proud privilege to introduce Dr. Tejinder Singh, who is a speaker for next talk, which is on competence-driven assessment for quality education. Dr. Tejinder Singh is a pediatrician. He is a fellow of Indian Academy of Pediatrics. He is member of National Academy of Medical Sciences and is working with CMC Ludhiana since 1986. Sir has joined as head of pediatrics at CMC Ludhiana in 2006. He has been awarded fellowship by Swedish International Developmental Agency, Foundation for Advancement of International Medical Education and Research, Indian Academy of Pediatrics, and International Medical Sciences Academy. He has been member of various committees formed by national level by MCI and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare to formulate the curriculum of UG and PG education in pediatrics. He has also been a member of a core group to develop curriculum for faculty development in India. He has written 2 books, 30 chapters, and 200 publications to his credit. And I want to add that 2 books on medical education are really a bestseller and have to book on our bookshelf for medical education. Dr. Tejinder Singh is a founding course director of CMC Ludhiana Famer Regional Institute and MCI Regional Center for Faculty Development Program at Ludhiana. So with these words, I want to welcome Professor Tejinder Singh. And I would like to add again that he is a gem of a person, always ready to help you out, always responding to your queries. So welcome, sir, for this session. We are eagerly waiting for your talk. Thank you.
And we are already looking at the first batch students being out and being ready to practice. We do hope that we will have a prior commitments, I couldn't make it. But I do hope that we will have a meaningful discussion and deliberation, and that will go a long way in improving the quality of medical education, especially when we have the new curriculum in place and we are already looking at the first batch of students being out and being ready to practice. The new competency-based curriculum, which India introduced in 2019 with the intent to produce an Indian medical graduate, actually started with the 5 roles, which included clinician, leader, communicator, lifelong learner, and professional. And I believe that recently they added 2 more roles to that, which include critical thinking and researcher. So now we are looking at an Indian medical graduate who will be competent to perform these 7 roles in day-to-day practice to improve the health status of the population and be responsive to the health needs of the society. Now, before we proceed further, I would like to have a look at what does competency-based education mean. In fact, interestingly, this word based actually can create a lot of confusion, because once you say based, then it can mean anything. Everybody can interpret in a different way. So to make sure that we are all on the same page and we are all talking of the same thing, I would like to take you through the definition given by Frank and Associates as part of international competency-based collaborators. And this says that CBME is an outcome-based approach to the design, implementation, student assessment, and evaluation of medical education programs using an organizing framework of competencies. I'm sure you have noticed that the keyword here is organizing framework of competencies. So in other words, for everything, whether it is design of the program, implementation of the program, or more importantly, student assessment, the unit of assessment has to be the competency. And if we are not doing that, then probably we are falling short somewhere in assessing the Indian medical graduates. Another interesting thing which I came across was a quote from 1976, almost 50 years ago, when Harrison Keller said that the effort in competency-based education should not lie in the design of instructional material, but in the design of appropriate assessments. And I hope you will agree with me that this is something where we have not really gone on as advocated. Because our major focus has been on the creation of timetables and creation of other learning resources and materials, rather than on designing appropriate assessments. And until and unless we have an assessment system which assesses competencies acquired by the student, it will be very difficult to say that we are actually imparting quality competency-based medical education. So in this perspective, let's look at what is assessment. Now, again, various definitions and various conceptualizations of assessment are possible. What Watson says is that assessment is the systematic collection, review, and use of information about educational programs to improve student learning. And if you read this part of the definition, then what becomes clear is that the purpose of assessment is actually to improve student learning and not really deciding pass or fail. Now, that's one thing which we will need to think about and will need to change. And secondly, the assessment is to focus on what the students know, what they are able to do, and what values they have when they graduate. So it's not just knowledge and skills. What they know and what they are able to do is obviously there, but the values, the attitudes are as important because they are all part of the competency-based medical education. It's interesting to look at evolution of assessment. In fact, if we were to look at how assessment of competence has evolved over a period of years, then it is possible to actually think about three different periods or phases. The first one, where we thought that competence is generic, fixed, and transferable across content, was what is called measurement era. Because everything in assessment was actually measurable. MCQs, essay questions, whatever you do, we only were concerned with the mark, how much the student has supported. And we believe that if a student can do task A, he will be equally good in performing task B and task C, because competence was thought to be transferable. However, around 70s and 80s, early 80s, we started thinking differently in terms of a decision making. And that is when we realized that actually competence is specific. Flying an aeroplane is very different from driving a car. And it is non-transferable. If you are able to make one food, it does not mean that you'll be able to make another food also equally well. And third is what is known as programmatic assessment era, which actually came around 2000s. And the basis here was that competence is dynamic, incremental, and contextual. And the keyword here, I would say, is contextual. Somebody might be very competent, highly competent, for example, in a primary health center. But what happens when you place the same person in a tertiary care hospital? Or vice versa. Somebody who is very competent in giving extracorporeal membrane oxygenation in a referral hospital, but you put him in a primary health center, what would be the competence? So this context makes a lot of difference. Competence is not an inborn trait. It's not an inborn characteristic. It is something which you acquire. It is something which keeps on increasing with experience and with learning. And it is something which is related to context. Now, with this background, what we know is that, and this is important, competence does not reside in the individual. So it's wrong to say that person A is competent or B is incompetent. Rather, Competence resides in the way an individual interacts with the context. And I gave you the example of primary health center and a referral hospital. And competence is not something which is, outwardly visible. It's not a halo around your head to say that you are competent. Rather, it has to be inferred only from performance. So what the student does tells us about how competent he is. Against this, what we seem to believe is slightly different. So what we believe is that medical roles can be broken down into individual elements of knowledge, skill, and attitude, and these can be rejoined to create a competency. Now, I think that this is fallacious. In fact, if the student was taught in isolated way about knowledge, skills, and attitudes, and we believe that he will be able to rejoin them to form a competency, then probably we are mistaken somewhere. If that was so, actually speaking, there was no need for competency-based medical education. CPME came only because the students were not able to integrate the knowledge, skills, and attitudes. And if we keep them assessing them separately, then we are not doing justice to the process of competency-based education. We also believe that performance can be tested only like a race, precise 2.001 second, and not like a gymnastic. So that objectivity mindset still prevails. We believe anything which is not objectively measurable is not important. So whether it is professionalism or it is communication or lifelong learning or leadership, because they can't be objectively measured, so they are not important. Sometimes we even deny their presence. Another important factor which actually comes is that in our emphasis and enthusiasm to really equip the students with skills, we have actually gone too far on the performance part, and we ignored the role of knowledge. Earlier, we used to classify students as bookworms, who only read and who don't or who cannot perform practical procedures. Now it has become other way around. Now we try to produce students who would be able to do something, but may or may not be aware of the theoretical considerations behind that process or procedure or operation or whatever. Now, there are people who would believe that if you use performance-based assessments, then it would promote learning of clinical skills. Fine, fair enough. But there are also a lot of evidences available to say that observed performance is not closer to real performance. So in other words, what a student demonstrates in the examination hall doesn't get replicated in real life practice. And I strongly believe that diagnostic reasoning is the first step of competence. The first step to become competent is to make a correct diagnosis. So competency is making a correct diagnosis, not being able to discuss and describe something. And let me remind you that diagnostic reasoning actually depends heavily on a very sound knowledge base. If we focus only on behavior, then you are only looking at the distal outcome. You're not really looking at what the student is doing now. And there are studies to show that OSCE scores actually do not align with diagnostic reasoning skills. A student may be able to perform a procedure, but if your diagnosis is not right, then the utility of that skill becomes doubtful. Another study which I came across, it actually gave an MCQ test to the students on commonly assessed procedures. And that's interesting that the students passed all the skills, but the pass rate on MCQ tests related to knowledge on those skills was only 39%. So in other words, there was a mismatch between knowledge and skills. And we also know that when we have a situation like this, then students, they resort to selective learning. That means they would ignore knowledge and they would go only for procedures, because that is what is going to be asked for by the examiners. And then another thing actually which became apparent shortly was that experts are experts because they know more. Experts are not the ones who can perform some extraordinary skills or extraordinary procedures. Rather, experts know more. And if you have to create graduates beyond competence, expert and proficient, then the role of knowledge cannot be undermined. So what are the implications? That we need to give more emphasis to cognitive elements in our assessment plan. While in the basic sciences, pre and paraclinical areas, the importance of knows and knows how is somehow maintained. But when it comes to later clinical years, the whole focus shifted on to the procedural skills rather than on the theoretical underpinnings. So including that and including sound diagnostic reasoning in the upper levels of training is in fact a key component to maintain the quality of competency-based education. And if we look at competency as a combination of attitudes, professionalism, values, communication, and ethics, and we look at the 5 roles of Indian medical graduate, of course now there are 7, but this is a slightly old diagram. So looking at, for example, leader or communicator or lifelong learner or professional, you would realize that most of them are not measurable by objective methods. In fact, out of 5, if we consider, then 4 or even 4.5 roles we have actually left out because they are not objectively accessible. Even for clinician, even for practical skills, a lot of expert subjective judgment is required. And expert subjective judgment is not equivalent to bias. So that is another thing which we need to do a serious thinking about as to what we should be doing. We all hear this phrase, assessment drives learning. But what is interesting is that research shows that the impact of assessment on learning is often negative. And when I say negative, what does it mean? It leads to poor learning styles. It promotes grade culture. Students are only concerned with increasing their grades. And so a binge and purge kind of a mindset. Just memorize 2 days before the examination, just vomit it out on the note sheet and forget after the exams. And when you have, for practicals, these tick box exercises like OSCE or not following the students over a longitudinal period of time, then again, a sort of reductionism takes place. And let me add here that this research actually comes out from very good institutions, from Maastricht University. And so has a lot of credibility and dependability. We often talk of objectivity and talk of AI and ChatGPT and so on. And actually people are suggesting to have humanless assessments. Now, are humanless assessments possible? Let's look at MCQs, the prototype of objectivity. Even a highly objective method like MCQ, for example, undergoes a lot of human intervention. Blueprinting, question framing, what distractors to write, what is standard setting, and when the marks are lowered, actually they all depend on human judgment. We have recently seen in NEET examinations when they decided to give grace marks and then the whole row erupted over it. When you lower the criteria because you don't have adequate number of qualified candidates to fill up the seats, then again objectivity goes for a toss. One can say that we have computer design question papers, true. But again, that computer designing actually works on what the person programming has put into the system. So again, it is somebody's subjective interpretation. So why not use it in a much better way? Subjectivity is not bias, I said earlier. And using authentic assessments. That means assessments which represent the actual task which the students are going to perform in their later life, and I am referring to workplace-based assessments, are actually need to be promoted and implemented. Don't forget that most important things are the most difficult to measure. It's easy to measure knowledge by using MCQs. It's easy to measure clinical skills by OSCE or long case or Osler or other similar methods. But it is very difficult to measure professionalism. It's very difficult to measure ethics. Very difficult to measure lifelong learning, self-directed learning. And so what happens? You have to make a choice. Whether you want to use only standardized test or you want to use authentic measures of doctor. A doctor has to perform many tasks which are beyond the standardized testing. And although there may be some psychometric skepticism about subjectivity and objectivity, the issue needs to be deliberated more. Validity and reliability is another important part. And when we say that we have to build validity, then having authentic assessment is in fact one of the very important interventions to bring validity into assessment, because then you relate assessment to the later task which the students are going to do when they go out in practice. Interestingly, all through our training in basic and advanced courses, we have learned that there can be no validity without reliability. But in fact, what actually happens is that there is a seesaw relationship between reliability and validity. And when I say reliability, I'm talking of reproducibility. The more you go after reproducibility, the more you discard things which are not easily measurable. And more toll it takes on validity of assessment. So you focus only on the clinical skills, but you leave out communication, you leave out ethics, you leave out professionalism, you leave out sympathy, empathy, because they are not reproducible. Each examiner might measure them differently. And role of assessor becomes important in this situation. There's a lot of research to say that expertise of assessor contributes significantly to the quality of competency-based education. Assessment literacy and expertise, again, is highly rated and highly emphasized. Somebody like Lockyer, writing on behalf of international CVME collaborators, actually says that assessor becomes the primary instrument rather than the tool that he or she uses in assessing. So it's not whether MCQ or OSCE is being used, it is how the assessor is interpreting the performance of the student. And we have all heard about this concept of utility of assessment, which actually means that you can have a meaningful trade-off between attributes of assessment. And when I say that, what it means is that utility of assessment is represented as a notional product of validity, reliability, feasibility, acceptability, and educational impact. So that means that an assessment can be low or variable on different criteria, validity, reliability, feasibility, acceptability, and educational impact, but can still be of same use, same utility. And there can be another assessment which, by virtue of its high educational impact, can be more useful than an assessment which is high in other criteria. And if the educational impact is negative. If your assessment promotes the students to do a rote learning, if it promotes the students to do a selective learning, if it promotes them to ignore certain parts because they are not going to be asked for in the examination, then actually the entire utility of assessment can become zero in spite of having a very high degree of validity, reliability, feasibility, and acceptability. So keep this in mind. The meaningful trade-off between the various concepts of assessment. And before I leave, I'd like to take you through the story of Mahabharata. We have all heard about Eklavya. He was a very skilled archer, so much that he could fill the mouth of a dog by his arrows without actually hurting the dog. But he could never become great. Why? Because he had learned only Shastra, not Shastra. He had the skills. He didn't have the knowledge. And then the second character, Duryodhana, he had Shastra. He learned about Shastra. But still he was not considered great because he lacked professionalism. In an era where you had to invite your opponent for a battle, and only if he agreed could the battle take place, he wanted to kill the Pandavas and acquire their kingdom. And so this lack of professionalism was actually his undoing. And then we think of Arjun, who learned about Shastra from best teachers, who learned about Shastra from some of the best gurus, who was very professional in his approach to the war and battle and the contemporary circumstances. But when the time to demonstrate his competence came, he gave up. He simply gave up. And the reason for his giving up was not inadequacy in his training. Krishna never told him, okay, you go for another training, come back and fight. What he did, he addressed the attitudes, the behavioral aspect. And it can surprise us that in a discourse which happened between Krishna and Arjun, prompting Arjun to fight the war, must have lasted at least 3.5 hours, comprising about 700 shloks. And in those entire discourse, not even once the word war has been mentioned. It's all about addressing Arjun's attitudes, his approach to the whole process that was important. And that is, I suppose, the lesson for medical educators to improve the quality of competency-based education. You have to not only train them in Shastra, but you also have to train them in Shastra. You have to inculcate professionalism. You also have to give them training in multiple contexts by multiple teachers and address their concerns. It is only then that we will be able to have a quality-based competency medical education. 5 years ago, we had proposed this model of competency-based assessment. And what it says is that it has to be criterion referenced. You cannot compare one student with the other. And that's my worry, actually. When the next comes, then you are going to use it as a norm reference testing. It should be continuous, ongoing assessment. It should be based at the workplace. And it should involve expert subjective judgment. And of course, it has to be continuously mentored and provided feedback to ensure that the student actually has a continued professional development. Now, faculty development becomes crucial in this whole thing. In an earlier slide, I told you about the role of the assessor, who becomes the most important tool in competency-based assessment. And it has been rightly pointed out that the benefits accruing from assessment are actually directly proportional to assessment literacy and expertise. Generic training, I think that era of ACME, BCME probably is gone. We have trained enough people. What is required more now is to train or have a focused training on behavioral observation, frame of reference training, performance dimension training. These are the things which are going to help us improve the quality of education and quality of training. So my carry home for you is that competence is specific. It is not generic. So that means every competence has to be assessed at some point of time. Not everything will be assessed in the final exams, but at some point of time. One measure is no measure. Howsoever good, howsoever well designed, one assessment is no assessment. Objectivity is not the same as reliability. You can build in validity into your assessment. Assessment drives learning both ways. Most of it is negative, but with effort, you can actually give a positive twist to it. And no single method can do it all. You have to have multiple assessment methods. And please remember, assessor training is very important to ensure the quality of assessment. So thank you very much for being with me and giving me a patient hearing. Thank you.
So, sir, my question was, yes, we do understand that you have you have highlighted that there should be multiple types of assessment to do a 360-degree evaluation. But for doing that, we have to go for formative assessment. In summative, everything to be done is not possible. And then formative is has only become an eligibility criteria and is not playing any role in summative. So what is your take on that, sir?
Well, thank you for putting that question. Am I audible? Somebody?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible? Okay. So thank you for putting out that question. You are very right that formative is taken as an eligibility criteria and is not added to the total summative score. But that is one way of looking at it. The second way of looking at it is that since formative is not added to summative, you can actually do a lot of experimentation with formative. So many things which we do not assess because they are subjective. Now you can assess. You can assess the student on communication, on professionalism, on leadership, and so many other things, which was not possible if these marks were going to be added to summative. So let's see this as a positive opportunity. And in fact, this is one of the very important things which has been done to the assessment plan for competency-based curricula, that there are only formative assessments, which don't count towards final. So that provides us a more leverage, that provides us more opportunities to really assess many of the competencies which otherwise we used to give up.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for giving a different perspective. So we have one question that, is there any specific assessor teaching method? Training method?
Yeah, there are plenty of assessor training methods. And I don't think in this short period I will be able to enumerate all those kind of things. But very recently, we have actually started a fellowship program in assessment of health professions, where we are actually imparting various kinds of training which are required for a good assessment in competency-based curricula.
So, sir, if possible, you can please put those things on the chat. What are the different methods?
Okay, I will write there.
Thank you
I
so
will
much,
write
sir.
there.
Thank you so much, sir, for being with us and enlightening us about the different methods of assessment and giving us a different perspective for the whole assessment system. So thank you, sir, for being with us and giving us the whole new perspective for looking at the assessment. We are really grateful for that. And with this, we would like to close the session. Thank you for being with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for chairing the session. I would like now request Vimla Venkatesh, ma'am, to kindly felicitate our chairperson for today. So to continue, the next speaker is Dr. Sandeep Eskadu, who would also be joining us online. And his topic is Need to Focus on Assessment Processes, a Key Step to Enhance Quality Outcomes. The chairpersons for this session are Dr. Anil Nishal, sir. Sir, may I request you to come forward? He is Dean Faculty of Paramedical Sciences and Professor, Department of Psychiatry, King George Medical University. He is President, Indian Psychiatric Society Central Zone and Member Subject Expert Committee of DCGI for Psychiatry and Neurology. He has a teaching experience of more than 20 years with a keen interest on anxiety disorders, addiction psychiatry, with many publications and book chapters. Welcome, sir. Sir, may I request you to kindly introduce the speaker?
Thank you, Dr. Rameshwari, and good morning, everybody. It is a pleasure to introduce the speaker for the next session, Professor Dr. Sandeep Eskadu. Professor Sandeep Kadu, apart from his MBBS and MD, has earned many different degrees in different fields, including LLB, MBA. He's also a FAMER fellow, and he has postgraduate diplomas in different fields. He actually, right now, in addition to his responsibilities as professor in forensic medicine, also is controller of examination of Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, Nasik. And during his tenure as COE, he has conducted online assessments for the first time there 3 times and declared results within a record time of 2 days. He has vast teaching experience of more than 23 years and has been awarded the Best Teacher Award of his university. He has authored and edited 7 books and contributed chapters in 3 different books, has 3 patents, 4 copyrights, and 47 publications. And he has received an appreciation for editing the book Blueprints of MBBS CBME Curriculum. Dr. Kadu has also created the first ever visual forensic medicine museum in India. And I'll request him to put up that website later in the chat so that people can see that. And he has been ex-director of IQAC cell, the quality assurance cell of DVVPF Medical College, which under his leadership received A+ NAC accreditation. He has been resource person for medical teaching technology at several places, has been editorial board members, and he also runs a YouTube channel with more than 1 lakh views. So with that, I would invite Professor Kadu to kindly speak on the topic, deliberate on the topic, need to focus on assessment processes.
Good morning, all of you. At the onset, I congratulate King George Medical University for organizing such a wonderful IQAC conference. I'm very thankful to Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Sonia Niyananda Ma'am, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Professor Abjit Kaur Ma'am, Dean Professor Amita Jain Ma'am, Organizing Chairman Professor Apul Goyal Sir, and my former colleague Dr. Ridham Ma'am for giving me this opportunity to speak on such a innovative topic and neglected topic in a curriculum. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity. So currently I am working as a controller of examination at Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, Nashik. Our university is one of the largest university of health sciences in India. Under us, more than 600 colleges, including all the faculties like medical, dental, Ayurveda, homeopathy, nursing. So at a single time, though it is summer exam or inter exam, we conduct almost 1 lakh student examination at summer as well as winter session. And my topic is need to focus on assessment process, a key step to enhance quality outcomes. My friend, this word is very important, that is curriculum. So curriculum, by definition, is a designed learning experience which include learning and assessment which facilitate the learner to achieve the prescribed outcome of a course. Many times, syllabus and curriculum, these words are used synonymously, but it's not true. Syllabus is one of the parameters of the curriculum. Curriculum is a broad concept and it consists of statement of goals. Now it is called as a competencies, course content, that is the syllabus. I already said syllabus is one of the part of the curriculum. Then teaching learning methods, organizing and scheduling course, that is the preparation of the timetable. Then assessment of the outcome and the feedback from all stakeholders. So the fifth parameter, that is the assessment parameter, is very important parameter. And on this, I'm going to speak for next 25 minutes. So what is assessment? Assessment is the assess. It's a Latin word. The assidere means to sit with. So it's a Latin word and its meaning is to sit with. So assessment is sit with the learner, sit with the student, and something we do with and for the student and not to the students. Very important according to the Green. So assessment is a systematic process of determining the extent to which the students have achieved desired level of all the domains. What are the 3 domains? That is the knowledge, means the cognitive domain, skill is the psychomotor domain, and attitude is the affective domain. Again, I repeat, assessment is a systematic process of determining the extent to which the students have achieved the desired level of all the domains, that is the cognitive, psychomotor, and the affective domain. Also, assessment is the process by which information used by the teacher to adjust their teaching learning method and the student to adjust their learning strategies. The process of gathering data to better understand the strength and the weakness of the student learning is also the assessment. So these are the 2-3 definitions of the assessment, and it's by the Harris. So we also use, like already I told that we use interchangeably the word syllabus and curriculum, but they are not same. Like that, we also use assessment and evaluation. But again, assessment and evaluation are the two different things. What is the basic difference of that? Assessment describes the measurement of the learning outcome, while evaluation describes the measurement of the course or program outcome. As you are in the program of the IQAC, I should not use the word this course. Course, we know that according to NABH, the nomenclature of the courses, anatomy, physiology are the courses, and MBBS the program. So the evaluation describes the measurement of the program outcome, while the assessment is of a single student. So purpose of assessment to increase quality, while the purpose of the evaluation is to judge the quality. Very important. Again, I'm repeating, purpose of the assessment is to increase the quality, while purpose of the evaluation to judge the quality. These are the differences between assessment. So assessment is ongoing process, while evaluation provides closure of the observation. Assessment improves the quality of the learner, while evaluation judges the quality of the learner. Assessment is individualized approach, very important, and applied again, evaluation is applied against the standards. Assessment does not mean grade, while evaluation is give the grade. Assessment provides feedback, evaluation provides shortfalls on which thing we have to work, while assessment is completely process oriented, while evaluation is the product oriented. Assessment, it is the means, while evaluation is the end. So these are the differences between the assessment. I will give one example so that the concept will get clear. So this IQAC, St. George's University has organized this conference. So you are going to assess my session. So that is the assessment. And you are going to evaluate whole IQAC 2 days conference. So this is the difference between the assessment and evaluation. I think you might have got with this example the difference between the assessment and the evaluation. So what are the types of assessment? You all know 2 types of the assessment. Formative assessment is for assessment for learning, and assessment as learning. The purpose is the learning progression and the improvement is the formative assessment. And you all know all the faculties. Now the medical faculties is the competency-based, Ayurveda also made competency-based, homeopathy is also made competency-based, and nursing and physiotherapy is already competency-based in many universities. So, and the key or the heart of the assessment in the competency-based curriculum is the formative assessment. So day to day, we have to give the feedback to the student, and the aim is only to improve. While the summative assessment, you all know, is the final or the end assessment done by the university, and we give that the student has failed or passed. So these are the mainly 2 types of the assessment: formative and the assessment, summative assessment. Formative assessment is the day to day, and it based on a feedback, and the purpose is the improvement of knowledge, skill, and attitude. While the summative assessment is the at the end university takes that examination, is known as the summative assessment examination. And here the student's overall performance is done, and the grade is given as pass or fail. There is one quote related to the formative assessment and summative assessment, that when the cook tastes the soup, that's the formative assessment. So, and when the guest tastes the soup, that's the summative assessment. That is by Robert Stakes. So if there is anything like salt and all this is not up to mark, so cook can adjust it and improve it. But when guests take that soup, there is no, or he has to take it whatever it has been made. So very nice quote. I like every day this quote. In my every session I put this quote. So purpose of the assessment by all and cut is the assessment for learning. assessment as learning and assessment of learning. You all are familiar with the Miller's pyramid, and this pyramid is very useful. It gives idea what you want to assess and what are the assessment tools you are going to use to assess the student. For example, if you want to know notes, simple, then you test the knowledge by the written examination. If you want to know analytical test, knows how, then tested by the clinical problem solving. You all are familiar with this. Shows how is the practical best. So it is by OSCE or standardized patient or clinical. And does means is the expert in that daily patient care assessed by the direct observation in clinical setting. So it goes from up to cognition, that is the our cognitive domain, up to the affective. It depends upon what competency you want to assess, what are your SLS, and according to that you have to choose the proper assessment method. A very good work done by the Millers, and this pyramid is used or very like a Gita for us. Utility of the assessment. This formula is suggested by Van Welton, and it consists of the 5 assessment principles, that is validity, reliability, educational impact, cost effectiveness, and the acceptability. So what is validity? Validity is the ability of the assessment instrument to test what is supposed to test. So it's very important what tool you are using to assess that competency. So also ask what is the learning outcome to be measured, and use appropriate instrument for the knowledge, skill, and attitude. Reliability is what that with that whatever the tool you are using or this, the consistency. This refers that the reproducibility of the result, and a good instrument should give the same measurement of the same performance on different occasions. That is the reliability. Then educational impact, which indicate the assessment's effect on the learning process. Acceptability, which indicate whether that assessment should be accepted by both stakeholders, that is the teachers as well as the students. So that tool must get accepted by the teachers as well as the students. You know that previously, as I'm from medical field, before this competency-based medical education, this OSCE, OSCE, these words are very new to us, and we are not taking examination from the OSCE or OSCE. But as from 2019, this competency-based curriculum has come, and each department is now very routinely using this OSCE and OSCE. So now it is the acceptable. Previously, 5 years back, it was not acceptable, but are now like this. COVID has given this all these online platforms. Before that, I think no one has rarely used this Zoom, Microsoft, this one, Google Team, and all this. But now we routinely use this. Like so, now it's acceptable to all of us. Cost of feasibility is also whatever tool you are using, that should be the cost effective. Then also see whether the time involved in developing, investigating, scoring, interpreting, and reporting a test is justified. So these are the 5 utility of the assessment, that is the validity, reliability, educational impact, and cost effectiveness and acceptability. So with these 5 assessment principles, the assessment should be done, and you should keep these 5 principles in mind when you are using any assessment tool. We already, but then as I already told that I joined here in 2022, and here we have very esteemed leader, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Lieutenant General Dr. Madhuri Kanitkar Madam. She has awarded by all the Param Vishishta Medal, and under her leadership I'm working, and we have taken many initiatives in the examination reform. Most important is the blueprinting, second is the on-screen assessment, and the third are the faculty development workshops. Before our university having 25 years history, but there were no guidelines regarding the paper setting. So, and the weightage for what topic, what weightage is given. And under the madam's guidance, we have started the work to develop the blueprints of each faculty. So what is the need of this blueprinting? This diagram, you can see, it can explain that from the students, we expect too much. As a teacher, we teach very small. And from that, very tiny things are assessed. You know, if there are 10 topics, if you see the question paper, only maximum 5 topics has covered. And remaining topics, no question is there. So that is the reality of the assessment. And then for this, what is the solution? Solution is the blueprint. So what is blueprinting? It's a detailed plan of the action. It is the reference framework for the question paper setter, hence to follow norms and guidelines. So what is the need of the blueprinting? I already told, it gives the transparency to students, to paper setter, to paper moderator, paper assessor. So it's for the transparency. The match various competencies with course content and appropriate assessment tool. Also, possibility of the hidden curriculum greatly reduced by the blueprinting and reduce it to major validity threats, that is the construct underrepresentation and construct irrelevance variance. So these are the points which cover the need of blueprints. So how this weightage to each subject is calculated is the scientific method is different for the clinical subject and different for the pre and paraclinical subject. So weightage is calculated by the formula I into F. W stands for weightage, I stands for impact or perceived importance, and F stands for frequency of occurrence of disease in the community. For the clinical subject, the formula is the I, non-urgent or little prevention potential, weightage given 1, serious but not life-threatening, weightage is given 2, life-threatening emergency, weightage given 3, frequency, that is the F, rarely seen 1, relatively common 2, and very common 3. For example, malaria, we will take the malaria. So the impact, I think serious but not life-threatening, the 2 for this I, and the frequency of occurrence, very common 3. Then the weightage will come 3 into 2, that's the 6. So thus we calculate the weightage. So weightage formula is W is equal to I into F. So for malaria, we have that I is 2 and F is 3. 3 into 2 is the 6. Then for the basic sciences, the topic have no or little clinical application, 1 weightage. Topic have moderate clinical application, 2 weightage. And the topic have high clinical application, 3 weightage. So like this, for pre or paraclinical, we give the weightage. So these are the 2 books under our able leadership. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam, we have released 2 books, one of blueprints of the CGME MBBS curriculum and another blueprints of the Bachelor of Dental Surgery curriculum, and both are appreciated by National Medical Commission as well as Dental Council of India. And we have already sent the copy of these to all the university. I think your university must have also get. If not, I will send the copies of these 2 blueprints to Honorable Vice Chancellor of your university. Then second, our initiative is the on-screen assessment. We have done the pilot study of the BDS examination. Exam started on the 14th December after theory completion. Then practicals were completed on 25th. And coincidentally, it was the 26th January, that is our Independence Day. And on that day, we declared the result, which in one day, that was the very, I will remember in my life that day, and it was Ganesh Jayanti day. And our team was working at 1 a.m. and at 1 a.m. we have declared the result, first result of the history of the MUHS of the on-screen assessment. After that, we have conducted the 4 program examination on-screen and declared result 2 days. Now also our summer examination is going on, and every day around 88,000 answer sheets are being scanned and around 20,000 answer sheets are being assessed on screen by all the faculty all over the Maharashtra. So we have also taken feedback, and a very good feedback we have from the assessors that they are saying that it's very good method. They don't have to do any sum. Also, if the one marks any, another gives marks. That also take care of the computer takes care. Also, it's a very user-friendly software is there, so it is well accepted by all the teachers. So, what are the advantage of the on-screen assessment? I already told that the result will be declared within 8 days. Because it's the state level university, we have to send. It started from a very rural area, Gadchiroli, Nakshal area is there. From there up to the Mumbai, but our vehicles go. That we distribute the answer sheet. Again, our vehicles go there, take the answer sheet. Then here bundling goes there. Again, we have to send to all the CAP center. All these things has been now stopped with this on-screen assessment. And you know, when there is less human interference, the other malpractices also there is no scope to occur any malpractices. So auto generation of the database of the marks and marks code, readily scanned images will be given to the student for their retotaling and verification. That is advantage to the student, and no scrapping of all the answer book. And we need not to bring all the answer sheet of 1 lakh students here. So at college level, after we keep as per our ordinance 6 months, and after that we do the pulping. So all these things have been reduced by the on-screen assessment. And the third our initiative that the faculty developed, that we have our teaching training center. Here we arranges various courses like our BCME, then the health science technology, as well as blueprint workshops, as well as MCQ, how the case-based, scenario-based, resident as a teacher, various workshop has been organized. These are the, when the teachers get well oriented, as well as they get their concept clear, then their output becomes more. So on this we are working, and with this initiative, it is helpful to all the stakeholders, that is for the management, to the university people, for the teachers, as well as the students. Last but important slide, that the CBME we talk. Now this is the reality I am speaking. This slide is the reality. We talk or more focus on skills. However, you know that the certified skills will be assessed as a part of the continuous assessment and documented in only the logbook. But at the end, only 10 marks will be given to the assessment. Therefore, this seems to be no or little alignment assessment with the objective. It should be there, but it is on paper, but it's not happening. So we have to think on it. And as I said, for that, blueprinting is very important. Also, the heart of the CBM is the formative assessment. But you all know, each medical college, dental college, all teachers that the staff is not sufficient. If you want to conduct or give the small group teaching, as well as it's very difficult to give the feedback to each and every student. So that's the another thing. In medical college, batches are of 250 students. In some colleges, already shortage of the staff, and giving continuous staff, as I already told, is very critical task. It's now high time we change the narrative as assessment drives learning. It's the time to go back our ancient, that is wisdom of the Gurukuls, where the assessment was a part of everyday learning. So again, I already told in many of my sessions, I tell that we now say big words, English word, that the cognitive domain, affective domain, then our psychomotor domain. But in our ancient literature, it has already given that. So cognitive domain is the Dhyan mark, then psychomotor domain is the Karma mark, and affective domain is the Bhakti mark. So all these are in us, but as we know that 150 years English peoples were ruled us. That's why we are very fond of to take the words from them. But all these things are with us, and again, real time to go for the Gurukul system. So I always express my heart, my gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Lieutenant General Madhuri Kanitkar Madam, Param Visishta Seva Medal, Ati Visishta Seva Medal, Visishta Seva Medal. With her, without her support, I can't do anything. She has trusted on me, and I always feel proud to work under her. That's why all these initiatives, all these reforms has been happened. I'm also thankful to all the teachers of the affiliated MHS 600 colleges with their support, with their cooperation, whatever we are doing is not possible. And I'm also thankful to and I'm proud of my examination department. Whatever the initiative comes, they also, sir, we'll do that. And that's the spirit. And with their support, our teamwork is there. That's why we do it. Our Honorable VC Madam always say, don't use the word I. It's the we. It's the teamwork. So again, I'm very thankful to all the organizers, my former colleague, Dr. Rida ma'am, giving me the opportunity to speak, to take a session on this assessment topic. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So dear friends, I have been conveyed by the organizing committee that due to some logistic reasons, we do not have Professor Kadu online. Hence, there would be no questions taken in this session. With this, I'll thank Dr. Kadu for a very wonderful presentation and an extremely lucid presentation on assessment and very nicely differentiating between assessment and evaluation. I now hand over the session back to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would request Dr. Shalini Bhalla to kindly felicitate our chairperson. To continue with the program, the next speaker is Dr. Deepa Hansraj Dwivedi, who would be talking about sustaining environment, sharing experiences. The chairpersons are Dr. Mohammad Parvez sir and Dr. Reema Kumari ma'am. Can you please come? Dr. Mohammad Parvez Khan is Professor, Department of Anesthesiology and Core Committee Member, University Environment Department and Horticulture in charge of KGMU. His area of interest is transplant anesthesia. He is also NQAS, is a National Quality Assurance Standards Program of Government of India. He also looks after that program. Dr. Reema Kumari ma'am is Professor in the Department of Community Medicine and Public Health, KGMU, Lucknow. She is core committee member of UED KGMU with MBBS and MD from King George Medical University. And she also conducts the certificate course in healthcare waste management run by IGNU, New Delhi, with a teaching experience of more than 22 years. Welcome. Can I request one of you to please introduce our speaker for today?
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to introduce our speaker, Professor Deepa H. Dwivedi. Presently, she's working as professor in the Department of Horticulture, School of Agriculture, Science and Technology, BBA University. She has done MSc, PhD in Horticulture, GB Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Pantnagar. And her main research focus areas are horticulture, crop management, water chestnut, heavy metal, bioaccumulation in plants. And she has authored many national and international articles, books, and chapters. And she has received honors and award and also research grant. With these words, I welcome Professor Deepa Dwivedi and invite for the topic, Sustaining Environment, Sharing Experience. Welcome you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Before I begin, I would like to thank the Honorable Vice Chancellor, the faculty, and the members of the organizing committee for having given me this opportunity to present this talk here before you. So I think we are moving into a totally different domain, very far away from medical sciences, assessment, curriculum, etc. And I think we're moving towards social responsibility, talking about the environment and, more importantly, how we may sustain the environment. What are the techniques for making our efforts sustainable? So very importantly, this is a wake-up call. All of us need to realize that we're going downhill, and we're going downhill very fast. So first of all, this is what the environment is. This is not anything new to all of you. Till intermediate, all of us have studied it, and after that experienced it. So the environment comprises your atmosphere, the gases, what we are breathing, the hydrosphere, the water, and what we are drinking, the lithosphere or the soil, and the biosphere or the human component, the living component, which is contributing now to the environmental degradation to a great extent. So whatever our activities are then changing and modifying this environment in which we are living. And this, as a cyclical effect, would have an impact on our own health systems and our existence. So when we put in pollutants, when we put in effluents into the water, the hydrosphere gets changed, adapted. When we are throwing out spewing fumes into the atmosphere, then obviously the chlorofluorocarbons are polluting our atmosphere. When we're all these water sources are polluting the lithosphere, when we use these water sources for irrigation purposes, or the water which we utilize and then send back into the rivers. So slowly all these chemicals which we are throwing into our water are then being absorbed by the soil also. When we grow our crops on these soils, then in the food chain, these pollutants come back to us, the people who are feeding on these pollutants. So this is what the environment really is, and what is the what you call communication between the various components of the environment. What we are battling with most at the moment is the greenhouse effect leading to the global warming. So what is this greenhouse effect? Thanks to all the effluents which we are throwing out into the atmosphere, it has caused a global warming. It has caused an umbrella to be formed right around the globe, because of which the temperatures or the heat is not able to be sent back into space, thereby maintaining the temperatures around our Earth, leading to global warming. And this, of course, is one of the most detrimental factors which is affecting human life. What are the contributors to this global warming? What are the contributors to the greenhouse effect? So the industrial processes, the power stations, the transportation, which we are doing, the land use, the biomass burning, etc. It also a very small percentage, but the waste disposal, which we are contributing to the environment, is also, an important factor. So global warming has significant impacts. It's increasing the temperature. It's increasing the carbon dioxide levels. Carbon dioxide level increases are good as well as bad. They're bad because they lead to the warming effect, but they're good because they increase the photosynthesis activity and the productivity level of crops, thereby increasing production to be able to feed the growing population on the earth. But global warming is affecting precipitation, not in terms of the quantity of precipitation, but in terms of the distribution of precipitation. Glacial runoff is getting affected, which is increasing because of the global warming, increasing the levels of the rivers and the oceans, which again impacts human life. And then there is an interaction of all these elements which is happening. So what is climate? I don't need to explain all that, but climate change is happening. And what is happening is that all these patterns are getting altered. What is important is that we need to be sensitized that this is happening. Changes are happening in the environment. These changes are happening because of our lifestyle and our living methods. And therefore, we need to wake up to this situation. Global average temperature is just one measure of the impact of this global warming and what it is going to have on the human race per se. But so what is important is small temperature changes are going to result in very big changes overall if we don't wake up in time. So what are these ecological impacts which are happening because of our activities resulting in temperature change? Ecosystems are getting affected in terms of the temperature, rainfall, moisture. Like I said, the pH of the soils is getting affected, because of which the microbial populations existing in this soil would get affected. The crops which you are producing will get affected, and the quality of the crops which are being produced and which we are taking in will get affected. So it's an important thing. Then, as a result of climate change, biological activity is getting changed. Living in the mango belt, our forefathers used to get mango over a larger duration, larger period. Today, you will find that by the time June begins, mango starts rolling into the market, and by July end, mango is finished. A lot of this is because of the increased temperature and because of the changing patterns of production. So these changes are getting expressed in the crops, also in the physiology of human beings. It's an important thing. The phytometabolite status of our crops, the bioactive phytometabolites responsible for contributing towards human health when we consume nutrients. So these bioactive phytometabolites in forms of nutraceuticals are also getting modified in their expression, in their quantity, and so many other ways. Therefore, it becomes important that environment should be managed. Other evidences of climate changes are glaciers are retreating very fast. Siachen, they say, has moved a lot towards the Pakistan side, wearing away. Now, there are changes even over the oceans. Our oceans are getting warmer, more in the northern hemisphere than in the southern, possibly because the land masses and human existence is more in the northern hemisphere as compared to the southern. So all the marine ecosystem is getting affected. There is a recent level in the recent rise in sea levels, also in the levels of the rivers. There is an increasing duration of warm nights, and the cold nights are decreasing. We wonder why I'm telling you all these things. We need to understand that all these things are impacting human health. In the medical fraternity, we are talking a lot about how we are going to be curing our, the population. Can we mitigate problems by maybe, managing our environment better is something that we need to worry about. So similarly, the precipitation is decreasing. You may not have heard of cloudbursts of the kind that we have heard recently over Badrinath, Kedarnath. And I remember of a major cloudburst even up north in Ladakh, which is basically a cold arid region, and which actually washed away a major part of the Leh city. Similar cloudbursts and landslides, mountain slides are happening all the time in the Uttaranchal area. So this is something which is important. Global changes occur because of the local impacts. Every unit is contributing to these environmental changes, and this is having a global impact. So this is important. Why is this happening? This is happening because our growth processes have played very scant attention towards replenishing and giving back to the earth and to the environment, what we have been taking back from it. We haven't replenished our natural resources, whether it is in terms of water, whether it is in terms of air, or even if it is in terms of soil. Indiscriminate technological developments have been happening. We need to wake up to it. We need to do something to stop this. Therefore, the indications of global warming and climate change need to be taken seriously. What is this vicious cycle of climate change that is happening? This temperature rise is automatically going to have an immediate impact on the human systems and on the other, biological systems in terms of food, water resources, the biodiversity, human settlements, and most importantly, human health. Although the biological systems are constantly adapting themselves to these changes which are occurring. However, all these impacts which are happening on the human systems and the, the society are going to be affecting the socio-economic development that is taking place. Now, this is reciprocal. The socio-economic development in terms of technology, population, governance, management is also going to impact the human and the natural systems. So this is a reciprocal effect. But now these socio-economic development pathways obviously result in a lot of emissions, a lot of pollutants which are causing environmental degradation. And then this environmental degradation leads to a climate change. And so the vicious cycle goes on. And we become a part of this vicious cycle. And we don't want to step out of it. We don't want to take cognizance of this and not talk about mitigating this at all. The impact of climate change is happening in terms of regional weather changes, which is affecting the microbial contamination pathways, transmission dynamics, the agro ecosystems, and the socio-economic demographies affecting health systems. So what do we need to do? We need to have research systems. We need to have certain adaptations which we can enforce. And we need to have certain policies where we can mitigate the environmental effects. G20 recently with India under the presidency of India, recently the ECSWG has discussed on this very important issue. And points which have come up are that land degradation needs to be arrested. How can that be done is something which needs to be thought about. Biodiversity needs to be enriched. At the moment, let me tell you, we are concentrating, if we talk about horticulture, we are concentrating majorly only on 7 fruit crops as far as research is concerned, as far as cultivation is concerned. So we are talking about mango, we are talking about citrus, which is the oranges, limes, and lemons. We are talking about bananas, grapes, but nowhere are we talking about the underutilized fruit crops like the jamun, falsa, if I talk only about India. And it is these crops which are actually the repositories of the bioactive phytometabolites, which would, be a supporting factor in all the good work that our medical fraternity is doing. So we need to talk about enriching our biodiversity. Every country has its own niche biodiversity, which it can enrich and it should enrich. And we need to accelerate the ecosystem restoration. And that is where kudos to KGMU under its flagship program of environment, where you are talking about greening of the campus and the other green initiatives. So that is one method where we can talk about the restoration of the ecosystem by, incorporating certain techniques along with education or along with part of, teaching, where we can sensitize our students. We can we can organize programs of actually, plantation drives or water management systems, or initiating and setting up water harvesting plants, use of solar energy, which you are already doing in institutions. In this way, we can talk about restoration of our ecosystems and, judicious utilization of our natural resources, which would lead to promoting a sustainable and a resilient climate. They talk about, the G20 talks about blue economy, but which is basically about the marine ecosystem. But let's not restrict ourselves to that. As soon as we have a sustainable environment, we have a vibrant and a thriving ecosystem all through, not just the marine ecosystem. So resource efficiency and setting up a circular economy is perhaps the key to be able to developing a sustainable environment for our coming generations. And what is this circular economy? It concentrates on reusing, repairing, refurbishing, primarily recycling. So what is important is we understand, our students understand. While we teach medicine, we also teach our students that to use judiciously, to conserve resources, to recycle to the best of our capacity is what needs to be done. So existing materials and products should be reused to a greater extent so that their life can be extended. And they're not just adding to making, not just adding to becoming a dump on our earth, not just becoming a burden on the earth, is something that we need to understand. We as human beings can contribute primarily by moderating our approaches in agriculture through better water management practices, whether we are talking about water harvesting and replenishing the soil groundwater, whether we are talking about use of modern techniques of watering, even at a home scale level, rather than watering with a pipe, maybe we could use micro irrigation systems, set up drip irrigation or sprinkler irrigation, which uses less water. Or even if we talk about remediation of the water which we have used. So even at hospital levels, all the effluents which you are using up, all the liquid effluents could be recycled and could be remediated by the various techniques, whether microbial, whether phytoremediation, whether chemical remediation, or any other method. And thus it would add. So then energy sources, we should be using more of the new renewable energy resources rather than depending upon fossil fuels, rather than depending upon many other methods. Transportation, in our university, we have a very nice system where we say a no vehicle day on Wednesday. So that one day, nobody in the university uses their vehicles and they come and park it in one parking area. And after that, either we move on foot or we have e-rickshaws plying in the university, which the faculty and the students use. So in this way, we contribute one little bit towards trying to, conserve this. Pollution remediation, I've already told you about. Biological conservation is a very important aspect. Now, some food for thought, please, we need to understand. I remember when I was studying in class 12th, we studied that the composition of the atmosphere was 21% oxygen and 330 parts per million of carbon dioxide. Today, we have reached 421 parts per million. And this carbon dioxide is a major contributor towards global warming. Also, this increase in carbon dioxide, again, is a major reason or major a repercussion of global warming. So it's a two-pronged devil, which we have to be careful about. So we have to somehow talk about carbon sequestration, and the best method is plantation. Increasing green cover across the globe is the only method of overcoming a lot of these hazards which are happening. So afforestation and reforestation is perhaps the only answer. So widespread plantation drives, not only plantation drives, even the selection of plants which you are planting is important. I'd like to draw your attention to this point. Today you will see cities city development, smart cities, they're putting up ornamental trees in like Gulmohar, like Kanak Champa. Aap Shahid Path par jaiye, you will see one particular area of, that Gomti Nagar stretch where they have only Kanak Champa. So I'm not saying Kanak Champa is not good. I'm not saying Gulmohar is not good. But what is more important is that these species are more ornamental rather than useful and beneficial for these factors of changing the environment or remediating the environment. So the selection of our crops should be important. Kanak Champa does not give us any shade. It does not give us any organic matter which rejuvenates our soil. So which are the crops that we should talk about? You may have seen our highways in the older days used to have plants like pakad, ficus glomerata, gular. All right. It used to have banyan trees. We used to have peepal trees. So these are crops which are, number one, throwing back oxygen into the atmosphere. It's increasing the soil moisture level because it has the tendency to develop a jal kalash at its roots. So it increases the groundwater level, and therefore the choice of crops becomes very important when we go in for a plantation drive, even at institutional levels, right? Even in a room like this, we have various pollutants. In this closed room, we have pollutants. Maybe we may feel there are no pollutants here, but there are. So we need to have ornamental plants here, maybe, yes. Plants like the syngoniums that this committee is giving as mementos. So syngonium is a very good plant which absorbs aerosols. Then areca palms, sansevieria, peace lily, pothos. All these plants are very beneficial, and they could be used for, improving the internal environments in your hospitals to improve the mental status and to provide a little bit of psychological, benefits. You could have plants somewhere. I mean, I'm not an authority on that. I cannot say that what impact that would have on your patients and your the other important, parameters which you take care of in hospitals. But yes, so not going into too much detail, what is most important is planting of trees is important. I will leave you with this last slide, which tells you the difference of temperature under a tree where there is soil, where there is grass in shade, gravel under the shade of a tree, asphalt or your road in shade of a tree. And on the other side, technological development that we are very fast moving into, 67 degrees centigrade on the asphalt, 60 degrees on the sidewalk, and 42 degrees centigrade on the grass. So please wake up. Every one of you plant a tree. In our university, any occasion, in every occasion, whether it is Independence Day, whether it is Republic Day, whether it is Buddha Jayanti, whether it is, anything, we go in for a plantation drive, and we have a plantation pakhwada where every faculty, our vice chancellor, every student is doing that. We talk about Mata Bhumi, Putroham Prithvya. So the earth is like our mother, and we must deal with it like a son would. So please take care of your earth through the initiative, through your green initiative. Let us save our environment. There are various techniques. Waste management is one. Segregation of the waste, sensitization of students towards waste management is something. We do a lot of vermicomposting with the leaf litter that we collect from under trees. We do composting, biodynamic composting. That is some initiative which can be taken. Then water harvesting, I already told you, renewable energy resources may be used. And that is it. Who is at risk of climate change? Please, everybody, everywhere. So that is it. Thank you so much. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
No questions. Thank you, madam, for drawing our attention to this utmost importance issue. I will be continuously taking your help in improving the atmosphere and the environment of KGMU. Actually, your talk can be summarized only in one sentence. Whatever we are doing to the environment today, it will do to us tomorrow. Okay? So thank you again for this talk, and we'll keep on.
May I comment?
So among the 17 goals, 7 goals are being set for the climate, for sustaining the environment, like climate action, recycling plastic, then life below sea, life on land, right? And affordable and efficient energy. So out of 17 goals, 7 goals are for the sustenance of the environment change. Right. So every country is working on the action plan regarding the environment. Thank you so much.
Just a small comment. I also couldn't stop myself. Healthcare industry contributes the most to the greenhouse effect. Carbon footprint are the highest for the health industry. If you combine aviation industry and the shipping industry, combined we are higher. I see, because I am a surgeon. So any case, we generate a large amount of disposable waste. Tremendous amount. The small surgeries, everyone is wearing gloves and taking out in 1 minute. पहना उतारा, किसी को कहा कैथेटर निकाल दो पेशेंट का, तुरंत एक नई सिरिंज खोली, खड़ाक से कैथेटर निकाला. The bucket gets 5-6 bucket, one case. All disposable gowns, everything disposable. We are, the OTs, all are air conditioned, 24 hours, so many lights. One surgery that you do, the patient comes 5 times from Gonda, visits 2 people coming from Gonda just for one surgery. The day of surgery, 5 attendants are there, traveled from Gonda to KGMC. So they are coming for follow-up. So one surgery you are doing, the amount of greenhouse effect that we are generating is tremendous. So just a small point that I thought I'll share. Thank you.
Yeah. So moving forward. Moving forward, we have the next talk by Dr. Nirmala Rege on quality medical education challenges in CBME. The chairpersons for this session would be Dr. Ranjit Kumar Patil and Dr. Vimla Venkatesh. Ma'am, before we start, we need to felicitate our speaker. I would request the chairpersons to kindly felicitate the speaker. Now I request our Dean, Dr. Apul Goyal sir, to kindly felicitate our chairpersons. Plans for the UAD people of our university. We owe you for saving our environment and for reducing the carbon footprint that we generate. Decrease. Reducing, it is a synonym. Okay. So for the next session, I would request the chairpersons to kindly come forward, Dr. Ranjit Kumar Patil, sir, and Dr. Vimla Venkatesh. I would just read out the brief about Dr. Ranjit Kumar Patil is currently the Dean of Faculty of Dental Sciences, KGMU, and Professor and Head in Department of Oral Medicine and Radiology. He has more than 20 years of undergraduate and postgraduate teaching experience. Welcome, sir. Dr. Vimla Venkatesh is professor in the Department of Microbiology, and he has done her MBBS and MD, both from AFMC Pune. I request ma'am to please introduce our speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Apul, and the entire IQAC, very, very active IQAC team for allowing us to be present here. I'm really honored to be introducing Dr. Nirmala Rege. She has been one of the pioneers in medical education. In brief about her, she's a professor in the Department of Pharmacology, Eras Medical College, and she is a professor emeritus in the Department of Pharmacology and Therapeutics at the Seth GS Medical College and KM Hospital, Mumbai. Among her many professional achievements, she has done her MD and DNB and PhD in pharmacology, and she's a FAMA fellow from Philadelphia in 2015. She's the executive committee member and past president of Academy of Health Professions for Educators. And this is one of our august medical education bodies in the country. She's the advisor and past president, South Asian College, an affiliate of the American College of Clinical Pharmacology. She's a member of many expert groups, among them the UG-MEB, and she's an advisor to MEU India. She's the author of Pharmacology and Pharmacotherapeutics and Practical Pharmacology for Medical Students, and a co-editor in The Art of Teaching Medical Students, and SLOs in Pharmacology. She is the editorial board member of Medical Education and Research, Theory, Practice, Publication, and Scholarship. She has more than 125 publications in national and international journals and 22 chapters in book on research methodology, medical education, and Ayurveda. We welcome you, madam, to enlighten us on today's topic.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're perfectly audible.
Thank you. Thank you for that kind introduction. And at the outset, I thank Dr. Sonia Nityanand, Honorable Vice Chancellor of King George Medical University, and IQAC team, Dr. Apul, Dr. Rameshwari, the organizers of this wonderful national symposium, and for inviting me for that. I will be very brief in my talk, and may not require even 25 minutes. Now, as Dr. Tejinder mentioned, we in India launched the competency-based medical education in 2019 with a potential to realign our medical education with the societal expectation. We expected to improve the way the students were trained earlier. And the Indian medical graduate, as we call it as IMG, will be the end product with mastery in the stipulated competencies. And he mentioned the competencies in various competencies, which not only have the knowledge domain or the skill domain, but also the attitude, values, communication on. And now it is 5 years, and the first batch of graduates are out and subsequent batches are also running. And this is a time where we should see the problems and challenges which are faced by the major stakeholders. And why should we do that? Because it is having problems and challenging is exhausting to everyone, all the stakeholders. They are very, very stressful. And the competencies will ultimately become a list, some disorganized, inactivate, to-do list, rather than seeing the essence of those competencies. And we may not get that desired end product what we wanted, as mentioned by Dr. Tejinder. And ultimately, there will be aversion amongst the students towards the education. And that will hamper the quality of the medical education. And that's why it is important to identify, characterize, prioritize, if possible, these challenges, which may themselves then later on people can think over it, and that can provide insight into solution. And when we are not the only one who are thinking about the problems and challenging, wherever the CBME was in place world over, the challenges have been faced, and they have people have tried to overcome them. And this is in 2017 in Medical Teacher, an article was there and which discuss these challenges in worldwide. But we will not going into the all. They have said there are 4 overarching challenges, but we will concentrate mainly on the need to establish the culture of mutual accountability for the achievement of the defined outcomes. Because the rest of the things having the need to establish expected outcome, having the purposeful alignment of the medical education, delivery of healthcare, and all these things have been taken care of our regulatory body. Now, who will be the responsible for that culture of mutual accountability? So naturally, the stakeholders, and our stakeholders are the regulatory body, the policymakers, definitely the students, teachers, administrators, but as well as the patients and the community. And we have to remember that when we are thinking of the stakeholders and talking about our curriculum, there is a continuous rapid changes in the healthcare delivery system today also. And because this curriculum came in 2019. There are changing expectations of the patient, society, policymakers, and who are demanding greater value in healthcare. And there is a change cultural and behavioral patterns of patients, communities, and all the stakeholders. It's not just the patient and communities. So now if we look at the regulatory body, the erstwhile Medical Council of India and today's National Medical Commission, we have documents on the competency list. There are 3 volumes are there. We have a booklet for newer initiative, and that is whatever they are displayed already at the NMC website about the early clinical exposure, foundation course, logbook, ATCOM, skill training, pandemic training modules, etc. And there are faculty development programs are also in place at regional and nodal centers of NMC to prepare the faculty for the kind of training they were to impart. And these are both the training the trainers, the MU and curriculum committee members, as well as the other faculty members as well. And there is a support which is extended through this curriculum implementation support program, CISP. So compared to the years when I was a teacher and when I was and before that I was a student, in the recent times, that the last entire decade and so, there is an unprecedented hand-holding by the regulatory body. Now, the challenge is since 2019, I've seen many articles which have come, which are giving us the Indian context, and they have mentioned number of challenges. So what I'm going to talk is not my own opinions, but there is a evidence which is there in the literature. Now, this is either from the critical appraisal of the curriculum in individual subjects, or the perception studies, or the interventional studies carried out by people, or the evaluation of the educational initiatives, and also the editors. And there is a challenges are multifaceted. So more than 20 articles I could get, and there may be more. So let's talk basically about the student, teachers, and administrators, what challenges they have faced and what has been reported in the literature. So many that students, they have appreciated many initiatives, as I see from those perception studies, the EC integration skill training. But unfortunately, when CBME was introduced in 2019, from 2020, the pandemic started, and later on also, we have to decrease the phase to bring back the cycle to normalcy. The time spent in each phase was decreased. And this, at the same time, we have to remember the content was not decreased to suit the available time. And therefore, the first principle of that CBME is that responsibility of learning to be shared. And then that means the students have the equal responsibility. But you know, in India, since our school education, rote learning is a norm. And then no one is taught from the early age to take the charge of their own learning. And when they enter the medical course or program, it becomes difficult to change immediately and start taking their own responsibility of their own learning. So because that is a voluminous content and they can't take the responsibility of their own learning, students have found that it is stressful and time consuming, the current curriculum. This is a list of various challenges. I will not go through each and every one later on. I will pick up someone. I told you about the large amount of content in too little time. The timetables are very rigid and packed, and the students say there is no space for breathing. There are too many assignments, but the revision they want to do leisurely is not possible. And they do certain work without knowing the relevance and without training. And for example, reflection writing or self-directed learning, at very few places, they have been told about it and the faculty is also aware about it. And the feedback, which has been expected by the student, is many times it is not received. They find the maintenance of logbook is cumbersome. There is a lack of mentoring, and actually mentoring and feedback are the backbones of our CBMU. And there is an assessment burden. Now, this assessment burden is again not our issue. And there is an article published in Academic Medicine in 2023. They have also has dealt with the assessment burden in the CBME. And the authors have taken out different themes and the sub-themes, and some of them like the disparate mental model of assessment process in CBME, the challenges of workplace-based assessment process, and the challenges of performance review and decision-making. And it was mainly for the postgraduate course where the CBME was there. But many things which I feel that they can be related to our undergraduate program. And I'm talking mainly about our undergraduate program. So there are the variable scale interpretation. We find that the performance standards which are not shared many times, they are not, as Dr. Tejinder said, it is not even criterion referenced yet. The direct observation is missing. Timeliness of the assessment completion is not there. Documentation of the performance is not there. Feedback quality, forget about the quality, feedback is not given. And monitoring of the performance or the committee who can take decision is sometimes that committee is not existing. So our students also feel there are too many assessments. The faculty they are learning and they're trying to implement newer assessment method, but these varied methods of assessment the students are not exposed to. And there is no wrong in CBME to have multiple assessments or different kinds of assessment. That is a rule. But the students have to be trained for those. And otherwise, they feel very much challenged. And there is an article again which was published recently in 2024, which are the challenges which are faced during OSCE. So we have to take a cognizance of all these things. What is the end result? The students often not turn up for classes or they don't even undergo those assessment tests. And as someone said, the formative assessment is not given value by the students. This is actually the article which is in praise by Dr. Gitanjali, and she allowed me to use some of the things. You can see here, they have made a chart in that this is how many number of assessment. And mind you, these are not formative assessment. These are the ones which have been stipulated in our assessment booklet as internal assessment. There are terminal examination and the clinical examination in the ward, and when the student is in the particular phase, the assessment, internal assessment in the non-exam subject. So you can see the last column towards your right, and you can see that there are total assessment that varies from 33 to 29. And sometimes they occur one after the another or in a stretch of some 10 days, and the students find it very, very difficult and they don't pay attention to those assessments. Let's talk about the teachers. As I said earlier, the faculty development programs are in place since 2009. That time we started the basic course, then it became revised basic course. And then in 2014, the advanced course was started by the regulators. We have two types of faculties now. We can see two extremes. One, despite this training, the faculty are ignorant and they show apathy towards training. There is a reluctance to use the active learning strategies as expected. And maybe they are not very confident about their personal skills, their their knowledge. We don't know the reason. This is all expressed in this article, but they are not applying whatever they have learned in practice. And there is, on the other extreme, there is a faculty which will attempt to apply whatever they are learned new in practice. And in that bargain, they don't train their students. They are not also sometimes very clear about what they are doing. And recently, I'm reviewing with Dr. Medha Joshi, Dr. Chinmay, the papers which are being published on educational research in India. And we have found many a times the terminologies which are used by the teachers, and still those articles have got published. That is another thing, are not proper. So there is their over enthusiasm of the faculty is also burdening the student. The teachers face n number of challenges. Though we say the responsibility is shared by the student, ultimately the entire responsibility, the brunt is borne by the teachers. And they have to handle a large number of students with limited faculty, and everyone's experience is like that. And there is a time management because there is a content duration mismatch, which I said. We teachers play a multiple roles, and those roles are now expanded in recent, like as a pharmacologist, I may have a responsibility of pharmacovigilance center. I may be a part of the MEU unit. I may be a part of a curriculum committee, or I may be involved in the family adoption program. N number of things are coming up. And we are also teaching other courses because most of the universities have physiotherapy department, pharmacy department, nursing department. And for that, the basic sciences or sometimes the clinical subjects are taught by medical teachers. And there is no norm in our medical, GMR, that we can't teach. The medical college teachers should only teach for which they are appointed. So we are teaching the other courses. And when we are teaching the other courses, their assignments and their assessment becomes our work. Many institutions have poor infrastructure. There is a lack of material, equipment, and which are needed to support the active learning approaches. And the time spent in arranging those logistics. Take an example of small group discussion. It is very, very difficult. There is a difficulties in coordination when we are talking about the integration between different clinical departments and the patient. And there are too many assessments and assignments to mark. There is a large amount of documentation, though documentation is important, and there is a constant change of directions from the NMC. So I will take only two or three. The class size and the student teacher ratio. The principle of CBME is the individualized learning as per the needs of the learners. But where is the time? It was a NMC and government decision to improve the doctor-patient ratio, and that's why many newer colleges have come up and the number has increased. Means in my previous college, we never asked ours is a municipal college, we never asked for the 250 students. But the day in 2009, we were assigned 250 students. And that has indirectly affected the teacher-student ratio because as per the document, we had for 250 students, 12 teachers are given. So there is a steady rise of medical colleges having 250 students, and the student-teacher ratio has become 1:21. Whereas when I was a student, it used to be 1:10. And this crowded classroom, all of you are familiar with. And the continuous movement of faculty will go to the newly established colleges. So the faculty and student interaction also suffers a lot. I already talked about the taking small group discussion, but when we have to take it for 250, students, then the energy which is spent in planning, preparing that venues, infrastructure for those lessons. And I have seen colleges having the small group discussions in a group of 75 to 150 students. So is the purpose served? The affordability, one may say that you can use the technological support and have it. There is no need to have that rooms and you can have go online. But affordability of technological advances also to remain connected with the students, either during or after class, is also a problem. Some people are using these techniques, but it is not affordable. All the students don't stay in the college hostel. They may not have the computers at home, and there is a lack of internet connectivity. There is a talk by Dr. Farzana later on after my talk on the skill lab, but functionality of the skill labs in many institute is also a question mark. There is a room designated, there are high fidelity mannequins are there, but whether the students are using it. And ultimately what happens, there is a faculty fatigue, which leads to the disinterest in the implementation of the activities. There are challenges pertaining to curriculum. Means though I said that there is a competency list, I know we have to remember, as Dr. Tejinder said, competencies are incremental and there is a gradual honing expected. So there should be a backward planning. The exit competency are mentioned, and there should be a linkage to the competencies to the individual department and to individual lessons. And the content should be relevant to that. But that relevance is not there. I have seen for my own subject, we have prescription writing as a certifiable skill in second MBBS. So the 5 prescriptions have been mentioned for the common clinical condition. But when we were going through these volumes for the online prescribing skill course by ICMR, with the 15 Rationale youth medicine centers in India, everyone went through those volumes. And to our surprise, we didn't find the prescribing competency in everywhere for all the common condition. It was not mentioned. And anyone can go through that and see it. Even in the subject like medicine, very few prescribing competencies have been mentioned. And for the surgical courses, there is a lot of stress on the skills, but not on the prescription. Surgeons prescribe, don't they prescribe? Don't they prescribe antibiotics and all? But they are not mentioned as a competency. So we don't know whether those achievement competence, when it is not mentioned, whether anyone is taking efforts. Secondly, it has been mentioned in one of the articles that family adoption program, some of the skills which are mentioned for the first year are beyond their capacity. Those competencies are not achieved in the first year. There are articles on the specific subject, community medicine, biochemistry, pharmacology, or this thing, and the problems which are identified are there is a lack in the alignment between the content what is expected as an exit competency, which are linked to the roles. There is a progressive sequencing of the competencies and their developmental markers is not seen, and performance standards are not specified. It is 50% past 60. There is a constant revision in curriculum by NMC, and maybe at times it was required, but it was very frequent, like duration of the subject, number of assessment, one paper in microbiology, then again it became 2, timing of summative examination of particular subject, duration of elective, change in the marks of requirement for passing. And so there are additions to the this curriculum before everyone settles with this new CBME. There were pandemic and they were done with good intention. There is the purpose for with which they were introduced, no one can question about it. But introduction of pandemic models, family adoption, research, yoga, that is increasing the volume. And then the documentation is also, because we have to write from the lesson plans till what we are doing in the skill lab, everything has been documented. And like everywhere for accreditation, everywhere it is a rule. What is not documented is considered as not done. But sometimes I wonder whether what is documented, whether it is done or whether it is not done. In the assessment also, Dr. Tejinder mentioned about in detail about it has to be ongoing assessment with progressive reviews, with constructive, supplemented by constructive feedback, and the continuous, that we reinforce the continuous process of learning. But the family, what is a faculty perception? There is a lack of uniformity in assessment, lack of resources, the training is insufficient, and there is an assessment burden for the faculty too. There is no time to give feedback. Forget about the individual feedback. And the assessment of reflections and SDL is also not properly done. For pharmacology, I was invited for a webinar on the assessment of reflection. And to my surprise, the organizers told me, Madam, you please talk on the reflections as well also, how to write reflection, because many of the faculty members are not done. But these are the things which have been done at a basic level, course level. And the administrators, they are mainly responsible for making the program visible, providing optimal resources, and they are responsible for the effectiveness on impact of the education program. But they too face with many administrative and logistic challenges. There is a faculty shortage, the demotivated faculty, lack of resources. Many times they have to get the funding from the higher authority, from the management. There is an overcrowding in the OPDs, OTs, and labor room. There are logistic issues that hamper training. And there is a poor footfall in private institution hospitals. And the assessment, there is an examiner dropout at last moment is very, very common. And the quality of examination suffers because of that. There is a report on barriers to recruitment, onboarding, and retention faculty in Government Medical College of India. This was done under the research stream of Niti Aayog. And it has mentioned there is a faculty shortage in basic sciences, which we know like subjects like anatomy and the clinical subjects like forensic medicine or radiology. But it is a 35 to 45% shortage at assistant and associate professor level in government colleges. And faculty doesn't consider that there is a job opportunity, I should take it. They do consider many other factors. Where is the geographical location of the medical college? Whether what will be the living condition, whether my students will get good schooling, whether my wife will get a job. So all these considerations are there, and for the colleges which are at the remote places, it is very difficult to get the faculty. The transfer do occur in the government college and mainly at the time of inspection, and we have also seen it. And there is a change of job when the newer college is getting established. And the students, I mentioned this, there is an overcrowding. You can imagine 250 students per batch. That means from second year to final year, and the interns, there are 1,000 undergraduate medical students going to the OPD, wards, operation theater, labor room. And plus there are nursing, paramedical, and postgraduate students. Now, many colleges have been taking NABH accreditation, and those standards for infection control are very, very stringent. So this is infection control with so many people becomes extremely challenging, and also that will increases the financial burden. And it is not possible to permit students or interns in the expected number to enter the OTs or ICUs for direct observation. There are another problem is in the medical legal autopsy, maybe mainly faced by the private medical colleges, because students have to attend there. It is many states that don't permit medical or legal autopsies by private medical colleges, and students have to attend the government medical colleges. And government medical colleges definitely charge for the permitting this activity. The second thing is the family adoption program, the transporting large number of students to the area, then adequately supervising it. And mainly the main problem, there are many stories about this, but mainly it's that there are families who are not welcoming the students and they are not interested, because we should understand the communities have also changed. They want to know what's in it for them before they are ready to interact with the students, and they don't want the students to get interacted with them. And the time allotment for the AdCom and pandemic modules, they are fixed. And sometimes just 1 hour is given for the introduction of the case, which is not required. And that is not left to the individual institution to decide. Everything is already prescribed. And there are bed occupancy is also a problem in private medical college, because ultimately it is patient's decision. So that results in a poor footfall. The many patients opt for the free care in the government hospital. Sometimes free ambulances are also arranged, and there are nexus with the corporate hospitals. And the many surgeries today are daycare procedure in many of the specialties. You consider cataract by ophthalmology departments, or many procedures in the ENT, even surgery department. And patients prefer for the OPD treatment, mainly for the pediatric patients or dermatology patients. And it is very difficult to show the real cases to all students during their tenure. It is not possible. You may not get enough in your ward. And there are difficulties in getting assessors, as I said, especially faculty in the clinical subject, because they are teaching as well as they are running their own clinics. So if they have to leave their own college and go to the another state, that will be a loss to them. They won't be able to see their patients if their exam goes for 4 or 5 days period. There are last minute dropouts, and that administrator has to hunt for that. And when you get an examiner from a last minute and with some compromises, the quality of the examination is going to be low. And already Dr. Sandeep Kadu talked about this assessment blueprinting. MEHS has done a great job, but many institutions, they don't have an assessment blueprinting. So the current CBME curriculum, from the point of view of students, faculty, and administrator, it's a highly prescriptive curriculum. Everything is over there, and there is a lack of flexibility. Many times a one-size-fits-all approach is used, and then it is more focused on the process rather than the outcome quality. And we have to address ultimately these concerns and challenges. And some steps have been taken by the NMC. I have seen that whatever the recommendations we have been made in those articles, like one was someone has mentioned mentorship program should be there, and the NMC has got the mentorship program. The feedback form which we are filling after curriculum committee meeting, which will be helpful for the rapid program evaluation, which is also considered as one of the important thing in this article by Hall et al. But one has to listen actively to to these challenges. And some expert consultation is needed for the individual institution to adhere to the new initiatives, because everyone is trying, maybe at the different level, but how we can do it in the best possible manner, that has to be as a collaborative approach, more like a dialogue and with the flexibility. It may not be possible to bring uniformity across the medical institutions in the country. We have got more than 700, Madam showed, Nityanand Madam showed 706 colleges. But every institution will have their own pace for getting adapted to the new format, which should be allowed. The progress should be watched, no doubt, but the care should be taken that there is no complete stagnation. What is most important to understand is that there should be the efforts from everyone, from the faculty, from the student, from the administrator. But the most important thing is a safe and conducive environment for interaction between college administrator and NMC. And when this is lacking, when the administrators feel whether to go and talk to the NMC authority or not, or what they will think about the college, then the whole thing collapses. And these are the references. These are the more than 20 articles. And then I found there are two interesting articles. One I mentioned by Hall, and the second is by Hopkins and et al. About what are the concerns and challenges one can get during CBME. And I think that could be useful for everyone. And I would like to express my gratitude towards Dr. Gitanjali, Dr. Kadambari, and Dr. Devdatta, because they have sent one paper for publication, which is yet to be, still under the review process and likely to get accepted. But they allowed me to use the data which they had mentioned in their paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam, for that really wonderful talk. I think you very, very comprehensively covered all aspects of the challenges we are facing. I believe there are some questions online. Would you like to take them, ma'am?
Yeah.
There are no questions online. Offline, if anybody has a question. Ma'am, I think the audience has really benefited from your talk. I had just one small question for you. Do you think just one very small question. Do you think our curriculum has become too prescriptive and that is the reason we are facing these challenges?
Yeah, that is what I think. That is what I mentioned also. It is very prescriptive and some flexibility should be given to the institution to which like I say, for the AdCom models and the modules and the pandemic modules, the institution can plan that part, how to cover that hours which have been stipulated and which we have to show in the timetable. I really sometimes wonder whether people are using that for what they have mentioned, or they are using it for some other things also. So there becomes that lack of transparency there.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. And I hope everybody has benefited from your talk. I'll ask Dr. Rameshwari to conclude the session.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a pleasure hearing from you. And I think we will move on to the next talk. Before that, let's felicitate our chairpersons for this session. May I request Dr. Appal sir to felicitate our chairpersons? Moving further, the next talk is by Dr. Farzana Mehendi on facilitating skill lab learning processes and experiences. The chairpersons, I request the chairpersons to please come forward. Professor Mala Kumar, she's in charge NICU Nodal Officer of Comprehensive Lactation Management Center and State Newborn Resource Center and President UP NNF with more than 40 publications. Professor Samir Mishra, sir, is here. I think Professor Samir Mishra, sir. पीछे बैठे सर टीवी वाले sitting नहीं okay. So ma'am, can you please introduce the speaker for us?
A very good afternoon to everyone. And it's a pleasure to introduce Professor Dr. Farzana Mehendi today for this program. And she is a former fellow, GSMC Mumbai 2013. Madam is the Pro Vice Chancellor of IRA University in Lucknow. She is also the Director Academics there. And she is the Director of the Department of Personalized and Molecular Medicine in IRA University. She is the Academic Dean of the American University of Barbados also. And she is General Secretary of the Society for Allied Health and Healthcare Professionals, Education Research, Indian Society of Personalized Medicine. She's got more than 150 papers to her credit, and which have been published in various national and international journals. And she has pioneered the clinical skills lab in IRA. And it's only recently that I got to know about this wonderful skills lab that you have there from people who came from outside. Being in Lucknow, we didn't know. So it would be a pleasure to listen to you.
So good afternoon, everyone. At the beginning, I would like to express my gratitude to Professor Nityanand, Honorable Vice Chancellor KGMU, Dr. Rameshwari, who's the organizing secretary, and the entire organizing team for giving me this platform today in this national conference. Since morning, we've been listening to various talks being delivered by stalwarts in the field of medical education. And as you all must have seen in those talks, that they are trying to talk about the CBME curriculum, which was implemented in 2019. And now the first batch is just going to go out in the field and start the practice. So we really, at this time, we need to sit back and have a, kind of a feel as to what has been achieved and what has not been, we are not able to do it as expected. And we have seen by various the talks given by Dr. Tejinder Singh. He talked about the role of assessment, role of evaluation by Dr. Kadu, and then Dr. Nirmala Rege ma'am, who is also my teacher and mentor. She is very, very well, tried to bring so many aspects about the CBME curriculum, and in such short a span of time, a person of that stature only could, fill, or give you so many points in such short span of time. I have been given this duty to talk about facilitating skill lab learning, which has become a very, very integral part of the CBME curriculum. Today, I'll be talking about the processes and the experiences which we had while we were trying to establish and run the clinical skill lab at ERA University, ERA's Lucknow Medical College. So the learning objectives, just as I told you, that understand the principle of facilitating clinical skill lab learning, and also to discuss the strategies to overcome challenges in implementation of this skill lab training. So very briefly, I would like all of you to take through this journey, which I took as part of a FAMER Fellow 2013 GSMC Mumbai, when I took up the curriculum implementation project. That was implementation of clinical skills training as part of MBBS curriculum using clinical skills lab. That was 2013 when this project was approved, and we embarked on this journey for creating a skill lab and also starting the training. And not only starting the training, after 2 years of the completion of this, we also had to implement it, and this training had to become part of the curriculum of the medical students. By that time, as you all know, there was no mention of clinical skills training through clinical skills lab. It was just taking shape. As you all see that as part of the Vision 2015 document, it had said that skill training is going to come up, and we all need to be having a skill lab specifically for the training of our medical students. So the clinical skill lab was established in 2013. And then here you see the timetable where we tried to implement it into the curriculum of the first year students, because the clinical skills which we took at that time was intramuscular injection. And Department of Anatomy was given this charge to take this initiative of training the students. And then you see 2015, the second skill was also implemented, that was nasogastric tube insertion. So all this you all are hearing since morning, and all of you are aware. But as I am talking about skill, so this was the skill document which was published by NMC, and it had all the necessary information for starting the clinical skill training, establishing the lab, having talked about the competencies and the skills which are important for that particular competency. Everything was mentioned in the document, which shows the training. So as far as the skills are concerned, most of the time we talk about the skills as part of the psychomotor domain, especially the clinical skills, procedural skills. But of late, it has been recognized that the skill training cannot only be the psychomotor domain. It has to cover all the domains, be it cognitive, psychomotor, or affective domain. So for the intellectuals or the cognitive domain, as very rightly today pointed out by Dr. Tejinder Singh, that we are just training the students for clinical skills, procedural skills, and so many other things. But we are not sure whether at the end of it, can they diagnose a patient? And which depends on your clinical reasoning and decision making and these kind of skills. So we need to train our students in this domain as well, which most of us are not at the moment. But taking a cue from and realizing this today, let us all think that we need to work in this area as well. So the second part is, you can say, is communication skill, which is also very important. As you all know, that one of the roles of a IMG is a good communicator. Procedural skills, of course, we have talked about. And last but not the least is the team skills. Because at the end of it, all of us, when we are treating a patient in the ward, in the OPD, what we see that most of the times, it is not only a doctor who is going to be treating a patient. You, depending on what kind of practice you are doing or what kind of a patient you are going to see, you will need a team, a complete team with you, if you want to treat that patient with good results. So team skills, including leadership skills, because at the end, you will see that when the student goes out and practices in the community or in his own private setup, hospital setup, you need to have a sense of a team, a person who is part of your team. You yourself become part of the team. But at some point, you also have to take the role of a leader. So this, I would want to skip it because it is really getting very late, and I believe that a lot of you, it's beyond lunchtime. So this is just given in the skill document, and I'm very, very sure that all of you must have gone through this mapping, this clinical skills in the curriculum. This has been shown in that skill document, and time and again, we all refer to it. So this is the skill matrix which we prepared in ERA when we started with our journey in 2015. Since then, we kept on adding more and more number of skills into the curriculum, depending on which subject or which phase the student is in. So here again, you see that these are the various skill. So one thing which I wanted to mention was, here as you see, that this clinical skill of intramuscular injection was being taught in the first semester level 1, and it was being done on mannequins. And the assessment method which we used was for the first years was OSCE. Now, what happens when the students are joining internship? We again have this skill training program where all the basic skills are repeated for the interns before he's going to be posted into the hospital. So what happens now when they are again doing the same skill? What we need to do is that this time the assessment which we are going to do should be done by DOPS. DOPS is like where you have to observe, the student is being observed while the procedure is being done. Previously, it was being done on a mannequin because at that time, the student was not having enough knowledge and he was just being introduced as to what and how intramuscular injection has to be given. But now, since now the time has come that he has to go into the hospital and maybe give this intramuscular injection. So now it has to be direct. He should be observed directly by a faculty while he's doing it on a patient, so that if any kind of there is an error, that can be corrected. And the students become more confident of going and giving this. So how did we develop our clinical skills module? What we did, depending on the skill, the department was chosen because at that time we did not have the guidelines, but now luckily we have all the guidelines. We know what skill to be taught at what level and which department needs to be doing this. So we made we made modules which were there for every particular skill. Facilitator was selected and assigned the task to develop the module. Small group teaching was done to see what all is working and what is not working. And practice session was also given. The time was given to the students to practice on the mannequin in small groups under supervision. And a mentor was also assigned for each of this small group. So here you see a flow chart where we talk about how we were trying to see that all the 3 domains are, we tried to cover up while we were trying to teach them the procedural or clinical skills. So first of all, we talked about that particular skill, why and when and how that skill is important and how it should be approached. So PowerPoint presentation was given to the students, followed by skill demonstration by a facilitator. Then students were given time under supervision of the facilitator. Now, the first, as you see, that covered the cognitive domain. Now, psychomotor domain, the skill was demonstrated, student was given time to practice, and each independently. And for the and then it was assessed whether the student has been able to acquire that skill or not. If not, the student goes back and practices, and then OSCE is repeated. And what we did was that in the beginning, as well as the end, you can see that the student in this checklist, you see that there was these 2-3 points which said that did the student greet the patient, did the student introduce self and explain the procedure. And at the end, what we also did was that we said you have to thank the student as well. So we tried to incorporate all the 3 domains. And of course, feedback is very important. Every time we took the feedback from the students as well as the faculty so that we could improve our training program. So what were the challenges which we really came across while we were going through this journey of more than 11 years now. So establishment of what we saw at that time was mainly the skill lab. If you talk about, people were just talking that it was the skill lab can only be established if you have crores of funds. So what we came up was that you can, for the undergraduate students, you can establish a skill lab with minimum resources and start your at least some of the skills by using those part mannequins and giving the training. So with minimum resources, we tried to start the skill lab. So, and clinical skill training was incorporated as part, as you have seen, of the curriculum. Regular faculty development programs to impart clinical skill training to the faculty, a structuring of modules for all the certifiable skills were prepared, documented. Clinical skill training is again, I said, like any other thing, it's a teamwork and collaboration of subject matter facilitators, technicians, and the management of authorities. So we tried to do this by bringing people together as a team and working along. Of course, all this was not a very easy task. It took us 11 years to reach wherever and whatever we could have done. So at the same time, if you establish a clinical skill lab, you should have a dedicated team for maintenance of the mannequins and other requirements for implementation of clinical skills modules. Like you should have technicians, biomedical technicians, if you have high fidelity mannequins. So you need to have all those things also in place if you really want to run the skill lab. So I would skip this. There was some study which we wanted to do as to how many colleges have really implemented. And it was a very basic study. And we could see that, as you all know, that very few colleges have been able to implement this. So this is just few examples where we used the clinical skill training, especially during COVID, for PPE training, how to don and doff the PPE kit. And our college, Department of Gynecology, has been given this regional resource training, has been established this center, and we are giving training to various district hospitals outside of Lucknow. This is an innovative method for which we use for anterior nasal packing on bottle gourd. Now what happened moving further, what we did, we tried to manufacture our own mannequins at low cost, and depending on what kind of skill we wanted to teach the students. Our esteemed faculty members, they helped us to design all these mannequins. So this, as you see, this is a tracheostomy mannequin with which we did. These are the spiral tubes, foreign body removal, and foreign body removal from nose, venipuncture. And what we came like what we saw, that until and unless a student practices on a mannequin a number of times, it's difficult to master that skill, because you just cannot learn a skill at one go. You have to go on having, doing repeated practice, so that you can, from novice to a competent, you become, till you become competent. So what we did, we did digitalization of clinical skills training. As here you can see, we had this enhanced mannequin for tracheostomy. And this shows you that it's an example for how students can do deliberate practice using this kind of a enhanced mannequin. This mannequin was hooked up to a computer which had inbuilt, it was every time one step the student took as part of that skill, the computer will show you on the screen whether that step which you have taken is all right or it is not. If it is not, then you go back and then practice it, and then only you can move further. And what we thought that giving this opportunity to the students, they will be able to do the practice and will be able to learn this skill better without having too many faculty members, because as you all know that's a restraint, and we all know that we don't have too many faculty members and they have so much to look after. So moving ahead, what we did was, along with the IT people, these very same skills were converted into a game, and which had scenario-based skill training. So details are, I would not like to go into details. If anyone is interested, they can most welcome to come to our college and we can demonstrate. So moving ahead, we had interprofessional collaborative practice module for tracheostomy. In this, this was part of a Mahe FAMER project, and Professor Anuja, who's with me, she took up this project as part of the Mahe FAMER Fellowship and developed this module for tracheostomy, which was implemented and evaluated. And as you all know, that procedural skill like tracheostomy not only would want ENT surgeon, it should have a nurse, physiotherapist, OT technician, educationist, and trauma team technician. So this entire team is called IP, Interprofessional Education, this team, which needs to be in place if we want tracheostomy to be done. And you know what happens? Tracheostomy is done, and then later on, who's taking care? These are our technicians, nurses. So if they become part of your team, the outcomes of our patients will always be better. So this is a new approach. Actually, this is not new. Worldwide, this IP approach is being used, but in India, not much is being done. It's just the beginning of it, and we are very proud that ERA is practicing this along with nursing, physiotherapy technicians, and medical students as well. So what is the way forward? The way forward is that of implementation of this module, you can sensitize all the students. You can have continuous communication on digital platform. IPCP skill modules for other clinical skills are also being developed at the moment, and all the teams come together for improved patient safety. So what is the take-home message? It is that, as you all must have seen, that students not only be given this training for skill, procedural skills, communication, and so many other skills, but they should also have enough time to do deliberate practice, and that too in safe learning environment, which they get in a skill lab. That has been proven worldwide. And at the same time, they should have psychological safety, that nobody is commenting, or they are not going to cause any harm to the patient. If like previously it was being done directly on patients, now they can practice and then they gain confidence, and later on, when required, when they are confident and fully trained, they can go and work with the patients. And for this, structured modules were prepared with specific, that skill, which what was to be taught. Effective feedback was very important for us in this journey of 11 years throughout, not only from all the stakeholders, I can say, from the students as well as the faculty, even the technicians and the other members who were involved in this training. Now, with this so many years of working together, we are coming out with this book, having clinical and procedural skills, a step-by-step approach. It encompasses, and I'm very proud to be having my co-authors, Professor Sucheta, Professor Nirmala, Professor Anuja, and the entire team of ERA who has worked tirelessly in order to put together this book. This is the content. Here you will see all the skills, and we have tried to, have the checklist and other information. So you just pick up the book, select the skill, and start with your training. So this is what we are just waiting patiently. We've been hearing for the last 6 months that book is just releasing. So let's see how much time it takes. So what is the road? So now we have always been working silently, doing our work as beavers, it is said. It's a very interesting paper by Harden et al., where they talk about 3 kind of approaches. So we have worked together for 11 years. So now we have more confident learners and who have the ability to perform clinical skills with competence. And we have phase-wise assessment every phase. So acquisition of the skills other than psychomotor, such as teamwork, communication, and of course, now we will add another dimension, that is clinical reasoning, as mentioned by Dr. Tejinder Singh. So that now with these things in place, we can have improved healthcare delivery system, and finally, a healthy society. So I come to the end of my talk, and this 15th National Conference of NCHP 2024, which is enhancing patient safety, linking HPE with healthcare, is being organized by ERA's Lucknow Medical College in the month of November. All of you are cordially invited to attend, because this is happening in your own city. So please do come and join us. We'll be very happy to host all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Farzana. That was really wonderful, and taking us through your awesome journey of the skills lab in the last more than a decade now. And I'm wondering, if you're manufacturing those mannequins, then are you also, are they available for sale?
If you place an order.
So if they can be on the GEM portal, it will be, because ladle mannequins are so expensive.
They are very expensive.
Like we at pediatrics, we wonder ab kya kare, 14 lakhs for a mid-fidelity mannequin, 1 crore for a...
And the biggest thing is that you cannot have these mannequin, expensive mannequins in big numbers.
Right.
And besides that these mannequins, too many undergraduate students, if they are going to handle, it becomes, it goes out of order.
Yeah, and each leg costs so much, and each arm costs so much, and it's scary. So we are really looking forward to your...
Yes, madam, we'll get back to you definitely.
Yeah, GEM portal pe hona chahiye, then we can buy them easily.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Although we are getting late, so the lunch is ready. We are already, past the lunchtime. So the lunch will be a little shorter. It will be only for half an hour. And the last session of the pre-lunch session, we'll take it later. Okay, ma'am, that's good.
I would request Mala ma'am to kindly felicitate our speaker with a small token of appreciation. I would also like to request Apul sir to felicitate our chairperson.
तो यही ना, ये रैंकिंग। Hello. 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 हेलो हेलो वो शुरुआत में मैं सर बंद हेलो 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 उससे लगाइए पूरा पूरी आवाज क्लियर आ रही है हेलो हेलो आ रही हाँ मैं बंद कर देता हूँ
A very good afternoon and welcome back after a very delayed lunch. I hope the online participants have also joined. So welcome to the post-lunch session. There's a slight change in the program. There was one session from the stakeholders where MBBS students were supposed to take this session. So we'll take it in the last. We haven't canceled it. So we move on to the first post-lunch session of the program, which is on roadmap to extramural funding for research projects, which will be by Professor Shaili Avasthi. For this, I invite the chairperson, Professor Arun Chaturvedi, to this gathering in this hall. He doesn't need introduction, but for the online participants, Professor Arun Chaturvedi is Professor of Surgical Oncology at King George's Medical University, which is our university. He has served as the Pro Vice Chancellor also in this university. He is renowned for his academic power and have contributed extensively to medical literature with numerous publications. Professor Chaturvedi is not only a meticulous, he has not only meticulous surgical skills, but also has exemplary character as a gentleman. So a thorough gentleman. So welcome as the chairperson for this session.
So, very good afternoon to all the participants of this this conference. And I found this whole conference very educative. I was attending it online before this. And so now, post-lunch, we have something very interesting. And I have the pleasure to introduce the speaker, Professor Shelly Avasti, who has been, I think I know her the longest in this whole hall because she was my student and then later on my colleague and also a close friend. So Professor Shelly Avasti is currently Vice Chancellor of the Bodhisattva University, Barabanki, with more than 35 years of experience in research and medical education. She is included in the top 2% of the scientists in the world with their extensive research. And she's listed by the Stanford University in this top 2% bracket. She did her MBBS and MD and PhD from King George's Medical University and her master's in clinical epidemiology from the University of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, as part of the INCLEN program. Professor Avasti was formerly the head of the Department of Pediatrics. She is a very renowned researcher, has won several awards during the course of her career. And she is the first Indian scientist to be appointed to the Health Security Interface Technical Advisory Group of the WHO, this is a group which comprises of experts formed to advise the WHO on worldwide issues concerning global health and security. And she is also the recipient of the BC Roy Silver Jubilee Research Award, a very accomplished person and a very renowned researcher. I invite Professor Shelly Avasti to deliver her talk on this subject she's very familiar with. Shelly.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chaturvedi, for your introduction. And thanks to Dr. Apul and the entire IQAC team for inviting me here. अब ये देखो ऊपर नीचे नहीं जा रहा, प्रधान कहाँ गए? बस, हाँ. बस. तब इसको ये वाला, हाँ, okay. So the topic which I have been given today is the roadmap for extramural funding for research projects. Because I think you all think I've got a lot of extramural projects during my stay here. So did I have a roadmap? Did I have a plan? Or did it happen just by providence? Also, coming here is always like a homecoming, and I love coming and seeing you all. So the big question is, why do we need funds for research? That is a big question. When it's possible to publish papers without any external funding, case reports, case series, observational experimental research with small sample size, they can very well be done to a certain extent and published in high impact journals. But when you talk of multicentric studies, RCTs, large experimental observational studies, they do need external funding. Now, external funding is largely competitive. It increases the quality as well as credibility of the research. We get funds, we can train next-gen researchers, build capacity of our colleagues and PhD scholars. And there is always an ease of not only dissemination, but ease of doing work, because you have finances in your hand and you can allocate work to various people employed in the project. And in today's world, publication, especially open access, needs money. So ease of publication. So I would say that funding for research translates into impact, translates into visibility, and it also translates into capacity building. That is my take on it. And therefore, I do recommend that for certain research types of research, you must seek funding. See, if you do small studies, there are various demerits of small sample size. Small sample sizes can introduce limitations. They have limited generalizability. There's risk of random variability, lack of precision, reliability, etc., etc. And experiences from small studies have shown that not only the larger effect sizes are found, but these are less precise estimates of the large effect sizes we end up seeing. And often if you supplement it, validate it with a bigger study, with the RCT, the small effect sizes, the large effect sizes of small studies tend to disappear. So we have to use appropriate research methods, research designs, and the size matters. Now here's a evidence pyramid, which you all know. I'm not going to go through this. Where do you want to impact practice and policy? Where do you want yourself to be seen? Someone who impacts policy, someone who impacts practice. So you have to be right on top of the pyramid, not below the systematic review. And of course, you might do a systematic review to get grants for RCTs or large cohort studies. So on my right hand, I have shown two circles. The red circle is things that matter in this world. And the blue circle is that things that are in your control. Everything that matters in this world is not under your control. So where there is an intersection, or that is where you should focus. Things that matter and things that are in your control. That is my take on it. Now for this, you have to do personal R&D. I really call it personal R&D. And here is a quote: individual pursuit of knowledge, skills, and innovation is outside of formal educational or work environment. Don't think KGMU faculty, KGMU as a medical school will teach you how to do it. It is outside it. And this research and R&D is largely a self-driven effort to do research, to do experiment, to develop new competencies and ideas. So if you want to do it, the onus is on you. You can't say, I wasn't helped. You have to help yourself. So therefore, I have taken help from certain references and my own experiences. And I would say that for a personal R&D recipe book, you have to identify things that matter. Now, you may be a pediatrician like I am. You may be a neurologist like certain people in the audience are. What is your area of interest? And within that area of interest, there would be something that matters, where there's a burden of morbidity, burden of mortality, where there's no medication, where the etiology is not known. There are areas which do matter. And you have to set clear goals. So after that identification, set clear goals. Learn a new skill, a new trend in funding, a new trend in innovation, a new trend in analyzing data. And believe me, every day, I shouldn't say every day, every month, there's a new way of analyzing data I come across, that now they've analyzed data in this way. And then I go and read how they've done it and what is the science behind it. And you have to allocate time. You can have your weekly personal R&D activities, one day in the week, one day in a month, but be consistent whatever you do. And you have to engage with mentors, seniors, and for people, I have my seniors, but I would engage with my seniors and communities and gain diverse perspectives and insights. Like you all are a community. Like the journal, which I am the chief editor or where I'm the editor, is a community. You tend to get new insights from those places. And most importantly, document and reflect. The green thing which I've shown you here is your personal digital log of your learnings and reflections. Track your progress, be inspired. If you start writing, you'll see that, oh, I have written this, really, I thought about it. Why did I forget it? Start writing, be inspired. So your personal R&D book should have these things. So A's and B's of research capacity, like in medical education, you are seeing since morning, attitude, knowledge, skills do matter. Your attitude, basic information about who's who also matters in your area of interest. Who's who and what are the sources of funding and with whom can you sit and get new insights about the collaboration. So this is something very interesting, which I've made just for you all, copied from various sources. Now you see this. On the x-axis, important, urgent things. Zero importance, zero urgency right here. And on the y-axis, impact, and this is potential rewards. So where there is high urgency, there is high potential reward, that is the critical area. That is where you should work. Next is a neutral area. There is less importance, less urgency, yet the rewards are high. Second priority. Third priority would be high urgency, no impact, low impact. Third priority. And then eliminate what is not there. But the story is not so simple. There is your priority and your institution's priority. Your priority, your department's priority. Your priority, your family's priority. So you have to learn to categorize, balance, manage your time, harmonize, be productive. And I love this owl. This owl is having a cup of coffee late at night. So if you want to do your first priority things, which will definitely not be your institutional many a times, you have to become the night owl. And this night owl is what you will drinking coffee and doing your research. So after you've become a night owl or agreed to become a night owl, what are your broad areas of research? I have come back to this. Now, think about this again. Earlier, I told you I'm pediatrics, you are a neurologist, you are a cancer surgeon, you are anatomist and pathologist. Whatever is your area of interest, are one or more of them also a national, international, societal need and priority? They should be. You are investing your time. At least one of those interests should be of societal need, national priority, international priority. If so, then for that need and priority, there must be funders. Are there funders interested in these areas too? And if yes, have they floated a letter of interest? And if yes, will they fund you? Your funding will depend upon, have you researched in this area? Have you published it? Because publication will give you visibility. You might do any amount of research, no publication, zero visibility. What is your track record? Your track record now is everywhere on the internet and computer. Who is your team and who are your collaborators? Institution matters. Many a times they read from which institution you come from. And are there people of eminence who can guarantee your work? There has to be at least 3-4 people who will say, yes, I will put my dollar on this girl, this man. These people will deliver what they are saying they will deliver. So this is what it is. You generate an idea, find funding, develop proposal, submit a proposal, manage grant. This is mundane, but many things go underneath it. Now, just to change my pace, this is the grant for biomedical research in 2020, global funders. And if you see, the first column is WHO region. Second column is high income countries. They got 73,000 plus grants. Upper middle income country, 381. Lower middle, 335. Lower income, 174. Grand total, around 75,000. We now we can call ourselves middle, upper middle, lower middle. We are getting such a small proportion of research grants from global funding. So this is, our competition is immense. And then if you see by the grants by which area, and the ticks are my areas. So this is the big pie chart. 72% were for non-communicable diseases. I don't work on non-communicable diseases, really. I've never worked. So the blue, luckily, is communicable, mother, and perinatal. And yes, 21% is there. Oh God, 21% is there. Maternal, communicable. Then you see others, infectious and parasitic. Yes, there are grants there. Respiratory, yes, there are grants there. And you go to the third one, and I've marked tick lower respiratory tract infection, community acquired pneumonia, childhood pneumonia. So my expertise, my bulk is on pneumonias, parasitic diseases, nutrition. So it comes under the chunk maternal child diseases, which there is some funding, not as much as for non-communicable diseases. So we have to know the geography of the world around us, the terrain around us. So then we end up thinking, my child health research is so small. Communicable, non-communicable is so big. So there's an issue of small and big, light and heavy, short and long. And the answer is we have to collaborate because collaboration does matter. So when it's time to apply, we must think, can we have a multidisciplinary, multi-site approach after we have established ourselves? So we have to do networking. We have to think about diversity, make our knowledge contemporary about new techniques, learn repeatedly growth and professionalism, do relationship building, have leadership skills, think innovatively, be contemporary, and be reliable. So once it's time to collaborate, you do these things, and then you do the grant hunting with the team, with the time. It's not that the grant application is like on 31st of July, and today I sit and start doing it. I will never get it. That has to be done 3 months, 4 months, 5 months in advance. Explore all funding sites and align with their call for proposal. And what is important is innovative conceptualization and excellent documentation. Now look at the blue things I have written. ICMR small extramural grant. Last date was 28/4/23. Results declared 39/23. 41 awarded, less than 10% success rate. I was quite sad where there was nobody from KGMU, but there was AIMS from UP, CSIR, IIT, BHU, STP, GIMS, and there were 2 from private parties. There was ICMR large grant call for 5 crores and above on implementation research in stillbirth. Mine are pediatric related. So there were 1,400 submissions. And how many got funded? 5. Now, there was a time 20 years ago, I should say, where ICMR money, there were no takers. The scene has changed. Money has increased, takers have increased, quality of takers have increased. It is not only academic government institutions, they are academic private institutions and academic NGOs which do R&D in health. So the competition field has increased tremendously since that time. So now, which Dr. Chaturvedi might know, I'm sure you met Dr. Eisenberg. Okay, Dr. Eisenberg, when I went for my fellowship in US, was my mentor. That time he was the chair of Department of Medicine at the age of 44 or something. He died in 2002 at the age of 55 by a brain tumor. So he took me to his office on the first or second day when I came to US and he was allotted my mentor. He said, listen, this is my diary. This is my drawer. And he says, here are completed projects. Here are projects in progression. Here are projects I've submitted to funding. And here are things I'm thinking about. It made a deep dent in my brain. And throughout, I had in all 3 categories, completed projects, projects in progress, projects submitted, and kept on thinking. So there was never a time where there was not one project in any of these areas of development. I'm sure it was random words and observations from him, but it made a lot of difference. And when he died, he was the head of R&D, AQSHR or something in United States, one of the highest positions. So not talking of big things, baby steps should be taken. Start with without funding, then start with small funding. Small fundings are easier to get. If you want a 20 lakh funding, you might be more successful than a 2 crore funding. Be honest about your capabilities and your relationships. Build your CV. Journey is slow, make it steady. Now, as you climb up in the ladder, suppose I apply for a 5 crore funding. I'm not successful all the time. The success rate, if I see my success rate and you think I am successful, my success rate would be 40%. 60% times or more, I have spent time developing multi-site, multi-crore project. It's not light enough. So you don't have to be disappointed. Now, something on where to find funds, something which you know and something which I might be able to tell you. There are local level bodies, you know all of them, state government, central government, international, companies and private R&Ds and NGOs. And this is a list of funding agencies. It's not exhaustive, but something I pulled up for you all. There are many. There are many. But don't submit a project of community acquired pneumonia to DRDO because DRDO won't fund it. See what they are funding and submit there. Don't fund like Ministry of Food Processing Industries. Submit something on nutritional deficiencies, but not on infectious diseases. And then there is a non-exhaustive list of international funding with a website, 100 places to find your research funding. It's easier written 100 places to find your research funding, but maybe none of them will serve you. Maybe all of them serve you. So remember, there are private funders, multiple funders, and I'll show you that this is Hindustan Unilever. They had a call for proposal. I don't know why I applied for it, multi-site project, and they gave me a lot of money, Hindustan Unilever, and we've got big publications of nutritional surveys with Hindustan Unilever. Then there could be a multiple funder consortium. If you have a big idea, one single funder will not give you. So I have done work which was done with USAID funding, WHO put their money, ICMR India put their money. So if you have a good project, you have people coming in and saying, yes, they want ownership in that project. I have also contributed because they're acknowledged. And there was my big deworming data trial published in the Lancet, which had World Bank funding, University of Oxford funding, USAID funding, GSK massive donations of deworming medicine, and Sight and Life Foundation funding from Switzerland. So remember, if when you get big, one funding agency cannot help you. You will have to find multiple like-minded funding agencies. They come together and they fund you. Another one is, don't forget collaborations. And in the collaborations, this is a 20 institution collaboration. This is us. I joined them because I was invited to join them. I joined them. This was a lead taken by University of Deusto in Spain. There were 20 countries and we 20 together under leadership of Deusto got funds from European Union on medical education project. And it is published. We have a publication which we show, Tuning India. Vimla was with me. I kept Dr. Vimla was with me in this Tuning India, and other people have been with me. So to cut it short, it requires passion, persistence, perseverance, and positivity. The long, long journey is there. It has to begin one day. If you want to do it, you can definitely find your way. Now, this was my roadmap. There was no roadmap. One thing happened, the other thing happened, the other thing happened. If you can learn something good, like Eisenberg's words made something to me, maybe my words would make something for others. Thank you very much for inviting me.
So I invite questions for Professor Shelley, but there are a few questions here on the chat box. So let me have a look. So Dr. Kaveri is asking, do the institutions need some sort of registrations or certificates to get funding from ICMR?
All those institutions who are teaching MBBS and all, they are registered with the ICMR. They don't need any certification as long as you have you are with the NMC. You don't need it.
So are there any other questions from the audience here? Yes.
Good evening, madam. It's nice to see you present here in this august audience, because every time I see you there in college presenting so many things, seeing this is a new experience now for me. Thank you very much. But my question I could have asked there only, but it strikes to me here because of this moment. Now, the thing is it possible that in the student cell or any of the academic cell where you can provide information and also simultaneously mention how to go about these things, like funding and related, and you can only process most of the things for the people who want to really do something. So that in the institution, if possible, or in anywhere, so that they can, have their interests done well.
Very good question. Please have a seat. Have a seat. I'll answer your question. So I think you can just take the horse to the water. You can't make the horse drink the water. If people want anything, they should come and seek help. You can't have everything prepared for them. And I again said in my second or third slide, the R&D agenda is self-driven. So if you are self-driven and motivated, you will come forward, you will find ways. Nobody can hold your hand and take it. That is my bottom answer. Having said that, lectures like this, which they are organizing, which Dr. Garg will be giving, are an eye-opener. People will be listening. Some of them will get motivated. So this is the capacity building and motivation of others. Thank you.
I'll request Professor Chaturvedi to give a memento to Professor Shaili Avasthi. Ma'am, idhar. And a memento for Professor Arun Chaturvedi also. I request Dr. R.K. Garg to do the honors. We now move on to the next presentation, which will be delivered by Professor R.K. Garg. For this session, I'll request Dr. Sandeep Bhattacharya and Dr. Hardeep Singh Malhotra to chair the session. Dr. Sandeep is Deputy Registrar of this university. He is Professor of Physiology and into AI and computers. Dr. Hardeep Singh Malhotra is Dean Research, Professor of Neurology, and a very, very active researcher and academician. Over to you.
So it's my privilege to introduce Dr. Ravin Kumar Garg, who actually requires no introduction, but for the sake of the completeness, he is a head of department of the neurology in King George Medical University and having a teaching and research experience of over 30 years with interests varying from CNS infections of tuberculosis, neurocystic sarcoma, SSP and whatnot, with various textbooks on tropical neurology, and he ranks among the top 2% of the scientists as per the Stanford list. So I welcome Dr. Garg to deliver us and enlighten us. He has lately developed a lot of interest of the AI, and we would be enriched by his experience and his talk. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep. Dr. Sandeep is my close friend, and what he has said, you can proportionally discount. But anyway, my topic is related to AI. First of all, I want to make it clear, I'm not AI specialist. I had just recently developed interest in AI because I see future of institutional ranking lies in AI. That's why I've chosen this topic. And next year, when this conference is organized, I'm sure they will have more number of presentation on AI. It's developing very fast. कौन सा है? Acha. So what I'm going to do, I will introduce you what is AI, what are types of artificial intelligence, what is the role of artificial intelligence in medicine, what is the power of AI, and what is the role of AI for higher institutional ranking. My focus basically on how to make you aware, familiar with what is AI. First of all, in AI, there is a intelligence is part of that. So let us understand what is intelligence. Intelligence just simple mean we learn and then we solve the problem. It is something like that. But थोड़ा सा हिंदी में बोलूंगा, जो छोटा बच्चा होता है उसको माँ सिखाती है, स्कूल में वो पहाड़ा सीखता है, पहले वो गलती करता है, फिर वो उसको ठीक करता है और फिर वो फ्लुएंट हो जाता है. दैट इज इंटेलिजेंस. एंड ability to understand, ability to infer, ability to learn, ability to reason, ability to respond. All these are part of normal human intelligence. If all these things are being done by a machine, then it is known as artificial intelligence. Same thing, same components of intelligence. If it is done by a machine, computer, this is known as artificial intelligence. There are basically two types of artificial intelligence. One is discriminative and other is generative. Let us understand what is discriminative AI and what is generative AI. To explain what is discriminative AI, let us see the example of dog and cat, kutta or billi. You want machine to identify an animal as a dog or as a cat. That is discrimination between cat and dog. This is discriminative AI. Generative AI means if you want to generate a picture of a cat or dog, then it is generative AI. It generates something. And in discriminative AI, it discriminates something. There are several types of discriminative AI. One is machine learning, one is deep learning. In machine learning, there is a system, a computer, which is trained. You train that machine for a specific purpose. For example, to differentiate between a cat and a dog. And then you test that machine, whether that machine is able to differentiate appropriately between cat and dog or not. If machine is perfect, then it is known as a model, AI model. And this AI model is deployed for that purpose. In machine learning, it is a simple computer model where no explicit training is required. There are two types of machine learning. One is supervised learning and another is unsupervised learning. In supervised learning, this machine or model is trained with named data, labeled data. For example, again, either cat or dog. And the purpose of that model is to differentiate between two. It is trained, it is tested, and it is deployed. This is supervised learning. And in unsupervised learning, machine is not trained with labeled data. Machine is supposed to categorize. Suppose you have feeded with lots of animals, lot of vegetables. Machine will classify them either animal or vegetable. This is known as unsupervised machine learning. The more advanced type of discriminative AI is deep learning. But deep learning requires a complex computer system, and this complex computer system is known as, it resembles the neurons of the brain. Deep neural network. In computer language, it is known as deep neural network. And deep learning uses this network. And this requires training with huge amount of data. For example, if you want to differentiate whether your patient, a lesion in the brain is a tumor or it is a TB, and you want that machine, this computer should reliably differentiate between TB and a tumor, then deep learning model is the most handy. It is used and it is trained with huge amount of data. What it does, it performs feature extraction. वो टीबी में और कैंसर में कुछ ऐसी चीज उसको मिल जाएगी कि जिससे वो आगे reliable differentiation कर पाएगा. Then this model is tested and found okay, then it will perform, and this accuracy of this deep models, deep learning models is around 70 to 80 or 90%. जो आप आंख से देख के नहीं बता पा रहे हैं, जो पैथोलॉजी वाले नहीं बता पा रहे हैं, वो आपका कंप्यूटर बता पा रहा है. मैडम, ऐसा नहीं है. ठीक है. अच्छा, now so far I have discussed about discriminative AI. Now I am discussing generative AI. You must have heard ChatGPT. ChatGPT, तो आजकल तो बच्चे भी यूज कर रहे हैं उसका, and that is a kind of generative AI, and it is based on large language model. What is large language model? ये large language model क्या है? ये जो large language model है, इसका मतलब ये है कि this large language model is trained with huge amount of data. Which data? Everything present in internet, Wikipedia, books, journal, everything, and it is trained with that. ये काम कैसे करता है? How does it work? इसके काम क्या है पहले? Let us understand. ये हमारी आपकी भाषा समझता है. लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल जो है, जैसे हम आपस में कन्वर्सेट कर रहे हैं, ये ऐसे ही आपस में आपसे बात करेगा. आपसे वॉइस में बात कर सकता है, रिटन टेक्स्ट में बात कर सकता है, आपके गाने के साथ बात कर सकता है. आप इसको गा के बताएंगे तो आपको गा के जवाब देगा, है ना? इट इज दैट कैपेबल. इसके क्या है, आपको समझेगा ये. टेक्स्ट जनरेशन. आपने कहा राइट एसे ऑन काउ, तो शायद जितनी देर में आप सोचेंगे कि सफेद रंग की होती है, 4 पांव होते हैं, उतनी देर में तो ये एक पेज आपको लिख के दे देगा. और बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी होंगी शायद आपको पता भी नहीं होंगी काउ के बारे में. ट्रांसलेशन, ये बहुत ही बढ़िया इसका एक फीचर है. ट्रांसलेशन, यू कैन ट्रांसलेट टेक्स्ट इन एनी लैंग्वेज टू एनी लैंग्वेज. मैं तो कई बार चाइनीज और कोरियन आर्टिकल्स होते हैं, I try to know कि उसमें क्या लिखा है, and I just load PDF into ChatGPT and translate hoo full within minutes, within seconds. Information retrieval. आपने कहा कि साहब, tell me when this King George Medical College started. Probably this model will tell you accurate date. पर्सनलाइजेशन, अच्छा ये एक बड़ा अच्छा इसमें फीचर है पर्सनलाइजेशन का चैट जीपीटी में। ये जो है कंटेक्स्ट को एनालाइज करता है। जैसे कि मैंने अपने कंटेक्स्ट में डाला कि आई एम ए न्यूरोलॉजिस्ट वर्किंग एज ए प्रोफेसर इन किंग जॉर्ज मेडिकल कॉलेज यूनिवर्सिटी, तो ये जितने जवाब आते हैं उसमें ये उस कंटेक्स्ट को उसमें इनकारपोरेट कर देता है। कुछ भी हमने पूछा तो वो इट विल इनकारपोरेट दैट इनटू द रिस्पांस आई गेट। अच्छा ये काम कैसे करता है? तो काम करने की जो मैकेनिज्म है, जो लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल है, वो काम करते हैं नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसिंग, NLP. NLP is a system, it is a technique where this text or spoken word in any text is converted, decoded into language of the computer. और फिर उसकी एनालिसिस होती है वहां कंप्यूटर में, देन इट इज डिकोडेड इनटू योर लैंग्वेज। दिस इज नोन एज दिस नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसिंग, NLP। तो जितने लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल्स हैं दे वर्क ऑन द प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ नेचुरल लैंग्वेज प्रोसेसिंग। तो चैट जीपीटी जो है इट इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट पॉपुलर एंड आई थिंक मोस्ट एफिशिएंट large language model available, and for casual user it is free. For heavy user it charges around 2000 rupees per month, but it is worth it. If you are in academics, you try to learn how to use ChatGPT. इसको धीरे धीरे, जैसे आपने गूगल सीखा, उसमें आपको पता है कि अब कौन से कमांड देंगे तो बेहतर रिस्पांस आएगा, इसको भी धीरे धीरे आपको सीखना होता है। एंड व्हेन यू आर परफेक्ट यू विल गेट परफेक्ट रिस्पांस। कोई चीज इनसे छिपी नहीं है, जितना अच्छा आप इसमें कमांड देंगे उतना ही अच्छा आपको जवाब मिलेगा। मतलब जितनी चीजें आपको पूछनी है उससे, और उससे रिलेटेड जो चीज भी आपके दिमाग में है, जो भी चीजें सब अगर उसमें प्रॉम्प्ट कहलाता है, वो अगर उसमें डाल देंगे तो इट विल गिव यू मोस्ट एक्यूरेट रिस्पांस। अच्छा ये क्या है? ये कोई पहचान सकते हैं आप? पहली इमेज क्या है? तो आप भूत बंगले में पढ़ाते हैं। तो पहली इमेज जो है वो KGMU की है, और ये जो बगल वाली है ये रूमी गेट की है। ठीक है, जो इसने अपनी नॉलेज से बनाया है, हो सकता है धीरे धीरे ये शायद बेहतर इमेज प्रोड्यूस करेगा। अच्छा इसकी पावर क्या है? मतलब जैसे कि इसमें क्या है कि जैसे ये मुझे मिला एग्जाम्पल, इन्होंने क्या किया कि कोविड के टाइम में व्हेन 8 मीटर की और 6 मीटर की डिस्टेंस का मामला था, तो इन्होंने मोबाइल पे कफ से दे ट्राई टू डिस्क्रिमिनेट विच इज ए कफ रिलेटेड टू कोविड और कफ रिलेटेड नॉट विथ कोविड। तो इन्होंने ये एक मॉडल बनाया था which diagnosed COVID-19 with character of the cuff. अच्छा ये अब हम लोग वी आर डिस्कसिंग AI इन a medical university, so let us know what AI can do for us. Diagnosis perfect है, image analysis it is perfect. There are system, deep learning system, and there are so many models. There's so many. I know of stroke. There's so many models which are now FDA approved and they are commercially available. ट्रीटमेंट पर्सनलाइजेशन, अब हम लोग तो एविडेंस बेस्ड मेडिसिन प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, ठीक है। एक बीमारी के बारे में जो सबसे अच्छी दवा है, बट कई बार वो भी काम नहीं करती है, तो अगर ऑप्शन कई सारे हैं तो हमने मरीज का सारा डेटा अगर हमने एआई सिस्टम में डाला तो दैट में सजेस्ट ए बेटर ट्रीटमेंट ऑप्शन फॉर दैट. Drug development. I don't know much about drug development, but it is considered to be one of the most efficient uses of AI in medicine. Drug development. Predictive analysis. कि मरीज जिंदा रहेगा कि मर जाएगा, है ना? This is predictive analysis. सबसे वर्स्ट प्रिडिक्शन क्या है? भाई जिंदा रहेगा कि मर जाएगा. तो ये just this is a data that shows that this AI-based medical algorithms, they are increasing exponentially and they are increasing every day. So this is a meeting for institutional ranking. तो आज के बाद जितनी भी मीटिंग ये होंगी, हमको नहीं लगता वो AI के बिना कंप्लीट होंगे. तो ये क्या कर सकता है? This AI can suggest you ways to enhance ranking of your institution, number one. That can help you in predicting where you lies. अभी आप कहाँ हैं? Where you stand. All these things at this moment AI can do you for you as far as AI institutional ranking is concerned. So ये कहाँ पे काम कर सकता है? Research and development. अब एक टीचर आ गया पर्सनलाइज्ड मेडिकल एजुकेशन. अब लड़के आपके यहाँ क्लास तो आना नहीं चाहते. नोबडी कम्स इनटू क्लास. सबके अपने अपने इंटरेस्ट हैं. तो AI कैन टेक केयर ऑफ पर्सनल इंटरेस्ट ऑफ मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स एंड दैट विल मेक यू यूनिक ऑफ योर इंस्टीट्यूशन. ये आपके इंस्टीट्यूशन को अलग बना सकती है. पेशेंट केयर आई हैव जस्ट डिस्कस्ड. अच्छा, बहुत सारे इंस्टीट्यूशन हैं. ये बगल वाला जो बॉक्स है इसमें बहुत सारे लीडिंग इंस्टीट्यूशन हैं, लेकिन उनकी रेपुटेशन बहुत अच्छी नहीं है. जो आपकी रैंकिंग्स हैं, रैंकिंग्स में मेजॉरिटी मार्क्स जो हैं आपके, वो तो रेपुटेशन पे ही है कि आपके पीयर्स क्या सोचते हैं, आपके पोटेंशियल एम्प्लॉयर आपके बारे में क्या सोचते हैं. तो उनमें अच्छी रेपुटेशन आपकी बने तो AI जो है आपकी मदद कर सकता है. आपने अपने सारा डेटा उसमें डाल दिया कि हम क्या स्ट्रेटजी बनाएं कि हमारी रेपुटेशन बेहतर. तो कैसे कर सकता है? कोरिलेशन, दूसरे से आपका कोरिलेशन कर सकता है, दूसरी चीज से जिनको आप समझते हैं कि वो आपसे बेहतर है, उनके डेटा को आपके डेटा से कंपेयर कर सकता है. आपके लिए एक प्रिडिक्टिव मॉडलिंग कर सकता है कि साहब आप अभी आज की तारीख में कहाँ स्टैंड करते हैं. ये आपके लिए कर सकता है. लेकिन ये अभी कोई सिस्टम नहीं है. आपको अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन का एक डेडिकेटेड AI मॉडल बनाना पड़ेगा, वही आपके लिए काम कर सकता है. अभी कोई टेलर मेड AI मॉडल अभी एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता है जो आपको इसमें हेल्प करे. ये आपको इवॉल्व करना पड़ेगा. अगर आपको दुनिया के साथ चलना है तो क्या करना पड़ेगा? Acknowledge the power and potential of artificial intelligence. There is no doubt about this, that it is. I'm just going to tell you that redesign university policies to accommodate AI. करना ही करना पड़ेगा, आप इससे बच नहीं सकते. Support faculties in mastering AI. आपको ऐसी फैकल्टीज इवॉल्व करनी पड़ेंगी जो AI में मास्टर हों. इंक्रीज प्रोडक्टिविटी इन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव टास्क विद AI. संजीव एक आ गए, डॉक्टर संदीप भट्टाचार्य, उनके लिए भी होमवर्क है ना. ही इज आफ्टर यूनिवर्सिटी टू स्टार्ट E-ऑफिस. बड़ी मेहनत कर रहे हैं लेकिन अभी सफल नहीं हो पाए. लेकिन बड़ी जल्दी ही इनको यूनिवर्सिटी में AI इंट्रोड्यूस करना पड़ेगा और इनको दोबारा मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी. तो हमको क्या करना है? यूनिवर्सिटी को AI इनेबल्ड करना है, जिसमें डॉक्टर संदीप भट्टाचार्य का रोल होगा. ईच एंड एवरीथिंग एक्टिविटी बीइंग डन इन द यूनिवर्सिटी हैज टू बी AI कंप्लायंट. हमारी गवर्नमेंट ने एक फ्रेमवर्क हमारे लिए तैयार किया है. ICMR की भी हमारी AI रिलेटेड गाइडलाइंस अवेलेबल हैं एंड नीति आयोग की भी AI related guidelines जो हैं ये सब इंटरनेट पे अवेलेबल हैं, and we have to follow whatever AI policy we make for this university, we have to follow these guidelines as well. अब यूनिवर्सिटी रैंकिंग में पब्लिकेशन एंड साइटेशन का बड़ा रोल है. अब ये जो जैसे क्यूएस वर्ल्ड रैंकिंग है या NIRF है, वो जो डेटा लेते हैं रिसर्च एंड पब्लिकेशन एंड साइटेशन का, वो स्कोपस से लेते हैं, जनरली स्कोपस से लेते हैं. अब स्कोपस भी AI बेस्ड हो गया है. स्कोपस AI हैज बीन इंट्रोड्यूस्ड विच वर्क इन द प्रिंसिपल ऑन द प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ AI. ये आपको बेटर एक्यूरेट डेटा प्रोवाइड करता है ऑफ योर सर्च. आप स्कोपस इज ए सर्च इंजन, आप साइंटिफिक डेटा इसमें सर्च करते हैं, लेकिन अगर स्कोपस AI करेंगे तो शायद आपको ज़्यादा सेटिस्फैक्ट्री रिजल्ट मिलेंगे. तो आप अगर पैदा जब होंगे, अगर AI आपको बता देगा कब मरेंगे, दैट इज द पावर ऑफ AI. ये पोटेंशियल है इसका. दूसरा जो मुझे लगा, इस चाइना ChatGPT यूज करके हमारे इलेक्शन को डिस्टर्ब करने की प्लान बना रहा था. कितना पावरफुल होगा, है ना? जस्ट टू मेक यू फील दैट AI इज ह्यूजली पावरफुल. ये जो यूनिवर्सिटी रैंकिंग है, दिस QS वर्ल्ड यूनिवर्सिटी रैंकिंग, इन्होंने AI इनोवेशन से रिलेटेड, डाटा से रिलेटेड, मैनेजमेंट से एक कैटेगरी इंट्रोड्यूस कर दी है. और हमारी बहुत सारी यूनिवर्सिटीज इंस्टीट्यूशन इस रैंक में आए हैं, खासकर IITs. तो हम 14वें नंबर पे हैं, अभी बहुत पीछे हैं. और जो बाकी इंस्टीट्यूशन हायर रैंक पे हैं एज फार एज AI इज कंसर्न, वहां पर काम करने वाले सब इंडियन हैं, हम पीछे हैं. लेकिन तो जो AI रिलेटेड एजुकेशन है वो भी रैंक हो रही है. This is the top ranking college related to AI in India. So my last word is, हम लोग समय के जिस चौराहे पे खड़े हैं, शालिनी जी ध्यान दीजिएगा, वो उसके सारे रास्ते AI की तरफ जाते हैं. Thank you very much. Any question? Any question? Yes.
Thank you. We are definitely banking on AI, but then there is a caution behind the AI. And the World Forum is discussing on this, whether we should go in for a complete AI or we should not be going in for complete AI. Sir, I repeat it again. A small comment, sir, which I just want to include this. The AI which we are proceeding further, it has to be segmental. It cannot be a complete AI. Why? Because in the larger forum, what is happening is they are saying that we will not go up to a humanoid level of AI. Why? Because if a computer is able to produce a computer for himself, so what is going to happen? The control of yours or the human control will go.
Yeah, Dr. Srivastava, I respect your sentiments.
But no, so there's a discussion which has already been happening, sir.
Yeah.
And because of which,
Just my just simple comment is, we are at the level of zero here. I just want the AI should be part of our institutional activities. Just my humble submission.
Sir,
whether AI will replace human or human will replace AI, it is a huge discussion which is going on, and the answer will come in due course of the time.
Sir, the second thing is the AI.
I'm sorry to interrupt, sir. We are running very late, actually. So there's a large, number of presentations is still pending. So this discussion can go on later on. So I'll request the chairpersons, Dr. Hardeep Singh Malhotra and Dr. Sandeep to felicitate the speaker, Professor R.K. Garg. And I'll request Dr. Shalini to felicitate the chairpersons after this. So there's a slight change in the program also. Dr. Rishi Sethi had to leave somewhere, so he had requested that his presentation be earlier than the one by Dr. Rajesh Harshvardhan, and Dr. Harshvardhan has kindly consented for that. So for the next presentation, I invite Dr. Rishi Sethi, who's Professor of Cardiology. And for this session, I'll request the chairperson, Dr. Shrikant Shrivastava. Dr. Shrikant Shrivastava is Professor of Department of Geriatric Mental Health. And he has authored and co-authored several national and international publications, and also working as a reviewer for many reputed professional journals. He is having an active association with different societies and academies, received several awards for his contributions to scientific community, and has major research interest involves geriatric psychopharmacology. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. So before I introduce Professor Rishi Sethi, I'll just carry on from the last lecture. This week of mine was spent in using ChatGPT for statistics. So give the outline of the research data. It will suggest the tests, how to go. And then I found another site where you can actually go and say, this is the data set, and do this test on these columns, and it generates SPSS-like output. So I think it's something to be explored more. It's helpful for academicians and researchers. So Professor Sethi, he's Professor of Cardiology, a very accomplished interventional cardiologist, researcher, and author. He's also the Executive Director of SIPSHINE, which is a project in collaboration with IIT Kanpur. Additionally, he holds roles as Associate Director of AICT, Member Secretary for Intellectual Property Committee at KGMU, Member of the Senate at IIT Kanpur, Associate Director of CHIP CTO. And I'll be here for 15 minutes if I keep reading all his affiliations. So he's been a Georgian throughout. And then later, after doing DM in cardiology, he completed a fellowship in interventional cardiology at National University Heart Center, Singapore. His professional achievements include multiple awards, such as from Cardiological Society of India Travel Award, Professor Dhavendra Kumar Young Investigator Gold Medal Award, as well as leadership roles in the Indian Heart Journal and the Cardiology Society of India, where he is the current Vice President of the UP chapter. Welcome, Professor Sethi.
Humbled by the kind words, sir. Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Madam. Most distinguished Chairperson, distinguished senior faculty members of the university, our esteemed guests from outside, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. The job that has been assigned to me is to discuss with you all our journey in innovation and entrepreneurship at the university. Many of you are already a part of the ecosystem. Many of you have already been exposed to what we have already been doing. So I seek your pardon and in a little bit of repetition that you must be observing in my talk as we go forward. But I can't help myself, although for the sake of time, just 1 minute to comment upon the last lectures, and we have been playing around. Sometimes what the crux of the whole matter is, then before we start on the whole venture of utilization of AI in healthcare, we can keep on talking about it in terms of, vague hypotheses and symbolisms. But until and unless we understand, most of us will use AI as a vague, generic term for most of the advanced computing technologies. AI is, of course, a much generic term, and we use it in a very superfluous and a loose kind of a way. But the first step maybe is to expose the university faculty to, various components of the nomenclatures and components about what are the difference between cluster mapping and organized cluster mapping, non-organized cluster mapping, big data analysis and deep neural networks. And all these kind of things, until unless we know that nomenclature and know the basics ABCD of various arms of AI, how to use them in various technologies. Are we using it for data analysis? Are we using for image analysis and clustering of images? Are we using it for the interface in the kiosk system? Are we, what is the kind of role we are having? So it's a very complex gamut. And I think the first step should be to understand the nomenclatures. And that is, for that, we should be making efforts to, teach our university faculties. Coming on to this talk today, the fact is that our agenda today is, firstly, I would like to discuss why we busy clinicians, all of us, when we are engrossed in our daily mundane activities, why do we need to exert ourselves to go out of our comfort zone and go venture into innovation and entrepreneurship and this journey? So why do we do what we do? What has been our journey and what are the lessons that we have learned? Is there a unique milieu in our university or any other academic institutions that provides a breeding ground for innovation or future entrepreneurs, medtech entrepreneurs? Is the question that is faced by most of the leading universities, it's should you focus more on core research and clinical research, or you should venture more into the translational research, which has got a larger, translational value in terms of science applications to the whole society? What is that debate? Which is better? Which should be funded more? That's a debate that has been rattling most of the universities and healthcare funding agencies. What provides a larger value in terms of going forward, in terms of diversification of resources? And then I would take the example of COVID crisis and one other crisis that, a Second World War crisis, and how they accelerated the research in medtechs and many other aspects of science in their relation to society. So the first question is that why do we venture out into these areas when all of us are busy in our clinical activities and we have our own families and personal passions and hobbies to go back to? Why do we need to do this thing extra beyond our normal call of duty? The answers can be many. It can be passion for creating something. An intelligent, inquisitive mind, if you do not provide it a positive diversion in terms of something which is an add-on to your work, an extension to your work, is more likely to go into disintegration, degeneration, and involving itself in the negative energy. So that is one of the reasons that it keeps us positively energized in something that is not so diverse from the clinical spectrum that we do. It's an extension, but still it's something new. It keeps our gray matting from degenerating. And this hope that if the innovation or if the idea does see the light of the day, then the whole idea of it, our efforts impacting much larger sections of society and our patients, as compared to the limited number of clinical patients that we see in our lifetime, is something that also is at the back of our minds. And of course, it's an endeavor, whether it's a futile endeavor or it's a worthy endeavor, we don't know that, but it's an endeavor of every human to leave a legacy. So you always think that if there is an innovation that carries your name, your patent that carries your name, you will have your legacy going forward. So basically, essentially, all the faculty members who are involved with the SIB Shine and the innovation entrepreneurship ecosystem of the university are driven by either one or the combination of most of these reasons. Now, medtech technology is essentially trying to solve and trying to provide solutions to the need gaps in medicine with the help of technology. And that solutions of those needs gap may positively impact the life of the physicians, the doctors, us. It may positively impact the life of the patients that we treat. And of course, it may also positively impact the overall healthcare system, let's say, of the university, of the society, of the country, and so on and so forth. And health, if provided this impetus of medtech, can have the overall impact of the socio-economic growth of the country, elevating the healthcare standards, and also boosting economies from an economist point of view. Now, we are a part of the School of International Biodesign. There are two. The first program that came up was the AIMS IIT Delhi program that was called as the Stanford India Biodesign Program. Later on, the Stanford University divorced itself from that program, and the Stanford India Biodesign became the School of International Biodesign at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Delhi, and IIT Delhi. Now, when we applied for funding to Government of India Department of Biotechnology, we wanted to call our program SHINE, which stood for Synergizing Healthcare Innovation and Entrepreneurship. But government said that let's expand the SIB family. So the second SIB has come up in a collaborative affair between King George's Medical University and IIT Kanpur, and we call ourselves SIB SHINE. So School of International Biodesign, Synergizing Healthcare Innovation and Entrepreneurship. The whole journey started in 2018 when we started to collaborate with engineering institutions, predominantly IIT Kanpur, to send their undergraduates and postgraduate students for summer immersion. So for summer, during the summer breaks in between May to June, July, the undergraduates and postgraduate students used to come to us, did their clinical immersion with various clinical subspecialties and various consultants, and they went back with ideas, and many of those ideas went on to become, not many I would say, but of 2 years, when we chased around 18 to 19 fellows, we had around 4 to 5 patents, 2 company formation, 2 BIG formation, Dr. Arshav's proctoscope and 1 obstetrics and gynecology device got patent and company formations happened. So this was a very short program in terms of just 4 to 6 weeks of these students coming and going back. Now, energized with the success of the summer immersion program, we applied for the SIB SHINE, and we enrolled our first batch in 2022. And the first cohort of the SHINE fellows is already over, and the second cohort of SHINE fellows is undergoing their training right now. It's a 1-year full residency program where the students split their time between KGMU and IIT Kanpur. For first 3 months, they do the summer immersion, find the need gap, identify the need gaps, go back to IIT Kanpur, try to develop products, prototypes, then they come back to KGMU for the product validation. That's the whole ethos of the program. We are up till now have trained or are in the process of training 16 biodesign fellows. More than 200 need statements have been identified. More than 52 products have been chased. And apart from the summer immersion, in the SIB SHINE program, we have 6 working prototypes. I mean, remember that 9 have completed and the remaining 7 are still going on. We have 4 patents that have been filed. 2 startup companies have been incorporated. We have won 2 BIG grant of BIRAC, which is a highly prestigious ignition grant for biotechnology given by BIRAC. We have got 2 BIRAC awards till now, and we have more than 40 consultants of KGMU who are involved in this ecosystem at our end. Now, what are the lessons that we have learned? That's the third thing. We have learned that we can, rather than just thinking hypothetically that we will create this, we will do this, we have, in the small journey of 5 to 6 years, although we have no product that have reached the commercialization phase, but still 4 to 5 years is a small time in the overall window of development of medtech products, and we are still learning ourselves. But we have felt that the small success stories that we have got, we have felt that medtech innovations are a realistic possibility in our environment. We can do it. But the point is that many a times, and I was hearing the Steve Jobs interview, which said that many of us, the problem that we face among our faculty members also, that everyone seems to have a great idea. And the problem or the real hurdle is that we think that the great idea is the only thing. The great idea is just the starting point of this whole journey. It has to be followed up with equal or probably more time to develop that idea into design, into alpha prototype, into a beta prototype, into an industrial level prototype, thinking about the intellectual property protection, thinking about regulatory approvals, company formation. So it's a huge, huge game. And just having the idea does not mean you can have a product. So this is what we have learned, that conceptualization is the first step, but it has to be followed up with a very long process and a hard process, but an exciting process of the entire journey of medtech innovations. This whole debate about frugal innovations, again, between the funding agencies and governments, we are fighting that whenever you go to government or funding agencies, they say you must have cheaper options for the Indian healthcare problems. Now, I may be wrong, but it's my personal view that that's not the right way to do it. In the world of globalization, we cannot have a jugaad technology and think that it will rule healthcare as our innovative product over years to come. All of us are carrying 2 lakh worths of phones in our pockets, and 10 years ago, we would not have thought that this would happen. So until and unless you have a great product, it's not going to see the light. It's not going to be absorbed by a large percentage of physicians or doctors or the patients. So I think you should have cutting edge innovations. You should plan and think for cutting edge innovations. And then once you have achieved the product, you can of course find ways to make it a little cost effective. And this will automatically happen because the point that the Indian manufacturing ecosystem is much, much cheaper than the European or the US systems. And we feel that rather than having the end product or the commercial outcomes, that rather than having that at the first point of our journey, if we innovate selflessly, then probably the impact we are going to make would be endless. We have also learned that handshake simply just, I have an idea, and this is an engineer from IIT Kanpur, let's make a product together. A simple handshake is not good enough. We have to make the formal marriage happening, a long-lasting relationship between the two institutions, two innovators, along with the fellows, and this whole team. If they work in a selfless and a non-partisan manner, then probably the outcomes would be maximum. Idea is the key, but then very few people are willing to give time and energy beyond their comfort zones to execute their ideas into clinical products, and that has to be learned by all future entrepreneurs. How we select an idea, an idea, how do we take it forward? We have certain criteria. The idea need to fulfill the 4 basic criteria. The idea should be addressing a need gap in medicine. It should be a unique idea. That is, it is not a repetition. It should have some intellectual property value. The third, it should be feasible to create that idea in the ecosystem that we work in. There are different set of ideas that can be translated to commercial success in the Indian IIT Kanpur KGMU setup. There would be a different set of ideas when we talk about MITs and Stanford. So we have to realize what are the ideas that we can take forward in our ecosystem. And the fourth point is whether it's got a market or not. We create a product and nobody is willing to buy it, and that's also not a good idea. And after we have solved these 4 basic answers, these 4 basic questions, essentially for us, the decision as program directors and program managers is that we have to divide these ideas into 4 kinds of fruits after fulfilling the 4 basic criteria in what kind of fruit they are: high-hanging, high-yielding, low-hanging, low-yielding, low-hanging, high-yielding, and low-yielding, high-hanging. So essentially, for the early part of the program, we have to think about low-hanging, high-yielding ideas, and we should take them forward in our journey. Now, the strength is that we have got a great team here in terms of, I'm really, really thankful for most of the faculty members who devote their time and energy to this program. We brainstorm a lot. We have an ecosystem which provides the platform for the future entrepreneurs and medical innovators in terms of, we have handholding in terms of technology support, intellectual property protection, regulatory approvals, company affairs, so on and so forth. So our job basically is to provide an ecosystems where all these brilliant minds can come together and create something new. The core research versus the translational research. Traditionally, universities have been considered a breeding ground for core research and clinical research. And that's what we have been doing over the last years. Some departments working on core research, most of the clinical departments working on clinical research. But now the translational research is happening. And I think the universities, rather than being they are not just a center for core research. Just because you have diversity in terms of knowledge base, when you have departments where both clinical as well as the core research is happening. So one diversity is a horizontal diversity in terms of the number of departments that you have. Another diversity is in the vertical diversity. You have undergraduate medical students, postgraduate students, PhD students, junior level faculties, senior level intellectuals. So the vertical and the horizontal diversity in any university and KGMC is an ideal breeding ground for translational research also. And I think we can work on both the sides of research, core research, clinical research, and the translational research. Just a small point about, this was a slide I actually made during one of the COVID presentations. You see, World War II and COVID kind of were two situations where human beings were subjected to the existential crisis. And when you are subjected to existential crisis, your research in terms of survival research, the science goes away from the core research and goes on to the more for translational research and tries to find out that how we can create value, human being touching propositions, changing our lifestyle based upon all the core research. So the transition between the core research, the translational research happens many a times during times of existential crisis of societies, which has happened to the likes of World War II and COVID. And I think we have learned our lessons from COVID. MedTech innovations has got too much attention now, both in terms of society and in terms of medical funding agencies, government, universities, all of us alike. And I think we are just starting on our journey. These are just baby steps. We want all your wishes and all your support in the way forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Sethi. Very enlightening. And are there any questions in the audience? Or shall we check the
online
हाँ ऑडियंस अपना सवाल पूछ ले कमरे में जब तक हम लोग वो चैट बॉक्स चेक करते हैं.
Okay, because we are running a little short of time, so I'll request Dr. Shrikant to felicitate our speaker, Dr. Rishi Sethi. Thank you, Rishi, for the wonderful presentation. Always a pleasure to listen to you. इसके बाद डॉक्टर हर्षवर्धन PPT, sir. I'll request Dr. Shalini Bhalla to felicitate Dr. Shrikant Srivastav. Are there any questions? Okay, so there are no questions in the chat box for the previous presentation. So we move on to the next presentation, which is by Dr. Rajesh Harshvardhan. For this session, I'll request Dr. Anuradha Nishchal and Dr. Nitin Dutt Bharadwaj to kindly chair the session. Dr. Anuradha is professor in the Department of Pharmacology and Therapeutics at King George's Medical University. She serves as Deputy Coordinator for ADR Monitoring Center under the Pharmacovigilance Program of India and is the Member Secretary of the Pharmacovigilance and Casualty Assessment Committee at KGMU. Dr. Nishchal has held key positions including Superintendent cum Faculty in Charge of the Hospital Revolving Fund and member of the Institutional Ethics Committee. She has also been a resource faculty for the Medical Council of India's Regional Center for Medical Education, where we worked together for so many years. And additionally, Dr. Nishchal has authored numerous publications in various national and international journals. Dr. Nitin Dutt Bharadwaj is additional professor and is heading the Department of Hospital Administration at KGMU with over 20 years experience. He has served as Deputy Medical Superintendent of King George's Medical University and has also served as the National and State Assessor for Healthcare Quality. He is editor of Journal of Academy of Hospital Administration. He is an assistant editor of the book Applied Approaches in Hospital and Health Management with contributions to 4 book chapters and 14 research papers. So I request the chairpersons to take on the session now and introduce the speaker also.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. It is my pleasant privilege to introduce Professor Rajesh Harshvardhan. Professor Harshvardhan is a distinguished medical professional with qualifications including MBBS, MD in Hospital Administration from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, DNB, MPH, LLB, PhD, amongst others. Currently, he heads the hospital administration and is the additional medical superintendent at Apex Trauma Center, Sanjay Gandhi Postgraduate Institute of Medical Sciences, Lucknow. He also serves as Sub-Dean Quality at SGPGIMS, Joint Director of the State Organ and Tissue Transplant Organization, UP, and Associate Director of UPCRAM. Formerly, he was the medical superintendent and executive registrar at Kalyan Singh Super Speciality Cancer Institute, Lucknow. Professor Harshvardhan has authored several books, nearly 100 scientific publications, and recognized by various government bodies. His leadership significantly advances healthcare, administration, and medical education in the state. Today, he'll enlighten us on enhancing visibility, why and how. I welcome you, Professor Harshvardhan.
Exactly.
What do I say? Good afternoon or good evening, I don't know. I have been since the point in time I have been here. Speakers are sharing their knowledge, expertise, experience, orientation, everything. And the other side is completely silent. So I would like to involve or engage you people. I mean, though it has thinned out pretty much, still I would like to know the profile of the audience, who I am supposed to talk to. May I know a bit about the rear rows? When I need to modulate my presentation, which probably suits your current understanding, because topic is quite de novo, quite anew, quite afresh. It's something not a run-of-the-mill. So I need to understand who I'm talking to. Okay. The topic I have been given to delve into is enhancing visibility. How and why. And the context is sort of the canvas where you have got a range of medical institutions across the country, maybe across the globe, and what all you are supposed to do in order to stand out in the crowd, in order to be recognized, in order to be reputed or considered reputed. And here is how I propose to go. I'll try to give you a very, very succinct, very quick, very brief summary as to from where the concept is stemmed out. Thereafter, I will delve in. I'll give you one example of one of the way to rank institutions in our country to begin with, before I come to what is the need. And then I'll dissect, I'll try to understand the way as on date it is being assessed, before I switch on to where is the need and how can we attain. This is the policy document NHP 2017, wherein government very clearly mentioned that the aim is to strengthen and prioritize the role of government in shaping health systems in all its dimensions. And courtesy that I'm standing here behind this podium in front of you, wherein a decade back, not more than that, or maybe a little more than that, quality per se, no one would like to have this word to consume their time, today I can see the spectrum of the specialty who have conversed over here to spare and have spared their time to understand the context, the pretext, and the foreground and the background, and how and what they can do to stand out along the entire range of the healthcare institutions in the country or maybe beyond. Subsequently, the New India Document 2022, which has given a broad roadmap for every vertical or sector of the country, including healthcare industry, as to how and in which way we can stand out or stand tall. And by virtue of those two policy documents, the quality has become sort of priority before the government, and it was more so, much more so in the Western world prior to its advent in India on the surface. And only because of this, today you people have organized this program. Now let us look at it. What is it? And where's the need? And then we'll come to how to bridge the gap. Why perception? To ascertain employers' preference for graduates of different institutions for studies or employment. It reflects on a public image of an institution, and it's undertaken through a survey of employers, professionals from reputed organizations, and large category of academicians or academics. Let us look at an analysis of the previous couple of years peer perception score of NIRF under MHRD and how it correlates with the sub-parameters of the NIRF. Those who are conversed with these terminologies will understand it well. That's why I asked ab initio as to who the audiences are in front of me. Perception score or peer perception or visibility factor has a positive, rather linear correlation with the total score. What does it mean? It means that if you are doing well in your core dimensions and collateral dimensions, eventually you will be perceived, recognized, and will become visible, which Sally Madam was probably telling in one of her slides. She showed that how research contribution makes you more visible. It is assumed that to have good total score, the university should have a focus on improving their public image, which is reflected through peer perception and ranking parameters. If you analyze the data of any ranking body over the course of preceding few years, you will come to know that most institutions perform reasonably well in the parameters that pertain to teaching, learning, resources, graduate outcomes, outreach, and or inclusivity. However, a considerable improvement is required in two matrix: the research and professional practice, and perception both. And perception is part that I am supposed to deal in detail or discuss in detail with you today right now. Because of the rapid development in the field of medical education, medical institutions, students, quantity always directs quality. Therein lies the importance that why we need to focus on quality, more so now rather than before. If you look at the results of 2019 NRF, AIMS attained top position where it attained the score of 100, which was followed by CMC Vellore, which scored 92.74. Even we at SD-PGIMS, we are ranked 4, 5, 6, something like that in the last many years since the NRF has introduced the medical vertical. Why we are losing out on the ranking is only because of peer perception. Otherwise, on many verticals, we've scored better than AIMS. AIMS is scoring 100% in peer perception, whereas we are scoring less than 50%. You can see in the next line that 23 out of 30 medical schools secured less than 15 peer. And that's why they lag behind. Therein lies the need for this topic, this priority area, this thrust area, as to how can we, what all we are supposed to do to make sure that our visibility is felt or we are perceived, recognized better. At times you are doing better, and that's being proven by the fact that you are doing good. I mean, if I give an example of, because we did a comparative study with AIMS, PH and SD-PGIMS. Along all the core verticals and core criteria, we didn't score poor. On a couple of criteria or domain or subdomain, we did score better than AIMS. But we lost significantly because of this specific segment, peer perception, when AIMS used to score 100% almost every year, and we tend to score much less than 50%, less than 50 marks out of 100. And therein lies the need for this topic that they have chosen very, very reasonably so. Likewise, there's analysis available as to how your performance in, say, for example, research or innovation, patient care, and in what way it's going to correlate with your peer perception. So you have to excel first in your primary domain, and then you have to make your excellence known to others so that you are able to be recognized by the methodology they use to score you under the vertical of peer perception. Apparently, this professional practice, I mean, your core domain, that is patient care or healthcare delivery, and the peer perception score have the most deviation from the total score. It implies that practice of collecting various key stakeholders' perception and utilizing them to improve the quality of education is much limited. That's why this taught. Universities having a good RP also have a good perception, rather should have. One of the study indicated that two parameters influencing the ranking were the most: research and professional practice, that is your healthcare delivery part, and the perception that we are supposed to deal with today. Deduction or inference: institutions aspiring for good rank at the NRF or by any other accrediting body or ranking agency, they must pay more attention to these parameters along with the other parameters, which obviously are their primary or core domain. Now I will take you through a brief sojourn of NRF for those who are not aware of its terminology, and those who know the part of the IQAC, they must be knowing abreast of it, everything as to how it goes about. It was approved by MHRD in September 15 and has got 5 primary domain: teaching, learning and resources, research and professional practices, graduation outcomes, outreach and inclusivity, and the peer perception. It was launched in 2016, conceptualized in 15, the preceding events were Government of India convened meeting of chief secretaries, and NITI Aayog also gave us input. And today we have got 13 categories under which NRF does ranking of the institutions all across the country. And we can see over in here that gradually the participation is increasing. So the quality consciousness in medical education or healthcare delivery as such is gradually increasing over the course of last 5, 7 or so years. These are the NRF parameters, which I will not go into detail. What I want to make you understand that you look at the heavy parameters which have got more marks or more marks than assigned to them. You look at the research and professional practice as 12, whereas rest of all other parameters have less than 10, and 10 is for the peer perception. That's why it becomes very important for you to make sure that whatever you do is being reflected in the peer group, and there are verticals of it as well. So there are 4 verticals of it. Your visibility is looked at or assessed or decided or perceived by your assessors along these 4 verticals through the employers and research investors, those who are going to fund you. Your academic peers, they have got all the bodies, they usually have got a pool of assessors who rank the institutions as per their subjective perception, which is built on over the course of years through various work that you are doing along the teaching, training, research, patient care domains. Third is public perception. It's very, very, very risky. And AIMS has got sort of such a brand value that it's known all across the length and breadth of the country, along entire spectrum, east to west and north to south. That's why they always score in centum in peer perception, and that gives them that position of numero uno in almost all ranking assessments. Whereas other institutions who are doing well in a couple of domains better than AIMS, they are not able to, have not been able to make their presence felt in the peninsular part of India. And the advantage that AIMS gets is by virtue of being in national capital, that advantage probably somehow or the other percolates to its perception all across the country, and that's why it fetches 100 marks every year unfailingly. And last is competitiveness. They have different ways and means. They have got a defined methodology as to how they have come to, or how will they assign, give marks for these 4 subdomains of peer perception. For want of time, I will not delve into detail, but you must know that there are 4 core verticals from which they draw their authority to rank you under the vertical of peer perception. Now come to the core topic, after having this foreground or prelude, enhancing visibility. How to strategize for this? Attracting talent, collaboration opportunities, and increased funding and resources. That's very important because research part is heavily built in all the yardstick of ranking or assessment, and that they don't ask for from you. They have their own way, or they have their own system to dig it out by different advanced softwares. A strong reputation and visibility in national and international rankings attract highly qualified individuals, enriching the academic environment and fostering research collaboration. It's like a two-way system. You attract talent, they make you more visible. You will become more visible, attract more talent. Increased visibility leads to more opportunities for collaboration with leading healthcare institutions, research organizations, industry partners. This can result in joint research projects. Even the funding agencies or investors, they also have sort of halo effect. They are also sort of occupied with the prior scoring, ranking, performance, perception from the couple of top institutions. Even when, if it comes to you, say for example, 100 list of 100 medical colleges, you will not be able to spare as much of time to go and do a sort of review of literature and then rank them when they ask for it from you only, while doing the peer perception part and scoring for that applicant institutions marked. And you reflexively choose those names which you are very familiar with. The same thing happens with the investors or funders or funding agencies. There are also sort of some halo effect, and they, even if there's a very brilliant idea or brilliant research proposal from some innocuous unknown university, it usually is not noticed. And if you look at the way the funds percolate to the institutions based on their perception, peer perception, or the reputation in the market, or in the public, or the government at large. A higher ranking institution with strong peer perception is more likely to attract funding from government agencies, philanthropic organizations, and industry partners. This allows the institution to invest in new facilities, research initiatives, and faculty development programs. So it is it works both ways. You do good, get noticed, it helps you become even better. And if there are silos or islands of excellence, they remain unnoticed somehow. That's the fallacy of the system. Perception is half the battle. Most often, you as a teacher or faculty, while teaching in class, you also, the student who has given you a very brilliant remark or observation or response to your question, you become sort of, yeah, doing is good. And the next time, that impact remains in your assessment of your next response. It's a very common observation. So that's why it's known. Scholars said, or we believe that perception is half the battle. So let us look at how to enhance visibility. We never used to think of even quality, leave alone the visibility, more so specifically in the government sector. We think that we have to do our work, funds will come on its own. No longer it's going to be so. Probably last year, Dr. Arvind is here, government of UP itself, Department of Medical Education, has designed a system of performance measurement of medical institutions based on which they will grant budget. We were part of the team. So even a state like UP and the government of UP and Department of Medical Education is not going to give you funds solely by virtue of the fact that you are a government institution. They are also going to now look at how you are performing. So it's also important from that perspective. Otherwise, even at PGI, we have borrowed loan, heavy loan, to sustain or to improve or to innovate or to progress. So it is good that today here we have assembled, however thin and far and wide. At least it has become a sort of sub priority, if not the main priority, that we need to look at the quality dimension of healthcare delivery in general, and in particular, whatever we are doing, how it's it's being projected to the world so that we are perceived that way, the way we are doing or we are performing. So we ought to have targeted communications, strategic partnership, we have thought leadership, that IQAC team that you're over here, and Dean Quality you have, Dean Quality and Planning, sir, and alumni engagement. I mean, in fact, this domain is still building. We don't have very much prescription available, or we don't have prescriptive directions to execute. It's the state of evolution. As the good institutions of high order, higher ranking, start doing their own work at their own place, and they gradually probably they will culminate into become a sort of prescriptive direction as to how to and what to do in order to score better so far as visibility or perception is concerned. Couple of interventions could be start building communication. Government institutions in general, medical institutions in particular, they work in silo. Very closed fraternity, very closed mentality. We ought to communicate outside our primary domain, which Dr. Sethi was also telling, without diluting our primary commitment. Building a milestone campaign. Whenever you achieve something significant in terms of institutional achievement, departmental achievement, or individual achievement, whatever it be, you design sort of, in an incremental fashion that as an institution, as a department, as a service, what all you are supposed to achieve, and then you start achieving those milestones and start spreading it to your world or the relevant stakeholders. Engaging in philanthropy activities helps you in that fourth vertical, public perception. Student employee welfare initiatives to attract or retain talent. Internationalization, I'll come to this little later. Feedback and continuous improvement, because there's no full stop on road to improvement or perfection. You can always improve. You can always be a better version than what you were yesterday, as on today. Few value additions. We have to be very specific as to what all is to be done so far as the student domain is concerned. And there could be many such things. Or what ought to be done by faculty: seminar, workshop, webinar, online presence, active participation, faculty exchange programs, networking, outreach activities. Likewise, how institute will make its presence felt among its peers, prospective employers, or prospective students even. You need to build industry connections. You have to enhance student support. These are not formally in place in medical institutions per se. They are in place in IITs in a very structured way. Even IIMs I have been to. But in I have come from AIMS. I am an AIMSonian, but I have not seen it in that structural way at AIMS even. Not to maybe they may be having it now, but it's not there. Nowadays, I mean, when Dr. Garg was talking about ChatGPT or AI or discriminative or generative intelligence, things are rapidly changing. Even when we were in medical school and how things have, even Dr. Sethi told, or someone told that we are carrying lakh to lakh worth mobile in hand and everything is converged on the mobile. So in next 10 years, there will be a phenomenal change, which you probably may not be able to conceive right now, imagine or visualize right now. So we ought to change in tune with time, and we have to, very well said by Dr. Garg, that otherwise we will be left out of this stream. We will be pushed out of the stream. Institutions have to put in all possible means to ensure their supra-optimal online presence in every possible way. Whichever way you look at, I mean, go and look at your website. That's the first interface. Those who are not coming to you in person. Content strategy. People, I mean, even when I see at my place, letters come from the website committee and you just draft content and give. No, I mean, what content you're going to give in which way is going to impact the perception of the who is going to hit your website. It's not being thought through from that perspective, because you have 1,000 things to do. So you just do it this one part and goes on and upload on the website. And that takes a beating on your perception, because all the ranking agencies or ranking bodies, they also browse your website to understand who you are. and how careful, how insightful, how pragmatic, how futuristic we are when we design content or draft content for our website. Say, for example, anyone from you, the audience? How professional are we? Recently, AIMS has outsourced this task and they have put a professional body to take care of all those things. Because I still feel that having faculty pulled in from different specialties, super specialties, subspecialties is not the solution. We need a dedicated team to work for it. Faculty can give them cortical guidance. But the core work ought to be done by someone whose primary obligation is this. Someone running from OT, running from OPD, running from ICU, some other thing. And suddenly I'm coming to IQAC meeting and starting discussing about something which they don't think once they move out the room. That's not the way forward to enhance your visibility. Apart from entire range of prescriptions that I have in my presentation, the first thing I would say you, please go ahead for a professional team, hire trained graduates or postgraduates, and you people just become an overarching umbrella to guide them towards the institute's broader vision, ethos, and culture, and let them work for it. Otherwise, you are not going to sustain. The same way, there's something beautiful about AIMS or IIT or IIM. That's why they are known for their, the brand they have made themselves of. I'm just, while talking to you, I reminded myself of that fact that AIMS has got professional bodies to look for the CSR cell. Professionals for the CSR cell. We don't have. कोई faculty को इंचार्ज बना दिया आपने, आपका FO है, कोई FC है. That's not the way to do. That's not the way to go. So, who is looking after your website? Must be some faculty. Obviously, that's not the way to do it. That's the only prescription I want to give to this thin audience, that first of all, we need to have a very dedicated professional team under the guidance of obviously institute faculty and the institute administration. Then only we can think of competing with them. We can think of walking shoulder to shoulder with them, those who are probably maybe number one in their respective verticals, be it engineering or medical or whatever. Leveraging faculty engagement, showcase your research. That is being done well by at least medical institutions. But still, the patent is one domain where we lose marks. Most of us lose marks, including AIMS. I've seen their marks. They don't have much patent to their credit. But you look at the other institutions like engineering IITs, there are plenty of patents unto them. So we need to look at the gaps which we can bridge in. Otherwise, research part, medical students doing well. And you have to foster institutional reputation by public relation, brand, whatever PROs do really, they in fact dilute our reputation, the way they behave. If you do a study of your PROs in the King George, do a study. They're building reputation or they're diluting it. Sorry, just try to do it. Just go for it. You're a sincere IQAC team. They are building reputation or they're diluting it. I'm telling you. So why it's happening? Because we have never focused on it from that perspective. We have never looked at it from that frame of reference. We never have had that way to look at, that different way to look at the same thing from a different angle. Alumni relations is still very weak. In medical institutions, the degree of alumni connect is there in the IITs or IIMs, we don't have still. Neither at AIMS or PGI or CMC or SDPG or wherever. Whosoever walk out, they are in their own silo, they forget their alma mater. You keep on hammering them through your website or email or alma sign or whatever. You hardly get any response, leave alone the contributions in terms of cash or kind. But look at the alumni. Sundar Pichai, Satya Nadella, Parag Agarwal, Leena Nair, Shantanu Narayan, Aravind Krishna, Sanjay Mehrotra, Nikesh Arora. They don't abandon their alma mater. Therein lies the difference. They advocate, yeah? Yeah. They contribute, they plow back, they refuel, they recharge it. Whichever way they can, they hold hand. The network of IIT is very strong. Even in the IES cadre, those who have IIT turned IES, within IES cadre, they have a separate group of IIT turned IES. Even after having been to the service, they still don't forget that we were IITs at point in time. That degree of bonhomie is not there in the medical institution, and it is there up to UG level, but thereafter it plummets somehow or the other because everybody's self-interest and everybody wrapped up in their own self and own career, individual career. Since the topic is that, so I have to be, a bit of, ruthlessly brazen. Engaging with peer institutions. Recently, we had a meeting in the Raj Bhavan when ambassadors from 15 countries came. I think probably your team must have been there. We kept on trying to communicate with them, but the area chosen was not akin to the healthcare institutions. Despite best of efforts, I kept on communicating with them all through from all the 15 countries, all across 15 countries. But we couldn't break through because it was in no way reaching even to our peripheral domains, leave alone the core domains. So I don't know how it was designed or conceptualized, but at least an effort was made. In fact, our government recently, probably 2023, they have given the granted reciprocal recognition of degrees, UK and India, after 1978. It was not recognized. Bilateral is not there. Likewise, in the government service, you cannot appoint someone having that degree of expertise, knowledge, experience. We can't do that. And then we are asked to run the race. So I wrote back to day before, I must have come to your institution also. Later came from Governor House that you have to give suggestion for those couple of, I have written to them. We need to be given that free hand to borrow talent rather than restrain ourselves in a web of a bureaucratic web. Then you ask us to perform, you tie our hand and tell dance. How do you do that? You can't do that. Continuous monitoring obviously is the key. Last segment, last leg. Let us peep in NRF 2023. Sorry. Look at the scores of aims. Last one. There will be deficient. That's where you people have chosen this topic probably. And we took many initiatives for that. We took many initiatives to build that rapport, made our presence felt. We revamped our website. We started talking to all medical of the country. We are doing that, but still have a long way to go because we have woke up late from that perspective. Look at the IIT Madras. Please, last, Pierre. So why are we lagging? Because it's not that we are incompetent or we are not doing well, because we never looked at it from that perspective. हमने इस विषय को उस नजरिए से कभी देखा ही नहीं. Obviously, अब देखा तो effort नहीं किया हमने. Effort is output कहाँ से आएगा? But for something जो मैंने first slide में था, my opening slide was quote. Unless you start thinking about something, action is a consequence of thought. Thought precedes action. And thought without action is abortion. आप सोच के रह गए, डॉक्टर ऋषि ने कहा आइडिया लेके बैठे हुए एग्जीक्यूट ही नहीं किया, यूजलेस. द रोड अहेड, प्लीज मेक स्ट्रेटेजिक अप्रोच. कंटेंट आप देखिए अपना, जिसको आप डिसेमिनेट कर रहे हैं पब्लिक में, एंड डू मेजर योर सक्सेस एंड सेट योर बेंचमार्क्स. Improving perception or peer perception or achieving a top rank by any agency calls for, if you try today, you will harbor the benefits or you reap the fruits 5, 7, 10 years from now. For that, you ought to start thinking now. Your time starts now. You have to have a team of professionals supervised by faculty under the institute administration. Then you design. How do we design? How do we write our vision statement? Have you seen that? 4 फैकल्टी दौड़ अपनी जगह से आ रही है और बैठ के ठीक है डिवीजन ये होगा, मिशन ये होगा. ऐसे थोड़ी काम होता है. That's not the way to do. I'm sorry. That's the way it's happening. I'm observing, I'm witnessing it all. You have to completely focus the way you focus on your primary specialty, and that you can't do because that's not what you're here for. You have to have a team of professionals who are trained in data analytics, who are trained in these domains, who have हमने जो निकाला बनाया टेंडर अपने वैसे ही बनाया है. So that we are also doing the same thing. We're going to hire people who are expert in this. We have designed their qualifications, experience in the same way. so that they come and this is their it would be their primary task. So gradually we think we will be able to scale heights along entire parameters of assessment, be it any agency, either national or international. Thank you for your attention. So I'm sorry if I bored you. I tried my best to work you up. Okay, but the cause, not from the need. कि ये जो बिंदु है, ये भी एक महत्वपूर्ण बिंदु है. I will appreciate your feedback, if any. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Any questions? I just have one or two words, sir. I just need to say. Thank you so much, Dr. Harshvardhan, for an enlightening talk. You have given us a lot of food for thought, need to reflect, identify our shortfalls or shortcomings, and we do need to bridge the gap to increase our NERF ranking, and we do have a long way to go. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I could see you were speaking from your heart. And yes, and the audience is thin here, but I can see there are 80 online participants. So it's overall, it's, it's reasonable. Saturday evening and, all those adverse effects.
One of our teachers showed that even if there's empty hall and you have given time to deliver talk, you deliver talk to empty hall.
Okay. So, but we do have, online participants as well. So, so without wasting further time, I'll request the chairpersons to felicitate the speaker, Dr. Harshvardhan, and extra thanks to you for, allowing us to, tweak the program a bit.
That way I listened to him and I would have moved out. Very good talk.
Very good talk. Yes, yes. So Rishi is one of the very good speakers that we have in our university. Yes. And I'll request Dr. Shalini again, she's the person who's sitting right in front and can do this to felicitate both the chairpersons, because it's a Saturday evening now. And we really appreciate that you are sitting here and listening. So for the next session, it's on the challenges for a government teaching hospital in NABH accreditation. We have Dr. Smita Chauhan from RML, Dr. Smita. And for this session, I'll request, we have a vice chancellor in this audience, actually. So Dr. Harshvardhan, so we have a vice chancellor in the audience, Dr. Jagdev Singh ji is a retired colonel and is the vice chancellor of Adesh University, Bhatinda, and which is a state private health sciences university in the rural southern part of Punjab for the last 3 years. Before becoming the vice chancellor, he was the registrar, and during his tenure, because of his efforts, the university got UGC recognition. That was in 2019. He's essentially a management graduate and has been teaching hospital management in the Department of Hospital Administration of the university, including the processes related to NABH accreditation and working towards ensuring quality medical education, and is also the chairperson of his university IQAC. So thank you so much for being here since morning, sitting continuously. So it's a double pleasure. So please chair the session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Goyal, for giving me opportunity to introduce one of the talented speakers today for today's this enlightening interaction that we have on various subjects. Till now, we have heard how the academics are going to play an important role in extending quality patient care, and patient care services is another aspect which has to be addressed. Though we say commitment and of course the expertise of the clinicians plays an important role in extending the best of patient care. However, the infrastructural requirements, they also play equally important role, which will facilitate and synergize the efforts of the clinicians. And here, now we are towards the fag end, we are going to touch upon what is the importance of NABH, that is accreditation of our hospitals, along with, of course, the laboratories also. They are going to play a very essential and important role in the present day world, where technology has taken a big leap, and we have to orient ourselves towards this side. And we have, I'm pleased to introduce to you today our next speaker. She is Dr. Samita Chauhan. She is an additional professor in surgical gastroenterology, additional medical superintendent, super specialty and oncology building, and of course, faculty in charge quality cell at Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia Institute of Medical Sciences here in Lucknow. Her areas of interest are hepatopancreatobiliary surgery and gastrointestinal, and of course, continuous quality improvement in patient care. Her salient achievements have been in the area of quality improvement in patient care, where she has played a pivotal role in NABH accreditation of super specialty and oncology wing of Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia Institute of Medical Sciences, Lucknow, and winning the FICCI Healthcare Excellence Award 22-23 for the training and skill development initiative of Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia Institute of Medical Sciences, Seva Mein Shresht, Ek Nayi Pehal, where 2,705 healthcare workers were trained. She has also been first faculty in charge of the newly established quality cell at her institution. She has got 25 articles in PubMed, and she's been, to her credit, the Fellowship of International College of Laparoscopic Surgeons 2020, Fellowship of Indian Association of Gastrointestinal Endosurgeons 2018, and Fellowship of Indian Association of Gastrointestinal Endosurgeons 2017. I have not taken too much of time, of course. So I would now invite you, and I'll not stand between you and the listeners. So welcome you to deliver your talk.
Good evening, everyone. I'm sure it's evening now. And this is the challenge. You talk about quality and you have 80 people online, but it's difficult to bring everybody together, especially the clinical side. And this is the biggest challenge when you talk about any quality changes, because we believe that we are doing the best we can. And it's true. We have the best brains in the world, I must say. And they've been working tirelessly for the patients and the government and the nation for years. So what do we need to change? In 15 minutes, the time allotted to me, I can only touch on the tip of the iceberg, because the challenges may widely be the same, but will definitely be unique to your own place, wherever you're trying to change things. So given it an outline, I'll just introduce you to NABH, the challenges we faced. I've tried to make them as compact as possible, and whether the road to this hospital accreditation, how necessary it is in today's times. So NABH is the National Accreditation Board for Hospitals and Healthcare Providers. It's a constituent body of the Quality Council of India, which was formed as an autonomous body by the Government of India in 1997. NABH also is the institutional member of International Society for Quality in Healthcare, ISQA, and it is a founder member of the newly emerging Asian Society for Quality in Healthcare. So these are the challenges, For me, the biggest challenge that I faced was how to motivate your workforce, how to motivate your peers, your colleagues, your healthcare providers to make these changes. And then to address the fact that how are we going to provide quality when we're giving quantity? You know, we're catering to such a large patient load. Then we would need a lot of process and policy amendments. The same process and policy which has carried us so far so well. Why do we need to change them and how do we need to change them? Of course, there'll be structural modifications also. And then being a teaching institute, how are we going to change all this quality care and amalgamate it with our teaching and research profile? We have the best brains, we have the best expert medical teams, good nursing care, and a fantastic journey as an institute, you know. Then why do we need NABH? This was the biggest question and probably the biggest challenge. So I'm going to take most of my time on talking to you about the motivation of the workforce. Because if you are not able to answer convincingly the why, the resistance to change that you will face is huge. Resistance to follow those infection control practices is humongous. You will have a difficult time training everybody for these new changes without disrupting the huge work time that you deal with in these government hospitals, and how you're going to sustain it. Suppose आज मिल तो गया, लेकिन कल फिर खत्म हो जाएगा. 6 महीने के लिए जब तक assessor नहीं आता है, सब कुछ ठीक हो जाता है, पर उसके बाद who's going to see into this sustenance? So when you are faced with, you know, such big brains, it's very difficult to argue. So I am just going to put forth some facts. They may change the vision that we have in our mind. And I'm sure that once you've gone through it, I would have made my case. So I'm starting with some of the data from WHO. Around 1 in every 10 patients is harmed in healthcare. And more than 3 billion deaths occur annually due to unsafe care. Low to middle income countries, the number is 4 in 100 patients die because of unsafe care. We're talking of mortality. And of this, 50% harm is preventable. Half of this is because of the medications that we administer. To target these quality care changes, WHO launched its first ever global report on infection prevention control. And it says if you have good IPC programs, you can reduce the healthcare infections by 70%. And this data is from 2022. BMJ, the British Medical Journal, has actually published a whole collective targeting quality care in 2023 in the months of March and May. I'm just not going to talk to you about world literature. I'm also going to talk to you about Asian and Middle Eastern countries, multinational prospective data, not of a few years, not after COVID. This is almost 24 years and 17 years. We're talking about how to reduce central line associated infections and the impact of healthcare associated infections. And you would believe the only modifiable parameters they mentioned is if you follow the right infection control practices, you can bring these down. Patient harm potentially reduces the global economic growth rate by 0.7%. And that's almost trillions of US dollars every year. We do understand that if we invest in reducing this patient harm, we can lead to significant financial savings. And we can even reduce the burden of harm by 15%. How does accreditation in an organization strengthen these? It can be strengthened by many factors, like your infection control measures, surgical safety, patient transport safety, fire safety, facility upkeep, and emergency codes. आए दिन हम लोग पेपर में सुनते हैं, टीवी पे सुनते हैं, there are incidents of violence related to the healthcare workers in many walks of life. NABH and its violet code is one parameter by which you can handle it in a very timely and efficient manner. There are so many media reports suggesting, you know, patient died because there was not enough care at the time that he was in the OPD. एक cardiac arrest हो गया, किसी ने देखा नहीं, एक young death हो गई. So you have a code blue for that. You activate, there is a team that you have made which will rush to the area before the clinician and do the CPR at that point in time. आग लग गई, we've had one incident in this city, you know, so you have so many things that You have already decided how you're going to tackle once they come to you. Nobody prefers it. ऐसा नहीं होता कि हम इंस्टीट्यूट में आग लगाते हैं और फिर किसी को बुझाने के लिए बुलाते हैं. But you have to do those drills. You have to have that preparedness. You have to have that hazard management. कल को भूकंप आ ही गया. कल को एक टेररिस्ट अटैक हो ही गया. कल को किसी ने बॉम्ब गिरा ही दिया. How much are we prepared? COVID तो आ ही गया था. We managed, but what did we learn? And if this is not enough, then this slide is the one that everybody should see. Before 2019, India में कोई set rules and regulation नहीं थे. लेकिन अब Digital Information Security in Healthcare दिशा 2018 है. Health Data Management Policy है. Digital Personal Data Protection Law है. Consumer Protection Act है. और बहुत recently भारतीय न्याय संहिता of Section 106 जिसमें ना केवल पेनल्टी लगेगी बट की imprisonment भी होगा in the point where medical negligence is proved. So we are not as cushioned as we used to be in medical colleges. The National Academy of Medicine of USA, सर ने भी ये slide mention की थी. हम जो भी care patient को देते हैं, it should be safe, effective, timely, efficient, equitable and patient centered. मैं इसके बारे में ज्यादा नहीं कहूंगी, पर सोचिए, हम केयर तो देते हैं, बट हाउ मेनी ऑफ दीज पैरामीटर्स डू वी फुलफिल, स्पेशली अपनी इमरजेंसीज में. जब हम बहुत लार्ज लोड्स की बात करते हैं, वी हैव दिस परसेप्शन इन हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम इन द गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल्स कि हमारे पास बहुत नंबर है. WHO अब कहता है कि हेल्थ सर्विस क्वालिटी मस्ट बी अ प्रायोरिटी एंड नॉट एन आफ्टर थॉट. ये नहीं कि हमने इंस्टीट्यूट बना दिया और NABH के एक्रेडिटेशन के लिए बाद में सोचेंगे. Even the government of India in its sustainable development goals has said that there should be access to quality health care to all. मेरे टाइम में जब मैं SPM में पढ़ती थी तो बोलते थे health for all. It has changed to quality health care for all. हमारे हिंदुस्तान की population 144 करोड़ है. As an Indian, not as a doctor, जब हम किसी government policy की बात करते हैं, क्या मिलता है वो बात अलग है. लेकिन क्या हम चाहते हैं कि हमें बिना quality standard का कुछ सामान मिले? Do we want to not have an FDA? Do we not want a FSI on the saman that we are buying? Do we not look at the ISI mark? Am I not looking at the plastic ki bottle hai ki shishe ki bottle hai? Of course we are. If I can ask for quality, then it is my dharma to give it to others. And the myth that we do the most. आपको जानकर हैरानी होगी कि हिंदुस्तान का 66% population अब private sector में दिखाना चाहता है. And even the rural population, only 33% and only 26% comes to a government sector hospital. जब मेरे teachers मुझे पढ़ाते थे और जब मैं आज आपसे बात कर रही हूँ, things have changed. And you still have the biggest numbers of doctors under one roof. According to the Indian government's data, we have crossed the limit of the ratio that is required doctors is to population. WHO says 1:1000 होना चाहिए. हमारी मिनिस्ट्री कहती है 1:834 है. वो ऑफ कोर्स आयुष को यूज करते हैं, उनका भी नाम लिखते हैं. बट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे वी हैव रीच्ड देयर. ना 1:834 होंगे, 1:1000 तो जरूर होंगे. मे बी 1:1500 होंगे. We were taught at the time when it was 1:6500, if I'm right. So, you know, the journey has been made. We cannot neglect quality anymore. So if you can understand this, if I have made a case now, rest of the things for the minds that you are very easy. एक बार आप करने को तैयार हो जाइए, फिर ये सब कुछ लेट डाउन है, करना आसान है, टाइम लगेगा. बट वी ऑल नो दैट ये जो जर्नी हमने डॉक्टर बनने की, हेल्थ केयर प्रोवाइडर बनने की इतनी साल की है, मेहनत करने में, दिमाग लमाने में, कोशिश करने में हम किसी से कम नहीं. सो द प्रोसेस मैनेजमेंट चेंज ऑफ कोर्स हैज टू कम फ्रॉम द सीनियर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन. आपको बताऊं, नॉर्वे में 2019 में एक स्टडी हुई थी जिसमें उन्होंने ये कहा कि 2800 के करीब फिजिशियंस कंसल्टेंट से उन्होंने एक फॉर्म भरने को कहा. उनसे कहा कि आप में से कितने लोग क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट में काम करना चाहते हैं. नॉर्वे में रिस्पॉन्स रेट 70% था. उस 70% में 85 करना चाहते थे. उस 85 में केवल 68 ने किया. सो अगर उस कंट्री में ऐसा है तो ऑफकोर्स हमारे यहाँ रेजिस्टेंस है. बट देन वी हैव शोन टू द वर्ल्ड, हमने जैसे कोविड मैनेज किया, किसी ने नहीं किया. तो हम जब करने पे आएंगे, वी कैन डू इट मच बेटर देन एनीबडी, एंड आई एम वेरी वेरी श्योर अबाउट इट. डॉक्यूमेंटेशन ऑफ मेडिकल रिकॉर्ड, प्रिस्क्रिप्शन प्रैक्टिसेस चेंज करनी पड़ेंगी. इट शुड बी लेजिबल. It should have a certain flow. मुझे याद है हमें मेडिसिन में जब सर पढ़ाया करते थे तो एक एक तुमने ये दवाई लिखी क्यों दी, ये दवाई दी क्यों दी, इंटरेक्शन है कि नहीं, कितनी बार दी, क्यों दी. आज के आप प्रिस्क्रिप्शंस पढ़ लीजिए, हाफ द इंफॉर्मेशन पेशेंट हैज टू कम बैक टू डॉक्टर साहब ये 1 हफ्ते खानी है, 3 दिन खानी है, एक बार खानी है, 3 दिन खानी है. So we are not communicating with the patient well. That is a problem. I've talked about the emergency code. Inventory control measures बहुत important है. Being a government hospital, हमें बहुत पैसा government से मिलता है, बहुत सामान government से मिलता है, लेकिन हम उसको manage नहीं करते, इसलिए बहुत wastage है. हम अपने मरीज से पूछते ही नहीं कि वो यहाँ क्यों नहीं आना चाहता. क्या हो गया है कि मेडिकल कॉलेज जाना नहीं चाहता, क्या हो गया है कि मेदांता जाएगा, अपोलो जाएगा, यहाँ नहीं आएगा. We don't ask for a feedback. Have we gone to the level कि हम बहुत ऊंचे हो गए उनसे, कि हमें पूछना नहीं है उनसे? Is it not important? It is important. Of course, हमारा हेल्थ केयर वर्कर BSc नर्सिंग है, अच्छे नीट एग्जाम्स से लेकर के आता है, but they have not been trained for this. We need to train them if we want our healthcare practices to improve in their quality. Quality indicators के बारे में जब आप NABH के लिए जाएंगे, और अरविंद is coming after me, he will show you before क्या होता है और after क्या होता है, so I won't go there. बाद में प्रॉब्लम ये आती है, सब कुछ कर लिया, NABH मिल गया, अब कंप्लायंस खत्म. NABH बहुत बार मुझे सुनने को मिलता है, डॉक्टर साहब NABH हो गया है, अब जाने दीजिए, इसको छोड़ दीजिए. नो, इट्स अ कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस. 2 साल बाद आपका सर्वेलेंस होगा, 4 साल बाद आपका एक और रिन्यूअल होगा, आपको रिन्यूअल के लिए फिर इतनी मेहनत करनी, और हर बार वो आपको उन पैरामीटर्स के लिए नहीं देखेंगे जिसके लिए NABH दिया है. There is a commitment, there is an excellence. Every time they want them to go for, it is a journey. You can't do it today. It's not a point prevalence, it is a journey. And again, surgical safety compliance, being a surgeon, I know, many surgeons know, and many patients know, कि अगर हम सिंपल एक सर्जिकल सेफ्टी चेकलिस्ट फॉलो करें तो बहुत सारे ऐसे इंसिडेंसेस को बचाया जा सकता है होने से, जो आगे जाकर के पेशेंट की जिंदगी के लिए बहुत मुश्किल कर सकते हैं. स्ट्रक्चरल चेंजेस, प्रॉपर साइनेजेस. साइनेजेस से मेरा मतलब फायर साइनेज, लिफ्ट साइनेज नहीं है. आपको हैंड प्रैक्टिस का साइनेज बनाना होगा, पेशेंट सेफ्टी गोल्स का साइनेज बनाना होगा, इमरजेंसी कोड्स का साइनेज बनाना होगा, और उन्हें सही जगह पे लगाना होगा. नॉन अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ नॉन कंप्लायंट फॉर्म्स. हमारे पास, मेरे इंस्टीट्यूट में ये बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम थी. हमने एक कंसेंट फॉर्म बनाया, सबसे कहा उसको यूज कीजिए, पर हर डिपार्टमेंट अपने यहाँ हर प्रोसीजर के 40 कंसेंट फॉर्म यूज कर रहा है. अब उसके पास टाइम ही नहीं है कि वो अलग से एक प्रोसीजर रखे, फिर 3 उसके कॉम्प्लिकेशन. नहीं, हम नहीं करेंगे. बट यू हैव टू ब्रिंग देम टुगेदर. आप अगर बैठे लिस्ट बनाए, आई डोंट नो इफ KGMC हैड इट, बट व्हेन वी सैट डाउन एंड वी मेड अ लिस्ट, 244 फॉर्म्स थे हमारे यहाँ, जिनमें 100 को यूज भी नहीं कर रहा था. और ये फॉर्म RML का है कि नहीं, उस पर कोई कंट्रोल नंबर नहीं पड़ा हुआ था. कोई भी अपने फोन पे, अपने लैपटॉप पे टाइप करके वो निकाल सकता था. So you have to see that what is going on in the institute has been labeled as the institutes. आपको अपनी पॉलिसीज चेंज करनी होंगी, SOPs बनाने होंगे, एवरी चेंज. मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल देती हूँ. इतना बड़ा इंस्टीट्यूट है, ग्रीवांस रिड्रेसल पॉलिसी, आई डोंट नो KGMU क्या फॉलो कर रहा है. RML में वी मेड अ ग्रीवांस रिड्रेसल पॉलिसी, NABH के तहत, कि जितने सेक्सुअल हैरासमेंट केस आएंगे वो इंटरनल कंप्लेंट कमेटी को जाएंगे. लेकिन अगर कोई हेल्थ केयर वर्कर अपने बॉस से नाराज है, एक बॉस अपने कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल एम्प्लॉई से नाराज है, एक अटेंडेंट अपने डॉक्टर से नाराज है, तो उसका ग्रीवांस कौन रिड्रेस करे? So we have made a policy for that and it should be in place. हमने जब शुरू किया तो लिटरली हर दूसरे दिन मेरे पास इंक्वायरी आ जाती थी. आज 1 साल बाद those numbers have come down. Patient have realized कि नहीं, अगर हम लिख दिए चिट्ठी तो हमको बुलाया जाएगा. मैडम 6 बार बुलाएंगी, हर बार रिकॉर्ड करेंगी, 100 सवाल पूछेंगी. So जो गलत है they have stopped. जो गलत कर रहे थे they have also stopped. So it acts as a deterrent. Work on these SOPs. Of course we need manpower. अभी हमारे आप सबके बहुत सारे लोगों को आना था, आ नहीं पाए, बट वी नीड देम रियली. हैंड्स आर इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड देन लीगल ट्रैकर्स एंड एक चीज मैं बात करना चाहूंगी क्रेडेंशियलिंग एंड प्रिविलेजिंग के बारे में. हम सब यहाँ काम कर रहे हैं. हाउ इज अ OT स्टाफ डिफरेंट फ्रॉम से एन IPD स्टाफ? हाउ इज अ कीमोथेरेपी वार्ड स्टाफ डिफरेंट फ्रॉम अ पीडियाट्रिक स्टाफ? हम तो ऐसे रोटेट कर देते हैं, आज यहाँ जरूरत नहीं, तुम वहां के इंचार्ज बन जाओ. नो, A person has been trained for so many years and so many things. आप उसको एक से ज्यादा चीजों के लिए ट्रेन कीजिए और उसको चेंज कीजिए. आपको ये डिफाइन करना पड़ेगा. इट कैन नॉट बी अ स्टॉप गेट अरेंजमेंट कि वो नर्सिंग स्टाफ नहीं आया दूसरे को दे दो. द काइंड ऑफ डिफिकल्टीज दैट द पेशेंट फेसेस, एक IPD से उठा करके आपने कीमोथेरेपी में एक पेशेंट के लिए नर्सिंग स्टाफ डाल, शी डजंट नो द सेफ कीमोथेरेपेटिक प्रैक्टिसेस. ओटी में कौन सा सामान कैसे देना है नहीं उसको मालूम है. So this should not be done. There should be a proper credentialing and privileging. और ये स्लाइड्स इनके बारे में मैं ज्यादा नहीं बताना चाहूंगी, बस ये है कि अगर आप NABH के लिए जा रहे हैं तो पूरे संस्थान के लाइसेंसेस पे काम करना जरूरी है. हम गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, हम अपने डॉक्टर्स अपना काम करते हैं, वी डोंट थिंक अबाउट दीज थिंग्स, बट दे आर वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर द सेफ्टी ऑफ द हॉस्पिटल एंड एवरीबडी इन इट, इंक्लूडिंग द हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स. तो क्लिनिकल एस्टैब्लिशमेंट एक्ट, लोकल अथॉरिटी के साथ रजिस्ट्रेशन, बायोमेडिकल, वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट कंसेंट, वाटर एक्ट, एयर एक्ट, हजार्डस वेस्ट, ब्लड बैंक लाइसेंस, ऑर्गन ट्रांसप्लांट, फायर एनओसी, बहुत लंबी लिस्ट है. समबडी इज इंटरेस्टेड आई कैन गिव इट टू इट. कैसे ये सब कुछ आपके ट्रेनिंग और रिसर्च को हेल्प करेगा? अगर आप बेटर डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करेंगे, एक लार्जर डेटाबेस बनाएंगे जो कि ज्यादा एक्यूरेट होगा, आपकी डेटा एनालिसिस बेटर होगी, आपके क्वालिटी चेक इतने ज्यादा होंगे कि आपके बायसेस कम हो जाएंगे. अगर आप सही से कंसेंट लेते हैं तो आपको एथिकल इश्यूज पेपर छापने में नहीं आएंगे. प्रॉपर फीडबैक से आपके पेशेंट का सेटिस्फैक्शन बढ़ेगा, और अगर आपका पेशेंट सेटिस्फाइड होगा तो वो फॉलो अप के लिए जरूर आएगा. All these things are required to write a good clinical paper. A paper which is not about quality, but has to have quality in it. The road to hospital accreditation कितना necessary है? हम लोगों को assure कर रहे हैं कि we are going to give you a quality care. Patient से कह रहे हैं कि we will keep you safe. We will improve the outcome. हम आपका trust चाहते हैं. NIR ranking के बारे में सर ने कहा, peer हमारे बारे में हमको कैसे recognize करता है. We have to improve this. These are the reasons why we are not getting that 50 to 100. We need to change this. और अगर हम compliant होंगे तो हमारे ऊपर legal actions कम होंगे. And also we will develop as a profession. The last line is a lot of line. But what I meant to say, मैंने इसमें लिखा नहीं है. But I do believe, कहा किसी ने भी हो, लेकिन सबका साथ, सबका विकास और सबका विश्वास जरूरी है, and we can do it. So I thank you for your very valuable time. And I'll be happy to take any questions. I know I've become very passionate about this, but yeah. That's true. I think my own understanding is if you can convince your, let me say it off the records, your faculty, it's the half battle's done. Because your healthcare worker was, that's what I found. The healthcare worker would come along. Your residents will come along. Your nursing staff will come along. Your dietitians, your staff, everybody else will come along. Because वो ऊपर से जैसा percolate होगा, नीचे तक वैसा ही आए. Madam is not here, but I always say this, and it was her vision that we were able to do this in RML. So yeah, thank you all so much.
So if there are any comments or questions, there are none online. Okay, so I'll request you to please felicitate the, okay, you want to say
I would
something?
like to thank Dr. Chauhan. It's been really enlightening, and you, in a very crisp manner, you have been able to explain the importance of NABH and how is it going to improve the quality of patient care and patient care services. But all of us, when this NABH gets rolling, I think each and every individual in the hospital gets involved. Until unless that initially the training is carried out, what we have done in NABL, all the people who were involved for NABL accreditation, they were all given a lot of training for about 2 to 3 weeks. And then, you know, the process got rolling on, and we got the accreditation effectively in no time. Thank you so much.
Please facilitate. Thank you, Dr. Smita. Wonderful presentation. You spoke from the heart again. So, yeah, so, and I'll request Dr. Shalini to felicitate our guest chairperson also, Colonel Jagdev Singh Ji. So we move on to the next session. We are getting late. So it's by Dr. Arvind Kumar Singh, who comes from RML Institute of Medical Sciences, Lucknow. For this session, I'll invite Dr. Amita Pandey to please chair the session. Dr. Amita is Professor of Obs and Gynae and is presently the head of Department of Medical Education in King George's Medical University, Lucknow.
That's it.
Has contributed to several maternal health guidelines for the government of India till the time he is putting on the slide. I have to read. Okay. So over to you, Dr. Amita.
So after this wonderful presentation introducing us to the challenges of NABH, which Dr. Smita just presented, we have more about NABH, the NABH accreditation process before and after, and the person who would be enlightening us is no other than Dr. Arvind Kumar Singh, an associate professor from the Department of CFM at RML Institute. And he has innumerable number of publications, chapters, research experience, and achievements and awards to his credits. Just to name a very few, he is the national trainer of RBSK, Ministry of Health and Welfare, Government of India. He's the national trainer of lot many things like infant and young child feeding, breastfeeding promotion, UNICEF. He's the states trainer for RM and CHA program. He's the consultant ICDS monitoring and a supervisor concurrent assistance and technical assistance to districts. So welcome, Dr. Arvind, and we are all looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to stand over here. A few months back, I was attending a lecture on revised course in medical education from you people. So it obviously feels honored to be standing over here. So this picture speaks 1,000 words. I'm not going to the detail of this picture. And my half work has already been done by Smita ma'am. So I'm thankful to her. And I'll very quickly go through my session. And the thing is that, just looking at this picture, quality is important because quality is important for making choices. Now, I'll just start with a small incident. When I joined RML Institute, then the first job which was given to me was taking admissions, UG admissions to RML Institute of Medical Sciences. And I happened to see that there were few children whose first choice was KGMU and the second choice was RML. But there were some students for whom the first choice was RML. So one student came to me, he was ranked around 80 or something. I asked him, didn't you get KGMC? Yes, sir, I was getting. So why did you take RML? Because I'm a KGMU alumni. So I just was curious to ask him. So I asked, तो तुमने RML क्यों लिया? मतलब normally KGMU is first and RML is coming second. That's why. तो उसने बोला सर 2 रीजन है. मैंने कहा क्या? बोला मेरा दोस्त यहाँ पढ़ता है और वो बोला कि इंस्टीट्यूट अच्छा है और जगह अच्छी है जहां पर ये लोकेटेड है. और मैंने कहा दूसरा रीजन, सर आपका हॉस्टल सेंट्रली एयर कंडीशनड है. So the thing is that कि quality is जैसे beauty lies in the eyes of beholder, so quality also lies in the eyes of the beholder. So you can never be sure what would be the perception of quality according to this person or that person. Here comes the importance of accreditation agencies, because if we totally leave it subject to the subject to determine what is the quality of this institute, so the things would be very different if I get somebody from the south, if I get somebody from the north. So definitely हर चीज का आंसर होता है कि हम कुछ ऑब्जेक्टिव असेसमेंट टेक्निक्स बना लें, और NABH ने वही काम किया है, वो असेसमेंट टेक्निक्स बनाकर. सो स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड, बिफोर एंड आफ्टर, आई जस्ट बी रनिंग थ्रू द स्लाइड्स. मैं बहुत ज्यादा डिटेल नहीं बोलूंगा. तो NABH के बारे में मैम ने पहले भी बताया था, और जब हमें ये टास्क मिला कि NABH RML का कराना है और हमारी एक ट्रेनिंग हुई बकायदा, देयर वर सम पीपल फ्रॉम आउटसाइड. सो जैसा हमें मेडिकल एजुकेशन में हर सेशन के बाद एक कमेंट लिखना होता था, फीडबैक, उसमें एक आहा मूवमेंट आता था. तो वो आहा मूवमेंट आया, वाओ ये तो इंस्टीट्यूट कितना अच्छा बन जाएगा, इट्स सो गुड. बट व्हेन वी डेल्व्ड इनटू कि हमें करना क्या पड़ेगा, तो इट वाज इम्पॉसिबल. यार ये नहीं हो सकता. हाउ आर वी गोइंग टू अटेन सो मेनी ऑब्जेक्टिव elements all together? So it was a very roller coaster ride. Smita ma'am and Dr. Atul Jain, they were the people under whom I was working for NABH accreditation, and thankfully we were able to tide over. Now we are going through the second stage जैसा मैम ने बोला कि नाउ द थिंग हैज कम, कि दोबारा होगा क्या, अभी अभी बचा हुआ है क्या. सो अगेन, so I'm not going into the purpose and etc etc. Just to give you a very small idea, most of the people might be having this idea, but NABH assesses the institute and moreover अभी तक हमने NAC की बात देखी या जो भी assessment techniques की बात देखी, more or less they are output centered. आपके बच्चे कहाँ प्लेस हो रहे हैं, कितने प्लेस हुए, कितने रिसर्च पब्लिकेशंस हुए, एंड सो अदर थिंग्स. NABH थोड़ा सा डिफरेंट है. NABH प्रोसेस पे ज्यादा ध्यान देता है. ऑब्वियसली मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूं कि आउटकम नहीं मेजर करता, लेकिन प्रोसेसेस पे बहुत ध्यान देता है. उनके एसेसर्स, दे विल कम टू यू एंड दे विल नॉट आस्क यू, दे विल आस्क द स्वीपर ऑफ द हाउस कि अच्छा इस अस्पताल में जच्चा बच्चा की डिलीवरी होती है, तो स्वीपर कहेगा नहीं होती है. तो मान लो कोई औरत आ जाए और वो बोले कि हमें बच्चा होने वाला है, तो तुम क्या कहोगे? नाउ दैट स्वीपर नीड्स टू नो द स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर which is there in your record. So you have to train your sweeper also. You have to train the pharmacist also. You have to train the registration person also. Everybody, right from the director of the institute or the vice chancellor of the institute to the last person standing, should know whatever is pertinent. जो भी SOPs pertinent है वो बोलना पड़ेगा, and it should not be different. It should not be different from what is written in your books. So this is very, very important. So coming to these chapters, there are basically 10 chapters. The first 5 chapters are mostly patient-centric. So it deals with various parameters related to patients. And under these chapters, there are different standards. Now, currently we are having the NABH 5th edition. और 5वें एडिशन में टोटल 100 स्टैंडर्ड हैं, और इन 100 स्टैंडर्ड्स के अंदर में 651 यानी 651 ऑब्जेक्टिव एलिमेंट्स हैं. इस 651 ऑब्जेक्टिव एलिमेंट्स का मतलब ये नहीं है कि यू नीड टू हैव ओनली 651 रजिस्टर्स और 651 प्रोसीजर्स. अटेनिंग वन ऑब्जेक्टिव एलिमेंट may need to maybe formation of 10 registers in 10 different areas, or maybe one objective elements is going to deal with all the informed consent in every department of the whole institute. So that is a, as ma'am said, very humongous task, or we can't deny it. But again, there are they are divided into 4 categories, these objective elements. You do not need to attain 651 objective elements in the first go. But yes, they are divided into core, commitment, achievement, and excellence. Now, for example, when we are going for the second assessment, NABH would come and not only look for the core, commitment, and achievement level, but also going to look after the excellence levels. So again, it's a process. It's not a static thing that you get it and it's done. No, you have to continue the quality journey. That is what the assessors told us. That is what everybody told us. Quality is a journey. It's not the target. So we have to be committed. Once you take the vow, then it is like marriage. You will have to continue that until unless you try to divorce it off. No, sir, I am not going for NABH accreditation anymore. So again, documentation is very important. हर चीज में डॉक्यूमेंटेशन इंपॉर्टेंट है. NABH में भी डॉक्यूमेंटेशन इंपॉर्टेंट है, लेकिन NABH में डॉक्यूमेंटेशन का फायदा क्या हमें मिला? बहुत सारे ऐसे डॉक्यूमेंट थे जो इंस्टीट्यूट में किसने बनाया, किसने रखा, किसके पास रखा हुआ है, वो गायब हो गया, चूहा खा गया, कुछ नहीं पता. और ये चीजें कब पे करती हैं? मैम ने बताया हमारे शहर में कुछ जैसे अग्निकांड हो गया, और एक बार जब आग लगती है तो उसके बाद ये ढूंढा जाता है कि भाई ये होटल बना कैसे, किसने अलाउ किया, कहाँ है लाइसेंस आपका. और अब अगर उस पॉइंट पे आप डॉक्यूमेंट खोजना शुरू करोगे तो यू विल नेवर गेट दैट. और उस पॉइंट टाइम पर अगर आप फायर डिपार्टमेंट के पास जाओगे, कहोगे जरा रिकॉर्ड देख के देख लीजिए हमें मिला भी है या फायर एनओसी या नहीं मिला है, तो वो कहेगा साहब भाग जाओ, मेरी नौकरी मत खाओ, तुम्हारी तो जाने ही वाली है. सो द थिंग इज दैट these legal trackers become very, very important. To utter surprise, we were lacking lot of documents. We had to get them arranged. Strangely, गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में एक हॉस्पिटल 14 साल से चल रहा है, और अगर उसका फायर एनओसी पता नहीं है तो उसके लिए, एंड ऐसा नहीं है कि उसको मिला नहीं था, मिला था, बट द थिंग इज दैट कि गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसीज कीप ऑन चेंजिंग. नाउ व्हेन वी अप्रोच्ड द फायर डिपार्टमेंट कि हमें एक नया इशू कर दो, तो उन्होंने कहा सर पहले तो हो जाता था कि आपके चारों तरफ रास्ता हो, ऐसे गलियारे हो, पानी का स्रोत हो जाता था, लेकिन सर अब तो आपको ये फायर स्प्रिंकलर्स लगवाने पड़ेंगे, फायर अलार्म लगवाने पड़ेंगे. नाउ यू इमेजिन इन अ हॉस्पिटल which is not equipped with these sprinkler system or fire alarm system, and it has got these false ceiling. Smita ma'am got that done for the entire administrative block. पूरा एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ब्लॉक उजड़ा और फिर दोबारा इकट्ठा हुआ सिर्फ एक सिस्टम उसमें फिट करने के लिए. बट थैंकफुली नाउ इट इज देयर. वी गॉट द fire NOC. Similarly, lot of licenses were missing. Now we have those licenses at a single place. It came to, I'll just give you an example because I'll be rushing through most of the slides. Initially, PCPNDT Act. आपको नहीं पता होगा सर कि आपके कॉलेज में कितने अल्ट्रासाउंड मशीन किस किस डिपार्टमेंट में है, और उन अल्ट्रासाउंड मशीन्स का PCPNDT रजिस्ट्रेशन है या नहीं. चलिए मान लेते हैं है. क्या हर डॉक्टर जो अल्ट्रासाउंड कर रहा है उसका PCPNDT रजिस्ट्रेशन है? नहीं होगा सर. चलिए मान लेते हैं है. क्या सीनियर रेजिडेंट्स का है? नहीं होगा सर. जूनियर रेजिडेंट्स का है? नहीं होगा सर. सो वी गॉट एवरीबडी, even the junior resident or the senior resident or the doctors in nephrology department, gynae department में तो generally होता ही है, but still the female staff, the junior residents do not have those things. So you will need to get PCPNDT registration for each and every person who is using that ultrasound machine, because the assessor would come and he would say इस machine को कौन use करता है? Sir, me. Okay, इनका दिखाइए license कहाँ पर है. So something like this. कीमोथेरेपी ड्रग्स के लिए बहुत सारे लाइसेंसेस रिक्वायर्ड होते हैं, हुड होता है, वो सारी चीजें ऑटोमेटिकली चेंज हो जाती हैं. सो आई थिंक देयर इज सम प्रॉब्लम विद द फॉन्ट, बट आई जस्ट गो थ्रू दैट. सो द थिंग इज दैट कि before NABH everything was inconsistent, spread over lot of area, and we didn't know that where are those documents. At least there was no central repository for that. After that, we have 3 files, 3 folders, big folders, in which we have each and every license. This is very, very important, especially when relating to the use of radiotherapy or anything that is relating to radiation. And another thing, if it is relating to use of narcotic drugs. I don't know, sir. There is a narcotic officer over here or not, but yes, you need to have a narcotic license officer. Then you need to have the record of each and every gram of narcotic that has ever been purchased over here. If it is used, then which is the person for whom it has been used. And if it is discarded, then in front of 2 witnesses, it needs to be discarded. There should be a register for that gram of narcotic, चाहे आप 1 किलो ही क्यों नहीं use कर रहे हो इस पूरे इंस्टीट्यूट में. So these are the things that came into place once we went through the NABH process. Then this is the first chapter, access, assessment and continuity of care. Basically, this deals with how accessible are the health services, how there is a display of, we didn't have any board that displayed कि RML Institute of Medical Sciences में ये facilities available हैं और ये facilities available नहीं हैं. Lekin now we have a board which displays that, okay, this hospital has these facilities and does not have these facilities. So when a patient comes over there, if he knows how to read and write, then he should be aware that there is no gynae department in the main campus. So he can go to some other hospital or some other wing. Then there is improved care of patients. So ma'am was already talking about a few things. For example, there was a patient who was going into the MRI room and he was named maybe some XYZ. Assessor came and asked, how do you know that this patient requires MRI of the spine? We said, because this patient is patient XYZ. So he asked, do you think that there is only one patient XYZ? There is only one person having this name XYZ, or there can be other persons who can be named XYZ? No, that is not the proper way. Even if it carries a father name, so we introduce the patient band. So that patient band ensures that no wrong procedure will ever be done to a wrong patient. So the things did improve. Then management of medications, pharmacy, huge chaos. I know HRF is one of the areas which is always under scanner. तो HRF में हमारे फार्मेसी मैनेजमेंट में इट वाज अ ह्यूज क्योस. कौन सी ड्रग कहाँ रखी होती है, नार्कोटिक ड्रग क्या 2 तालों के अंदर रखी होती है, सिंगल ताले के अंदर, कट स्ट्रिप पॉलिसी क्या है, ठीक है, लुक अलाइक साउंड अलाइक ड्रग्स कैसे रखी जाती हैं, डिस्पेंसिंग कौन करता है, वेदर इट्स नार्कोटिक ड्रग्स आर बीइंग डिलीवर्ड राइट टू द वार्ड or the patient attendant is coming and taking it. So he pointed out a very valid point. A patient coming with 1 vial of morphine, sister ने लिख के हाथ से दे दिया जाओ morphine लाओ, और उसने उसके आगे एक 0 बढ़ा लिया और वो 10 वायल मॉर्फिन आपके यहाँ से निकाल के लग गया, 9 जेब में डाला, एक उसने सिस्टर को दिया. These 9 vials can be traced back based upon the batch number. If that is misused at any place in Lucknow or anywhere, it can be traced back to RML pharmacy and RML can lose the narcotic license forever and ever. So these things were pointed out and luckily it was corrected. Then patient's right and education, of course, every point is having a lot of points, what to discuss and what to leave. But yes, there is more effective communication. For example, right to make the right choice. So if now the consent form which we have designed, then there would be also place for writing alternative treatment. So these are the new other treatment strategies, but they carry these risks and these risks. So it's the patient who makes the choice, okay, I'm going for this procedure and so on. Then improved hospital infection control. Believe me, nobody knows how to do a proper hand washing. Even BSc, I'm not talking about the sisters, I'm even talking about the faculty. Nobody is doing a proper hand washing. And this was the question which was asked in the FICCI, by the FICCI jury to ma'am, कि हम समझ गए कि आपने बहुत अच्छी ट्रेनिंग दी, 2700 लोगों को ट्रेन करके सब ठीक कर दिया, आपने बोला हॉस्पिटल आपने डॉक्टरों को कैसे सिखाया हाथ सही तरीके से धुलना? क्योंकि डॉक्टर तो, अगर आप डॉक्टर से बोलेंगे कि सर आपको हाथ धुलना नहीं आता, तो दैट विल हर्ट हिज ईगो. मैम ने बड़ा स्मार्टली उत्तर दिया. मैम ने कहा कि सर कुछ नहीं, हम तो डॉक्टर को जाके बोलते थे चलिए सर वार्ड में देखिए ना, आपकी नर्सेस को हाथ धुलना तक नहीं आता है. और डॉक्टर खड़ा होता था, उसके सामने सिखाया जाता था नर्सों को हाथ धुलना और डॉक्टर भी सीख जाता था. सो दैट वाज वेरी वेल टेकन बाय द ज्यूरी फ्रॉम FICCI. सो improved hospital infection control. In fact, there are some key performance indicators like Dr. Harshvardhan was talking. इसमें भी key performance indicators हैं, and we have actually registered quite a drastic fall in the number of all hospital infections in RML IMS, truly speaking, after NABH was adopted. Then patient safety and quality improvement. Yeah, there are various parameters that have improved. Then responsibilities of management, a lot of points are there. And definitely, then the management would be more aware about what their responsibilities are and who is accountable for those particular responsibilities. It would not be passing the buck from one person to the other person. So these things improve. Facility management safety, ma'am pointed out, there were a lot of fire hazards. They even noticed that there was a, power breaker switch somewhere. And we get a lot of equipment जो लकड़ी के बॉक्सेस में पैक होकर आते हैं, और वो जो खाली डब्बा था वो स्विच बोर्ड के नीचे ढकेल दिया गया था. Even that was taken into account. ये सोले, this is not compliance, this is a fire hazard. Suppose यहाँ पर एक भी चिंगारी गिर गई और यहाँ पर आग लग गई, तो who is responsible? Now, they said इसको साफ करवाइए और यहाँ पे रबर की मैट बिछवाइए, so that any person who is handling that cutout, उसको शॉक ना लगे. Lot of things did happen. So say infrastructure changes काफी होते थे. Human resource management, मैम ने credentialing और privileging की बात की. Frankly, मैंने जिंदगी में पहली बार NABH में ही सुना था ये चीज. और thankfully हमने उसके बाद जितनी भी nurses को recruit किया, NABH का जैसे NAC जितना पुराना इंस्टीट्यूट होगा उतना बढ़िया होगा. क्योंकि उनके पास ज्यादा पब्लिकेशंस होंगे, ज्यादा एलुमनाई होंगे, मे बी NIRF में भी उनको बेनिफिट मिले। मेरा बिलीफ है कि NABH नए इंस्टीट्यूट में करना ज्यादा आसान है, बिकॉज देन यू मेक योर रूल्स, यू टीच देम बिफोर दे एक्चुअली गोइंग टू प्रैक्टिस। तो जो नई नर्सेज आई उनको हमने इंडक्शन ट्रेनिंग दी, यहाँ भी हुआ था, आई केम ओवर हियर। सो इंडक्शन ट्रेनिंग में हमने सारे अपने नए नियम कानून, नए फॉर्म सब कुछ बता दिए। Hopefully they are at least following 75 to 80% of whatever was there in NABH. So उसमें उनकी क्या ट्रेनिंग है, क्या कैपेसिटी है, उसके अकॉर्डिंग हमने उनको प्रिविलेज किया। So every nurse would not go into the ICU, every nurse will not go into the OT, it will only depend upon the training. And yes, NABH SSS do look whenever there is a nurse in OT, sorry ICU, they will say randomly 3 लोगों की फाइल मंगा लेंगे, इधर लाइए, इसमें वो ट्रेनिंग दिखाइए जो इसने आईसीयू के लिए किया है, या कीमोथेरेपी दे रही है, वो 2-3 का नाम ऐसे टिक करके दे देंगे, कहेंगे इनकी पर्सनल फाइल लाइए, और उसमें वो देखेंगे कि इसने कीमोथेरेपी की कोई ट्रेनिंग की है या नहीं की है। सो दैट नीड्स टू बी देयर इन द फाइल इन फॉर्म ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट ऑल्सो। Then, of course, improved information management system, data management, very important. Confidentiality की मैम ने ऑलरेडी बात कर दी है, that is very much stressed into this, that patient का data confidential रहना चाहिए। और afterwards क्या होता है? This is what happens afterwards. We have to continuously monitor the entire institute for at these 32 key performance indicators, which vary across infection पे क्या हो रहा है, अलग अलग कितने एरर्स हुए, एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा। देयर आर 32 ऑफ देम। हर महीने हमारी मीटिंग होती है, हमारी इन्फेक्शन कंट्रोल नर्सेस और क्वालिटी सेल के स्टाफ घूमकर इसका डेटा इकट्ठा करते हैं और उसको CMS, MS, हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट सबके समक्ष प्रस्तुत किया जाता है। अगेन द अटेंडेंस इज क्वाइट थिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली, लेकिन फिर उसके बाद उसमें आदेश जारी होते हैं कि आपके वार्ड में इतना इन्फेक्शन बढ़ गया, ये हुआ, आपको ये कंट्रोल मेजर्स करते हैं, एंड सो ऑन। सो दिस इज व्हाट हैपेंस बिफोर एंड आफ्टर इन अ वेरी शॉर्ट टाइम। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
That was actually a very wonderful presentation. You gave us some very important tips and tricks regarding NABH accreditation.
I request Dr. Amita to felicitate Dr. Arvind. A very good presentation, maza aa gaya. There are still 62 people, you know, the presentations are so good. There are still, it's a Saturday evening. There's 62 people sitting there listening to the presentations. So it's a big achievement, I must say. So we move on to the next, Dr. Shalini to felicitate Dr. Amita. So we move on to the next presentation. It's by Air Marshal Dr. Pawan Kapoor. And for this session, I'll request our Chief Medical Superintendent, Dr. B.K. Ojha, to please chair the session. Dr. Ojha is a KGMC alumni, did his MBBS between 1986 and 92, MS surgery completed in 1996, then MCH neurosurgery from All India Institute, New Delhi, and has been associated as an assistant professor, started his journey as assistant professor in 2000, and is currently heading the department since 2010. So it's 14 years now. So because the time is short, I'll not go into further introduction details. So over to you, Dr. Ojha, and please introduce the speaker. Dr. Pawan will join us online. Do we have the recording? Recording? Yeah. So, okay. Yes, presenting on. He's live on. Live.
Very good evening, everyone. And Air Marshal Pawan Kapoor, sir, we welcome you. So, Dr. Pawan Kapoor is alumnus of AFMC. He did his master's degree in hospital administration from AIIMS, New Delhi. After that, he served armed forces for about 38 years in different capacities, and superannuated in 2017 as Air Marshal. He has published more than 40 papers and has been awarded with Visist Seva Medal as well as Ati Visist Seva Medal, as you can see. And currently, he is Honorary Vice Chancellor of the School of Medicine, Lincoln American University at Guyana. So without wasting time, I again welcome you, sir. And you can share your slides and start presenting. Thank you.
नहीं मैंने दे रखा है रोल में।
Sir, can you hear us? Dr. Pawan Kapoor.
Yeah, can you unmute me?
Yes, you are unmuted and we can hear you, sir.
Okay, now I'll just share my slides.
Okay.
Are my slides visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for the introduction. And in the beginning, I think I know we are I'm probably the penultimate speaker for this session. I've been here whole day listening to everybody else, and believe me, it was very, very enlightening and very, very informative and educated. So thank you very much. My thanks to the organizing committee and also to Professor Anita for giving me this opportunity to share my experiences on the subject of readiness of teaching hospitals for NABH accreditation. My thanks are also due to NABH for sharing the information with me, and to all of you, the participants who have stayed behind to listen at the fag end of the day. So thank you very much. My slides is not, yeah. My compliments to the internal quality assurance cell who have been here on every year, coming out with something or the other, which is of relevance and contemporary for discussion. So my compliments to them, and to KGMU for organizing this national symposium for enhancing quality in health sciences institutions. I would like to give certain disclosure. Whatever views I express, they have been collected and collated from various input from agencies like NABH, International Society of Quality Assurance, NMC, and WFME. The color of experience has been incorporated wherever scientifically feasible. There is no conflict of interest, and I can assure you that I have not used AI for making this presentation. At the same point of time, before I begin, I must thank Dr. Smita and Dr. Arvind. Whatever they spoke was music to my ears, because I am the one who is one of the founder members and who made the first, second, third, and the fifth edition, who was responsible for making all these editions for NABH. So whatever they spoke was really music to my ears. And I saw the passion, and I think, quality in this country is going nowhere. It's only going to go upwards and upwards. But yes, we need to know a different dimension of quality. What do we mean by quality in healthcare? And these are the initiatives which we take to ensure that healthcare remains current, contemporary, safe, and people-centric, which is based upon evidence-based and current best practices, principles, and knowledge. These initiatives should meet all the domains of quality as laid down by the World Health Organization. But I must say these domains have been already told by both of them, Dr. Smita and as well as Dr. Arvind. So I will not dwell upon it. Only thing I will just say, these dimensions have been slightly revised. We follow what is called the STEEP phenomena, where S stands for safety, but sustainability has been added recently by WHO to this. So it becomes safety and sustainability. That means your patient, you should do no harm, and whatever quality you're providing, it should be sustainable, both in terms that the future patients also receive better and better care, and we do not harm the environment and the community in which we provide the healthcare services. So that what does S stand for? Timeliness stands for the promptness with which you provide care. The efficiency is the way which you resources, with the available resources to maximize your outputs and your productivity. Effectiveness means that whether whatever you're doing has an impact on the patient, on the population, and on the community. Equity means without any discrimination between people of various status, whether it is economic or gender status. Last patient experience has been now removed with people-centric care rather than patient-centric care, because this domain of quality should reach out to the community. So I think everybody said this, and these are the dimensions which are required for quality. We know what is accreditation, but briefly, I will just introduce. It is an external assessment of quality, which is based upon pre-published standards, which are carried out by professional peers, which is administered by an autonomous body, and which focuses on organization or healthcare organizations development. So before I go on to the readiness, I would like to tell you some stories. This is the first story that I would like to tell you. This story occurred in 1992, when nobody knew about quality, when there was nothing like NABH. And the only thing accreditation we knew about was it was a short note asked to residents of hospital administration in their examination. And sometimes somebody wants to get funny with you, is to ask you the spelling of accreditation. This is a story of that time. Year is 1992. 13-year-old son of a widowed mother who was traveling along with her in a three-wheeler. This three-wheeler collided with another three-wheeler which was carrying gas cylinders. Mother was thrown out of the auto, but the child got trapped because on one side there was a railing in the auto. The auto caught fire, and the child sustained multiple injuries with severe burns. The mother took her child to 4 teaching hospitals. Not even first aid was provided, only were being referred from one place to another place. Finally, child was admitted in the 5th hospital, and what is known, the child had to succumb, and the child succumbed. So I'm sure you all know that this is not quality of healthcare, but I think we can say that the term quality was not so much used in the year 1992. Now we come back to year 2024, and this is the second story. 45-year-old belonging to low socioeconomic status got a stroke in Uttarakhand, taken to government hospital. He was referred through separate hospitals to visit one of the premier institutions in Delhi. When the ambulance reached that premier institution, the emergency medical officer of that institution saw the patient in the ambulance and said the patient is now too late for any active care. The patient only needs OPD care, so please bring the patient on the next day of the OPD. And by the next day, the day came, the patient had already succumbed. So this is the time when NABH was fully operational, their 5th edition was operational, and quality is the buzzword. There are patient safety conferences, quality conferences being done everywhere else. Now, this is the second story. Both stories are that of teaching institutions. Why do these events occur and recur every now and then? Are we casual about the care that we provide? Do we consider human life to be insignificant in a heavily populated country? Or do we follow the doctrine of passing on the buck to someone else? Or else we do not have standardized procedures and training on steps to be taken when confronted with similar situations in our day-to-day activities, and there is lack of awareness among staff on correct procedures to be followed, even if they are documented. People think that non-teaching hospitals are well organized and they go like an organized traffic. It is not so, but it is generally felt like that. And teaching hospitals have these problems. Dr. Smita gave a wonderful talk on the challenges that you face for NABH accreditation. So I will not go into details, but these are the challenges faced by teaching hospitals. They put on multiple hats. They have to do patient care, which has to be amalgamated with teaching and research. So the goals become manifold. Then there is a problem of autonomy and interdependence. The hospitals depend upon the teaching faculty, and the teaching faculty has to depend upon the hospital. Teaching have the goal of ensuring quality teaching. The hospital has the goal of providing quality patient care. So they have got different goals. For each goal, there are different protocols. For each protocol, you have to be dependent upon each other. To bring them together, they've already brought out is very difficult in a very highly educated environment to bring people together, because there's always variation in perception and variation in knowledge. Add to that is the last turnover of trainees. You train one batch of trainees, the next batch comes then in the hospital, so you train them again on the standards, on the protocol, so you require continual training. There's the apprentices model of training. This is on the job. So at that time, it becomes difficult to maintain the standards. There are multiple accrediting agencies. You see, imagine a teaching hospital has to also undergo inspection by National Medical Commission. If you are applied for NAC, NAC will also come and do your inspection. Then you apply for NABL, so NABL will also come and do their inspection. Then you apply for NABH, so NABH also come and do it. Now what is happening is multiple inspections. Each inspection has a difference in expectation, and it leads to confusion in the mind of people. What are we doing? Whether we are going in the right direction or not, because NABH will come and ask something else. NABH will come and ask something else, and both relate to the lab. So it leads to confusion in the mind of the people. So this is the challenge. Of course, staffing pattern and hierarchy has already been discussed, so I won't go into details. You do require staff, you do require the hospitals to be manned appropriately. There is a problem of patient load. Although, yes, we can say most of the people want to go and visit private hospitals, but we also know in this country, majority cannot afford it. Most of them are still not covered by any insurance plan. And so many will still find their way to the government hospitals. So when you come to government hospitals, there are problem of work overload. We all understand that work overload will continue to remain. So can you give quality and quantity will remain a challenge. Again, if you standardize everything as per the NA-based standards, then the medical college asks, where is the scope for innovation? Where do we try to innovate new practices when we have to follow best practices? So if you standardize everything, then how do we become creative? Again, there's a challenge, cultural change is required in your mindset, in your attitude. There's difficulty in performance-linked appraisals, which is on the job and difficult to maintain standards of performance as a teacher, performance as a researcher, and performance as a healthcare provider. But what teaching hospitals have that others do not have. So let us see the plus side of the teaching hospitals. The teaching hospitals have a learning environment, which is manned by academic minds, which have research orientation, which are very inquisitive. We like to ask the question why, when, where, and how. So they're actually intuitively involved in an internal audit of the quality of care that they are providing because they're inquisitive. Both the trainees and staff are inquisitive. They have a flair for challenges. They don't back out from challenges. They like to face the challenges right in the front of it, not behind, getting behind somebody else's screen. And of course, they have inbuilt an intuitive system for corrections of deviations. This is what teaching hospitals have got, which other healthcare organizations do not have. So when you are to prepare yourself for accreditation, this strength has to be kept in mind. And teaching hospitals therefore become easily amenable to following standard, to setting of standards as well. So next question is, are teaching hospitals ready for accreditation? Now, I have certain case studies from teaching hospitals which I've gathered over a period of time. I'll quickly go through them and I'll leave the question in your mind whether are they ready or not. See, this is a 50-year-old lady who underwent a CABG surgery and was admitted in the ICU on the second post-operative. She had a post-EABG psychosis. So nursing in charge rings up the doctor at 6:30 p.m. Doctor advises 10 milligram of compost to be given orally. Lady visits the toilet. The time for turnover of the nursing staff is 7 p.m. So the nurse visits the patient in the toilet and gives the 10 milligram compost IV. Obviously, the lady was found in deep sedation on the floor of the toilet with a lacerated wound forehead. Everyone did what they were supposed to do, except that the doctor said it should be given orally. The sister thought that she's showing so many features of anxiety and restlessness, she gave it intravenously. This is a typical case of a verbal order policy either not being in place or individual not being trained, or it has gone horribly wrong. The second case study is of two ladies, both are 28 years old, both are named Leelavati. One is for cervical ligation for recurrent and midterm abortion, and another for dilatation and curettage for MTP. Both are sitting in the preoperative area. The one Leelavati who had to undergo abortion went away went away to the toilet. So when they called out Leelavati's name, who had to go for cervical ligation, she went in. And instead of doing cervical ligation, because they had called for MTP, they did her MTP. So the procedures got reversed because of same names, a classical case of wrong patient identification. This happened very recently, about 4 years back. 35-year-old pilot admitted for fracture aversion of distal phalanx in left ring finger, taken up for surgery in a tertiary care hospital, teaching hospital. After surgery, the patient wakes up to find that he has more pain in the left medial finger than left ring finger. Now it is revealed by the surgeon that he had accidentally explored the left middle finger initially and subsequently realizing he did the corrective surgery on the afflicted finger. A classical case of wrong size surgery. It happened because it did not have checklists in place, and if checklists were in place, which in this case were in place, they were not followed and not taken seriously. Another case study, patient 65-year-old underwent URP. Obviously, wanted to go repeatedly to the toilet to check out the stream flow of his urine. Once such visit, he slipped, fell and sustained fracture neck of fever, a case of a sentinel event. He was not briefed. His relatives were not briefed. There was lack of communication between the care providers that during this period of time, he should, at least for the next 48 hours, he should try not to go to the toilet without support. Next case study, again a 47-year-old lady who had undergone hysterectomy 2 months ago, reported with frequent bouts of fever and pain in right iliac fossa. Ultrasound revealed fluid collection and acquiry of foreign body. The lady was taken up for laparotomy and a pus-soaked gauze piece adherent to the colon was removed along with a piece of ascending colon. Again, surgical safety checklist was not followed in terms of counting of the gauze pieces. Okay. The same case comes back 2 weeks later after discharge with the same complaints and similar US findings. Laparotomy revealed another retained gauze piece. A classical case of counting error by the sponge counting nurse. 8 gauze pieces had gone in and 8 had been accounted for. That included the one that was removed. Actually should have accounted for 9, but she counted for 8 again. So again, a case of non-implementation of surgical safety checklist. This is a very, very sad case. A physician writes an order for adding primidone, that is misolin, to the existing medication for a 12-year-old boy with a seizure disorder. Misreading the physician's handwriting, the pharmacist mistakenly dispenses prednisolone. For 4 months, the boy receives prednisolone along with his other seizure medication, causing steroid-induced diabetes. And the worst part was the diabetes goes unrecognized and this child dies of diabetic ketoacidosis. This is a case of medication error which should never ever have occurred in the first place. I can go on, but now you all, if I had been live with you, I would have asked you this question, could these have been avoided? And like Dr. Simita said in her presentation that 50% of all the errors are avoidable. So all these errors could have been avoided. And if this could have been avoided is how? You can avoid them by standardizing your procedures and processes that are amenable for standardization, by following best practices and by making strategies to put your intent into providing good care into actionable tasks. And the only way of doing this is by following the national accreditation standards, that is by NABH. You can follow any standards, but since we are talking of India, NABH is the set of standards that you should follow. And I think that is the only way that we should prepare ourselves to ensure that we do not commit these errors over and over again. Why do fires happen? And why don't we learn from those fire outbreaks? Why do we don't respond in a correct manner every time an adverse event takes place? That can only happen if you standardize your procedures. Only by showing intent that we wish to standardize our procedures, we can get ready for accreditation, be willing to overcome the challenges. Otherwise, challenges will remain so. We will continue to maintain status quo, be in a comfort zone. We'll operate from the mindset that nothing will ever change. In fact, maximum changes have occurred in healthcare in my almost 7 decades of lifespan. So what are the strategies? It has been told to you and beautifully presented by Dr. Smita as well as by Dr. Arvind. You require top management commitment involvement. In case of KGMU, it is there. I can see it for the last 3 years. I've been a part of the quality journey, and I know that when they take up anything related to quality, they go into it full-fledged. So your next step is to form multidisciplinary committees after getting the top management into the game. The multidisciplinary committees are many, but some are essential. That is quality and patient safety, your infection control committee, your drugs and pharmaceutical committee, your committee for grievance, and your CPR committee. Otherwise, you've got many other internal audit committee. You have got your biomedical waste management committee, grievance committee. There are several committees. So these committees had to be formed. Then you need to get to know these standards. What I recommend that please have NABH to come out to you, visit you, and conduct a 3-day program of implementation to get ready for the NABH accreditation. That program of implementation will remove a lot of cobwebs from your minds and will ease your process of going into the system. It will require documenting of policies, processes, and parameters for measuring outcomes as per the broad guidelines given by the standards. What is important is do what you document. Then check whether what you have documented is actually in sync with your actual practice and whether it is synced with the best practices available. Then once you document what you do, then you document what you do. That is, you implement the documented practices. You do internal audits, identify your gaps from the standards, take corrective and preventive measure to cover the identified gaps, submit application to NABH, and always keep in mind, it has been brought out by the previous 2 speakers, that accreditation is a means to the end. The end is quality. But it is not an end in itself because quality is a journey. It is not a destination. So during the entire process, you have to delegate. One quality team cannot do everything. You have to delegate and empower people to take actions in their own respective departments. You have to identify the champions in each department who have passion for quality. And you have to have target dates. You cannot leave it open-ended. If you don't have target dates, nothing will happen. So like I give you sample time frames. For mapping of standards and gap analysis, 30 days from July to August. For making policy, procedure, forms, new programs, you take another 60 days. For training all staff, training and retraining, you take another 60 days. You implement them in practice, conduct your internal audits, close the gaps. So if you can see, if you start in July, by next year, March, you should be ready for your accreditation. During this entire process, create an awareness campaign, prioritize what is important. So when you identify the gaps in patient care, the gaps in each chapter, which you have got those 10 chapters, you prioritize the gaps where you score the minimum. And then try to work on it and then do periodic review. Even after you got accreditation, you must do periodic review. During the entire process, you have to kill rumors because there will be people, ye kya chala diya? Ye kahan phasa diya? So you have to kill rumors. You have to build confidence amongst people, prepare them for change, give them examples of success stories, get cooperation of all, convert me to we and I to us. Involve everybody, involve each and every process owners, get their suggestions and implement their suggestions if they found to be in sync with these standards. Then do an internal audit yourself, submit application. You can call for pre-assessment also. You can have direct final assessment, close the deficiencies. At least if you have done a pre-assessment and once you've got some deficiencies, I would recommend go for a pre-assessment by NABH. It's a very good consultative process where you come to know where you are in this journey of quality. And then you do close that, then do a final assessment, close the deficiencies, you get your accreditation. But the journey has just begun. Because, it is like you are entering into a system. Entry might be easier, people may be slightly lenient with you, but sustenance and maintenance is tougher because when they come back to you for the next cycle, then they will be more strict. So you have to be covering every area of the standards. Like we said, this time we have got commitment, which is to be done. Commitment and core are to be done at your first assessment. They are about, out of 651, they are about 600 and 31 or something. That's 581 standards. 591 objective elements, which you have to do in your first accreditation. After that, you go for surveillance after 2, the another 60 at the level of achievement. And there are another 30 to achieve at the level of re-accreditation, that is of excellence. So this is a level-based accreditation system. Once you get it, please celebrate the success. We have so many success stories of teaching medical hospitals. We have got Christian Medical College Hospital, Vellore, Kasturba Medical College and Hospital, Manipal and Bangalore, AIIMS Nagpur, AIIMS Bhopal, AIIMS Delhi, RML Hospital, Delhi, Safdarjung Hospital, Delhi, and RML IMS Lucknow. So these are the success stories. There may be others also which are there, which I have not put it down. Most of these hospitals, especially AIIMS Nagpur, Bhopal, Delhi, and RML Hospital, Delhi, I have conducted program of implementation, done gap analysis for them. You can call NABH, they will help you. I am always a part of your internal quality assurance committee. I'm always there to support you. So the next success story should be KGMU. So we need your commitment to make a new beginning. And what I would like to end my talk by saying that never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed persons who have passion, they can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. So finally, my take-home messages are: teaching hospitals have several challenges in the form of putting on multiple hats, excessive workload, staff and infrastructure related issues. They, however, have better knowledge resource and greater learning capability and capacity. They just need to have confidence and prepare for accreditation by creating awareness of the standards, documenting the policies, procedures, and practices, implementing them, doing internal audits to monitor performance, and closing the gaps. There are several case studies that reflect that inappropriate, unsafe care has been provided not due to negligence, but due to lack of systems and processes. Accreditation will help to organize the systems and processes and lead to better care and outcomes. There are success stories of teaching hospitals. Accreditation is, however, not the end. The journey has to continue, but we should be prepared to embark on the journey. And this presentation has been just given you the baseline to prepare you to embark on the journey. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for such very energizing lecture. And you definitely have been able to successfully awaken sleeping minds. And we will follow the enthusiasm that you have produced in us, and we will work on it. Now, I invite Dr. Apul Goyal to speak a few words.
Thank you.
So, I thank you from the core of my heart. Actually, Dr. Anita just showed me a message. You are apparently in Guyana and you haven't slept the entire night. So thank you so much. And you attended the entire meeting. Thank you so much, sir. So, so we are at the fag end. It's a Saturday evening now. So I'll request Dr. Shalini to felicitate Dr. Oja. Thank you, Dr. Oja, for staying so late. Thank you so much. So we move on to, actually, it's a second last presentation because we have one pending by the students, MBBS students. So, unka hai na? So we actually, this is the last presentation of the program, but it's actually a second last presentation. Yes. So It's on the recent changes in NAC assessment for Health Sciences University, and the speaker is Dr. P. Vatsala Swami. I'll request Dr. Punita Manik to chair this session.
Ma'am is joined. Good evening, everyone. So nice to listen to all of you. Ma'am is joined.
Am I audible, Dr. Punita?
Good evening, ma'am. Welcome.
Good evening.
Yes,
Good
yes,
evening.
you are very much audible, ma'am. Huh? Oh. It is my proud privilege to introduce Dr. P. Vatsala Swami, who is currently serving as Director IQAC at Dr. D.Y. Patil. She is also the Director Academics at the same institute. And she is an anatomist and has spent almost 34 years in Armed Force Medical College and has retired and has been the Dean at D.Y. Patil Medical College, Hospital Research at Pune. She has to her credit various awards, to name a few. She's a Fellow of Anatomical Society of India, Fellow of International Medical Sciences Academy. She has received Best Teachers Award at Dr. D.Y. Patil University, Best Teacher Award at GRABS Educational Trust, and has received Lifetime Achievement Award at Society of Clinical Anatomists in 2024. She has more than 75 publications in national and international journals. She's the author of Histology Viva, contributed chapters in over 8 books, and has been the resource person in medical education, contributing to books published by AFMC and D.Y. Patil. She has been the member of so many societies, and she has contributed to the community service. She is a trustee and treasurer of Care India Medical Society, which is an NGO for terminally ill cancer patients. We welcome you, ma'am, and we are anxiously waiting to listen to your words on recent changes in the NAC assessment for health sciences universities. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. May I share the slides? Is my presentation visible? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, your presentation is visible, ma'am.
Visible. Good morning from Virginia, and good evening to all of you. I know that it is the last but one, as mentioned just now, but I've been listening to the previous speakers, previous sessions, and I'm sure that it is about quality, 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 but quality. So coming to the topic, which is the last of the sessions today, I must tell you that the changes in the NAC assessment for health science universities have been changing for the past decade. And we were initially with only the qualitative assessment, but all of you know that it is very essential and imperative for any university or educational institution to continuously grow and evolve. And it is a continuous process with the intention to bring in uniformity and also promote quality. Without quality, we cannot, like just now I was listening to Dr. Pawan Kumar, and we cannot really see to it that we grow and evolve without the quality. Keeping in sync with this, the National Assessment and Accreditation Council, NAC, has come up with a methodology and a manual for health science universities in 2019. And at that time, they had a pilot study. Many universities have participated in that pilot study for coming up with this new methodology at that time. And Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapeeth, our IQAC, we were part of that pilot study. And at that time, changes were made as per UGC Core Empowered Committee. And this is required because before we go in for the recent changes, we should know what were the changes that were thought about earlier. And InflipNet was empowered to do the authentication and provide data to NAC, NIRF, and NBA. And accordingly, changes were made in the data. Further changes were made after getting feedback from DVV partners, data validation verification partners, and also in consultation with ICT. And this is only to ensure that quality assurance is integral part of functioning of any higher education institutions. Considering that the universities have dynamic environment, NAC has come up with 5 core values. Most of you must be knowing it. This is to ascertain credibility and validity. So before going in for any accreditation, we have to keep in mind these core values. One is contributing to national development, fostering global competencies among students, inculcating value system among students, promoting use of technology, and quest for excellence. Quest for excellence continues forever. The changes that were is a paradigm shift from qualitative to quantitative. Initially, the team was visiting the institutions and universities, and then the assessment was done. Then it was shifted from qualitative to quantitative, which was more ICT enabled, objective, transparent, scalable, and robust. So a quality indicator framework was constituted or was decided with what you all know with 7 criteria in mind. The 7 criteria are the ones which form the firm foundation for the NAC accreditation. Key indicators are there under each criterion, and there are metrics to elicit response from higher education institutions. And these metrics are qualitative are about 30% and quantitative 70%, with a total weightage of 1,000. This is what is being followed so far. That is the NAC grading when we come to cumulative grade point average. Everyone, every university, every institution, we talk about, like just now I was listening to enhancing visibility, enhancing quality. So the moment you know that when you talk about an institution and university, what is their CGPA? Out of maximum of 4, we know that A++ are the institutions which are between 3.5 to 4. And the difference between A and A++, A plus and A++ is that the validity. Usually the validity is 5 years, but for those universities or institutions that get A++, validity is for 7 years. And later, after the 3rd cycle, when you get this A++ and the validity is 7 years, it all depends on the timely submission of annual quality assurance reports. That is itself, after 7 years, becomes self-study report, that is SSR. Our university, Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapeeth, is A++ with a CGPA of 3.64. And the grading system is like this, which you all know. Once again, to reiterate the same thing, A++ is 3.51 to 4. And the lowest is C. C is the one till the credited institutions, 1.51 to 2. But the ones which are not accredited are under the category of D, that is less than 1.5. So we must focus on these 3. B, 2 to 2.5, C, 1.5 to 2, and less than 1.5, which are the institutions not accredited. Because in the reforms, that the recent reforms, we must focus on these institutions so that more and more institutions and more universities come forward for accreditation. Otherwise, when you take the data of NAC, you will find that there are about more than 30,000 plus institutions that are yet to be accredited. Similarly, there are about 65% universities are yet to be accredited. So with the view to see to it that there are more universities and more institutions participating in accreditation to have a quality check, to see to it that there is enhancement of quality, NAC has come up with a proposed binary accreditation process. This is announced in June 2024 to see to it that all the universities and all the institutions, both autonomous and affiliated colleges, NAC has organized workshops in all the regions to sensitize the health universities. There was a press release in the month of January 2024, and these workshops have been conducted to see to it that all the vice chancellors, directors, and the faculty who are concerned all attend these workshops. This is with the aim to transform higher education system implementation of as per NEP 2020. What is the outcome or what is the target? What is the goal? When we see to the goal of National Assessment and Accreditation Council, this is with the intention to see to it that 50% of the universities they can compete or they will compete, they will be able to compete with the best of the world. Now, how do we achieve it? Now we must know higher levels of quality depend on teaching learning process, which is very important. Research and innovation is a very important criterion as far as the existing one in criterion 3. Then the faculty. Just now I heard we have to start with motivating faculty. Once you motivate the senior, that is faculty, then it percolates down to everyone and then you can achieve what you want to achieve. Then the skills. Now we are giving a lot of importance to the skills, how to upskill, how to reskill, how to see that there is skill development, that is enhancing employability skills. See to it that how they help the ones who undergo the skill development techniques. Academic ambience, very important. Then commitment to sustainability. Just now I heard sustainability is the one which is very important. Now we talk about sustainability, we talk about SDGs. So you must remember that. And all this become an integral part of the accreditation of higher education institutions. Now to see to it that we become part of this, there was a necessity to set new reforms. That is what we are going to talk about. What are the recent changes in the NAC reforms? To set the new reforms, a committee was constituted by Ministry of Education, Government of India, Dr. Radhakrishnan Committee. In the year 2022, Dr. Radhakrishnan was the chairman of ISRO. Under his able chairmanship, a committee was constituted and the committee prepared a preliminary report that was placed on website, inviting suggestions and feedback. Many universities, many institutions have suggested many points and that was taken into consideration, and ultimately a final report was prepared and that was accepted in January 2024. And this report is consistent with the vision NEP 2020. And you must remember, now we are all technology driven. So this is a robust technology driven modern system with minimal manual involvement. And I must say almost zero manual involvement we should think of. And this is to ensure transparency and integrate inputs from the stakeholders. Now, what were the objectives of these reforms? Now we know that, as I keep on saying, that in our own hand that 5 fingers are not the same. Similarly, in our country, we know that there is a lot of heterogeneity and we need to categorize them depending upon their vision and legacy. And we need to know, because many institutions, as I mentioned, 35,000 plus institutions are yet to be accredited. So keeping that in view, why the institutions are not coming forward, why the universities are not coming forward, that is, we can understand what is the inhibition and why they are not coming forward and how to go about it and how to look at it and how to resolve the issue. With that, there was a special focus on rural and remote locations. And these institutions require mentoring and hand-holding. And all this is to achieve one nation and one data platform. And this is capturing data from the higher education institutions with an inbuilt design for collateral cross-checking and including the stakeholder validation. That is really important. Now, what are the recommendations of this Radhakrishnan committee? The first one is no grades. Just now I talked about grades. That grading system was there till now. Now, in this system of binary accreditation, no grades. And it is to have a quality check to see that there is quality culture that is created in the higher education institutions. So in the first stage, it is a binary accreditation. The decision taken was accredited or not accredited. This is being followed in many leading countries. So the decision that was taken is accredited or not accredited. And here, the grading is not there, but I'm just telling you, earlier I was talking about the grades that are there existing now. So the accredited, not accredited, the thought has come of the institutions which are on the borderline, that is to be mentioned as or to be taken as provisionally accredited. And in this system, which is the recent change that has been given by the committee, there are 10 attributes compared to the existing one where there are 7 criteria. There are 10 criteria, which are the attributes that depend upon inputs, processes, and outcome. Now, earlier we used to focus on inputs and processes, and any activity we used to keep telling that you should know what is the activity and what is the process involved. But please remember, outcome is equally important. So the criteria, 10 attributes that are being now recommended are by the way of inputs, processes, and outcome. The attributes from 1 to 4 are the ones which depend on the inputs. Attributes 5 to 7 on processes. And attributes 8 to 10 are on the outcome. Now, if you take the weightage of all these 10 attributes, the criteria that is of inputs 1 to 4, if you take of weightage of 1,000, it comes to about 250. And the rest, the processes and outcome, they contribute to almost 750. So we must bear in mind when we are preparing, when we are thinking of going ahead with the recent reforms, what is that we must focus on and what is that is going to help us to see that we can aspire or we can get the accreditation what we are aspiring for. So that is the first one, that is binary accreditation. The second stage, that is stage 2, is maturity-based graded accreditation, MBGA. And here it is not grade, no grades. Levels are given, levels 1 to 5. And these levels 1 to 5 are the ones to see to it there is continuous improvement. So the lowest is level 1 and highest in that is level 4. And these institutions that fall under these levels, level 1 to level 4, are the institutions of national excellence. And what are the institutions that will go ahead with level 5? Now, level 5, those who are given the status of level 5 are the institutions of global excellence for multidisciplinary research and education. So to come to this level, you must know that there is a lot of the attributes that are given to be thought of, to be attended to, and to be planned. And this is to encourage accredited institutions to raise the bar from level 1 to level 4. And once you achieve level 4, and then think of the criteria or the metrics that are required to go to level 5, that is institutions of global excellence for multidisciplinary research and education. All this is with the intention, with the thought to see to it that this is to enable to improve quality and see to it that many of our universities, they become part of top global institutions. Now, as I mentioned, the metrics depend on processes and outcomes that impact across different attributes of higher education institutions. And these new reforms changes to be implemented by December 2024. And there was a workshop recently in the Eastern region, Utkal University, in which Chairman of Executive Committee of NAC, Sri Anil Sahasrabudheji was there, who mentioned about this binary accreditation and who said that They will be implemented by September 2024. And there will be 2 manuals that will be prepared. One manual for the universities and one manual for the colleges, institutions. And the date that is given for the binary accreditation was till June. And before June, the institutions that have applied, that have submitted IIQA, submitted SSR and DVV, an option is given. The option is to continue with the current procedure, that is with the 7 criteria which I mentioned just now, and grading, or to go ahead with the new reforms, that is binary accreditation, and then followed by the maturity-based one. And all this is thought about to see to it that it is system-friendly, smooth, and easy, and it makes all our jobs easier. Just to have a comparison, what was current one, I use the term old, and the recent changes, new reforms. I've already mentioned 7 criteria in the current one and 10 attributes and criteria in the recent one that has been recommended. Now, if you ask me what are the differences, I must tell you that the 7 has become 10, but with the intention that more data, more details are sought from the universities and the colleges, and the changes or the data that are being asked or required, once we go through about each of them under each criteria, then you know exactly what is expected of us. So it is 7 and 10 on the other side. And the last one in the new reforms is the sustainability outcomes, that is green initiatives. So you must know what you should do to see to it that you acquire maximum in this sustainability outcomes. Then there is one for some of the uniqueness and situatedness. Now, if you see when the manual comes up, the criteria, the percentage of criteria for this, it is discipline specific. So we will know what is applicable to us depending upon we are talking about health universities, we are talking about medical colleges. Similarly, the other disciplines like pharmacy and others, management, that it will differ and it will be dealt with later once we get the manual which is under process. I mentioned that in the current one, cumulative grade point average, I am not going again into those details. Only thing, please remember that those institutions who have gone ahead and got the grade and they are going ahead with the annual quality assurance report, please remember it's to be timely submitted and it becomes SSR as I mentioned. And after they complete, they can decide to go ahead with maturity-based assessment later. Or if they want to, I am told that you can go ahead in between and then you will follow the new reforms. In new reforms, as I mentioned, no grades as per CGPA, etc. Accredited and not accredited. Remember only these two, accredited or not accredited. And eligibility is the first batch to pass out. Earlier they were saying 2 batches to pass out. This needs clarification. And the accredited ones can, after 2 years, can go ahead with the maturity-based one to stage 2. And the provisionally accredited ones have to reapply after 1 year. This I've already mentioned what is qualitative and quantitative metrics and what is the total weightage. And I mentioned about the new ones, criteria 1 to 4, inputs, 5 to 7, processes, 8 to 10, the outcomes. The difference between the two, quantitative I'm talking about, qualitative I'm talking about, the word limit for qualitative was 500 in the old reforms, many of the qualitative ones. But in the new reforms, qualitative metrics word limit has been increased to 1,000 to 1,500. Now, what is the difference? There is always a peer team visit in the current one. For the qualitative metrics, that is the 30% one, which is physical. Whereas now in the new reforms, peer team visit may or may not be. It all depends on you. When you submit the data, when you submit the data, foolproof, nothing to worry about. But if there is any incorrect data, any forging of the data, any fake document, they may decide to visit, but the visit is online. So it is may or may not. So I always keep telling that when you are going for accreditation, first just now I was listening to that internal, like internal audit, internal accreditation by a team is very essential to see to it where you stand. Once you do that, you're confident that you can go ahead and then achieve the accreditation what you want. So that is very, very important, that see to it that you do it. Now coming to this manual that we received, it is on the website of NAC Reforms 2024 regarding binary accreditation. This is of stakeholder consultation for the universities. These are the attributes that I talked about just now. You can see the attribute is given, input or process, and that has been specified definitely. And the last one is for some universities, the uniqueness is required, situatedness is to be added, that comes under both process and outcome. So more details we'll know once we get the manual. Now the first one, when you think of the first attribute, when you see, I'm not going into the details, you can see it, it is there on the website. I want to tell you that the metrics in the first one, when you see the first attribute is curriculum design, in that there are about 8 of them. The second one is faculty resources, 6 are there. And the third is about infrastructure. The infrastructure, there are about 6 attributes, there are 6 metrics that are given. All these 3, what I mentioned just now, they come under inputs. So I told you, you have to focus more on the processes, more on the outcome. Yes, inputs also required, 250, about 250 weightage, but the rest is maximum is for processes and output. So please remember that when you are working, I'll come to that point little later, but we are at financial resources. That is the third one. Third objective is that is over. We come to the fourth one, financial resource and management. There are about 6 metrics in that. You can go through those metrics later. The learning and teaching, which is the 5th one, the metrics are about 7 in number. Governance, the extended curricular, that is process 6, that is 6-1, extended curricular engagements. This is again, once again, there are 6 metrics. Then we come to process 7, that is attribute 7, governance administration, very, very important. This all depends upon the vision and mission of the university and of the institution. So you must see to it that you fulfill all what you have committed in the vision and mission of the institutions. And coming to the next one, this is about 8 metrics in the 7th attribute. 8 is student outcomes. Just now we were talking about enhancing our visibility. So please remember that there is so much that you can talk about student outcomes. Now, student outcomes, when you see there are about 8 metrics in that student outcomes, then the most important is research. I heard just now about innovation and research and innovation outcomes, which are there, which are constituting about 8 metrics. Please go through each and every one. See how best you can see and enhance your own institution's research activities and innovation outcomes. And last is the 10th one, sustainability, green initiatives. And under this, community activities, waste and water management, and green audits, collaboration with the NGOs, and progressing towards net zero, all these are given. So you must go through this. And before I say thank you, I must tell you that there is a to sum up what we have done just now. I want to give a little brief about what is expected of us. Now, to conclude, I must say that universities and autonomous colleges and affiliated colleges all should come under the purview of accreditation. Binary accreditation is the one that has been constituted by after the recommendation of Radhakrishnan committee. This has less cycle time, lower accreditation fees, having 10 attributes, which have been detailed in the regional workshops that have been conducted. And we have attended in the month of March in the Western region. And coming to what should you do, I always say that please do little reverse engineering. You must do that so that you know where you stand and you go through the draft that has been now, which I showed just now, giving the details of the metrics and have a core group which will go through this and assess where you stand and make a list as what is to be done. What is to be done immediately, what can be done later, what can be done in future. And this is only to expect a better grade or level as per the new reforms. Make a team. Without a team, just now I was appreciating Dr. Pawan Kapoor when he said that yes, it is a teamwork. Single-handed, alone, you cannot achieve. It is always we, not I. So please see that all the entire team works towards that. And document verification, data provision, data given, please see to it that it is authentic data. No fudging of data, no fake, and the data should have, we are talking about quality, I always say breathe quality. So we must see that it is a quality document that has been produced, and a good IT setup is the one that helps you because this is a system, it is data-driven system. And all this, once you follow, sky is the limit. So you can continue going on. As just now he said, the journey of quality continues. It goes on and on. The limit is now, at the moment, we have to think of, we have to get set, we have to be ready to get set to embrace the new NAC reforms. And then only it is possible to think that where we stand. I wish you all the best. I thank the organizers of King George Medical University, Lucknow, for giving me this opportunity. And I thank Dr. Anita, who was following up closely, because like he said that I was just following it up and then I thought I should log in, and that is the time she told me that it is my turn and my session rather. And I thank, I will be failing in my duty if I don't thank Dr. Punita Manik, who was chairing the session. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for highlighting the recent changes in NAC reforms. Ma'am, there is a question from one of the delegates who's attending your session online.
Yes.
The question is, if an institution has been accredited in 2023, which is valid till 2028, do we still need to go for binary accreditation now or after 2028?
We asked the same question because ours is 7 years. So ours was also till 27. And when we asked that time, they said that you can continue this till 27 if you want to, or you can apply for your, because we're already in that A++ grade. I'm talking about our Vidyapit. Otherwise, whatever is the grade, you can, thing is that you can go ahead with binary accreditation. But still they said you can confirm, you can send a mail to NAC and they will answer you, because every day it's a volatile stage at this juncture. The manual will be formulated, the manual will be there, and we will be all ready for the accreditation by December 2024. And if you ask her to be in touch with me, I can tell her that what is the best thing that they can do.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
I wish you were here.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll request Dr. R.R. Singh, who's heading the Department of Medicine at Hind Medical College, to felicitate the chairperson, Dr. Punita Manik. And we now have a last session. So I can see we have about 30-40 online participants are still there. So this session actually was supposed to be pre-lunch. Because of delays, we had to move it down. So it's listening from the stakeholders actually. So we have 3 MBBS students who are presently doing their internship. And But I will request Dr. Anita Rani to moderate this session.
So good evening, everyone. Now we have come to the end of the session. And this, I can just see that the tiredness on the faces, but still, this is the last sip. And now this is very important because the 2019 batch was the one जिसके साथ ये experiment हुआ with the CBME, and the faculty were trained rigorously. But although we have not trained all the faculty members, but yet many of us were trained to deliver the components, the various components of the CBME. So these students who entered in the 2019 and then in 20, in the next session, one of them, they are doing their internship. That is the practical board where they are actually working. And this is they have their experiences, which are good, as well as there are some suggestions from students' point of view. So we have asked them to share their experiences. They have collated it, all their experiences from the 3 domains. One is the self-directed learning. So one of our students will be talking about their experiences of self-directed learning sessions. Another one from the AdCom, and the third one is for the electives. So let us listen them, and that is a take-home message for us, and also for the authorities who have created this curriculum, because we feel that there are certain good things, but there are gaps also. So this is an high time that whatever next session is coming for us, we should take a message from them and try to improve upon them. So I invite our students. First of all, I'll request Ms. Devanshi Katiyar to kindly come and share her presentation.
देखिए है ना कौन सी है ना ये आएंगे मेरे पास नाम नहीं दिया है ये है पिछला है शायद ये क्या है एआई रैंकिंग सर की थी एथिक्स NABH जिसमें जानता हूँ है इसी पे खोल दिए तो वैसे लगा दी सबकी पीडीएफ में बना के सेंड करा दी व्हाट्सएप कनेक्ट कर लीजिए तुरंत नहीं ये तो वो है क्यूआर कोड इसी में लिंक स्कैन करना रहेगा और परेशानी हो जाएगी कनेक्ट डिवाइस कनेक्टेड मैम देखिए इसमें कौन सा फीडबैक ये स्टूडेंट ये नीचे ना ऊपर है एक्यूसी मीटिंग पे फीडबैक सेकंड बार सेकंड ये ला चेक कर लेते हैं फिर एक बार हां ये ना
Good evening, esteemed professors and respected member of the chair. I, Devanshi Katyar, am a student of the 2019 batch, and our batch was the very first stakeholder of the new curriculum, that was CBME. Today, I, with my peers, am going to present our views of the various aspects of the CBME that were implemented from our batch. And I am going to present the various challenges and also the good things that were there about the self-directed learning that started from our batch. Firstly, let's understand what self-directed learning is. Self-directed learning is a process where individuals take initiative to plan, implement, and evaluate their own learning experiences. It emphasizes autonomy of the learner, the self-regulation, and personal motivations of the learner. This approach is crucial in developing critical thinking skills and fostering lifelong learning habits, which we know are very essential for a doctor. Now, the various benefits that were there of implementation of self-directed learning were that there were enhanced motivation among the student. By taking control of their learning journey, individuals were more motivated to acquire new knowledge and skills. This intrinsic motivation led to increased engagement and better retention of the information. There was also seen that flexibility and adaptability also increased among the learners, and it helped them to navigate through various resources and adapt to different learning environments. These skills are essential in today's rapidly changing world. And it also helped in personal growth. The self-directed learning, it empowered the students to explore their interest and passion, leading to personal growth and fulfillment. Now, talking about the barriers and challenges that were there, firstly, it was the lack of structure. Without a centralized resource system, there were learners who struggled with in finding the right resources to study from, and hence they were unable to create a cohesive learning plan and setting clear goals. Establishing a structured approach is key to overcoming this barrier. Second, the biggest barrier of all was the lack of proper execution of self-directed learning, wherein certain departments, the self-directed learning lectures were turned into proper lectures that that defeated the entire purpose, and that promoted passive learning instead of active learning, which is the motive of self-directed learning. And last of all was time management. One of the common challenges in self-directed learning is time management. Balancing learning with other responsibilities like evening postings can be daunting, and it required effective time management strategies. Now, the various strategies that I could think of to overcome barriers were to build a support network by engaging with peers, mentors, and resources can provide valuable support and encouragement during the self-directed learning journey. The continuous reflecting on learning experiences, progress, and challenges enables the individual to adjust to the strategies, to refine their approach, and to stay committed to their developmental goals. And also goal setting. Setting specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound, which we also call as the SMART goals, by learner themselves, help in creating a roadmap for self-directed learning. Clear objectives provide direction and motivation as well. So in conclusion, what I would like to say is that we need to embrace self-directed learning. It empowered individuals to take control of their educational paths and also fostered personal growth and skill development. Embracing the challenge and adopting effective strategies and embarking on a rewarding journey of lifelong learning and self-improvement. Thank you, everyone. That's all from my side.
इनका इसके बाद इसी आपकी खत्म हो गई ना
हाँ, खत्म हो गई, इसको बंद कर देते हैं।
बताइए
बताओ।
Good evening, one and all present here. Myself, Atish Kumar Yadav, and I am from MBBS 2020 batch. And today I am here to present my views and experience on AdCom classes and their role in CBME. So first of all, the full form of AdCom, that is Attitude, Ethics, and Communication. And first of all, I would like to present the positive points of the AdCom classes. The first positive and the most important positive point of AdCom was the dedicated time allocation. There was a proper schedule from first year to final year, which included a proper timing from which and proper department inclusion, which allocated a proper time from which the AdCom modules will be taken. And what it did, it enhanced the communication skills of students, not only with the patients, but also with their colleagues. Also, what it did increase the ethical understanding of the students. In case what is ethically right and what is ethically wrong for the patients, and the decision which a doctor should make during treating a patient, that understanding was increased. It also increased the empathy towards patient and inspired a sense that they are not merely a client but a suffering individual which should be treated with empathy. Also, the practical sessions which were done during the AdCom classes were very, very useful, like use of skits, role plays, and stimulations. And the most important point was the clinical application. There was a clear relevance of AdCom lessons to clinical practice, which we saw in our wards and in our evening postings. The negative points which I and my colleagues somewhat experienced during these time was the engagement level. Some of students find AdCom sessions less engaging. And what was the reason why they found this as less engaging? Because of the perceived repetition. There were certain aspects which were taught so repeatedly with a less gap in between. So the student were slightly bored and found it monotonous. So, and there was also assessment challenges which were consistently assessing and measuring competencies relating to attitudes, ethics, and communication, which usually we found challenging. So, in my opinion, what would be the ways to improve these AdCom classes? Would be a development of proper assessment tool, that is creating a robust and consistent tool for assessing AdCom competency like Casper test, or using an individual approach of professor or some residents which which would like to see the individual approach of each student and how they are treating patient, how they are communicating with them and correcting them right away. And also we should also include the active learning instead of making it a didactic lecture like a PPT or slide and telling this is the way and this is how we should talk. We should ask the students themselves, giving the clinical scenario, and in between of the class we should ask each one of them how you would react to it. So also there should be enhanced feedback mechanism. Not only the student should go and just grasp what they have learned, instead they should tell some feedback about every session which they have learned. And also there should be highlight on long term benefits. This means that not only we should tell the students that this, if you do this, this will help the patient to cooperate and tell effectively their feelings. Instead they should tell that this ethics and communication skills will not only help you in treating patient, but in your personal life also, this etiquettes, this attitude will help you in long term. This would increase the engagement level, obviously. So thank you, that's all my point.
कौन सा नेक्स्ट शेयरिंग
Good evening, everyone. I'm Vinay Suresh from MBBS 2019 batch, and I would like to start off by thanking the dignitaries for providing me this opportunity to share my views on electives and opportunities for MBBS students beyond the curriculum. So what were some of the positive points regarding our electives? The addition of 2 electives after the 3rd year of MBBS, as introduced by the NMC, represents a significant enhancement to the medical curriculum. As students, most of us learned a lot during this experience, allowing us to improve our practical knowledge and learn new skills. It also marked a stress-free period right after exams and before the beginning of the final professional year. So what are the issues and areas of improvement? Some departments and faculty were not sufficiently informed about the electives, leading to a lack of structured programs and planning throughout the elective. Since the electives were scheduled immediately after university exams, many students preferred to go home or relax instead of participating. I would also like to touch upon a few opportunities outside the home institution. There are multiple opportunities across the country that are tailored by recognized institutions and even the government of India for MBBS students. These opportunities are short-term internships or training that often range from 3 days to 8 weeks. They include training and exposure to lab-based research and basic science, as well as aspects of clinical research, neuroscience, molecular biology, and so on. We feel that gaining awareness and wholesome experience beyond the fixed MBBS curriculum is important in overall student development and education, especially if the student wants to aspire to pursue research and academia. So these are a few examples of such opportunities. The Medical Student Research Training MedSRT program by CSIR CCMB, the MBBS MPH internship program by the ISC Bangalore, the DIPS workshop or the Developing Indian Physician Scientists workshop conducted in JIPMER, the Corona program for scholars conducted by the government of India, the Department of Biotechnology. And one other example is the computational approaches to memory and plasticity camp in ICER Pune. So there is a lack of standard operating procedure or protocol to allow MBBS students to visit these institutions, both at the NMC guidelines level as well as the individual institutional level. And currently across the country, some students manage to acquire approvals from the deans of their institutions, while some are denied, leading to missing out on such opportunities. The issue lies in the timing of the student's visit. This would compromise his or her attendance during the MBBS schedule as per the set curriculum. There is one window of opportunity that NMC itself has provided during the electives period right after the 3rd year and before the beginning of the final year. However, the guidelines are not clear and the SOP is not laid out clearly to facilitate such an exchange smoothly, and thereby we have missed out on such opportunities. So here are some of my suggestions. To improve communication, planning, and coordination among the organizing committee and the faculty in the department to ensure a well-structured program that students can benefit from and enjoy. Schedule the electives 1 or 2 weeks after the end of university exams to allow students to adequate time to rest and relax. To establish a clear SOP for students seeking electives and opportunities outside the institution, we should clarify the protocol for attending such opportunities during the MBBS course, as well as address how to manage attendance deficits. Some possible solutions would include extra classes, tests, vivas, or maybe even utilize the permitted 20% attendance shortage allowed as per the curriculum. Now, I understand that these might not be viable solutions, but I hope that we come up with solutions at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Devanshi, Atish, Vinay. So we would like to felicitate you. We have a small, gifts for you. So I would request Apul Goyal sir to kindly encourage our students because they have raised their voices and will definitely be reaching to somewhere. Sorry. You should be out of the frame, sir. Atish. Vinay. Yes, बिल्कुल सेंडी इनको Because they actually lost out on going for the elective. So he is sorry. So can we have our closing notes to our participants who are online? So thank you so much to all our participants. Dr. Arvind, thank you so much for staying at this point of time. Definitely, and thank you for all of you who have joined us online and are still here with us. So we have come to the end of the session. Thank you so much. And now just an announcement for the online participants that we will be emailing your e-certificates and your registration slips within 1 week. That is from Monday. So just wait. And if you have any issue, you have a DNQP email, you may send a message, or you have my number and Mr. Pawan's number. You can contact us anytime. So thank you so much. Thank you all. So we close the session. Thank you, Dr. Two participants we've had from the day law, and I think Dr. Akansha also. हम बाइंड अप करा Thank you. Part of hosting.